This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
Yasu. Tit.
A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros, Baghanaga hooks, humongous hungalamga no logangas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of shit.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place was incredibly disingenuous racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusion young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. These people are making a lot of money, print money, cash, money,
well,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
You're watching Will of the Fans. Let's fucking go.
Morality, and now we're facing media mortality. They lost the plot, we'll take a stand. divide the will of the fans, a storm on the rise. We won't be silenced by their hollow lies. We claim the legacy, break the chains. These companies must die for our world to remain. They can't take our passion. We're holding the gates for every fan stands protecting the will to create. We are the true keepers, the defenders of lore, and we won't stop until we settle the score.
We're going to do it! Boys of the fans!
Boys of the fans, two of them anyway.
right, at least two of them, yes. Half staff, but hey,
Man alive, the freaking thing that's going on. I don't know what the hell is up with StreamYard, man. When the 10 came up on the screen to count down the beginning of the show, I had to exit StreamYard and come back in to get control back over to be able to play the fucking air horn. So I hope you appreciate it, everybody.
Oh, what a radic start to the show.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's never professional. It's never on time. It's always like this. Welcome back to Will of the Fans. My name is Will. See what I did there? And you are looking at 2 out of 4. Unfortunately, Helzo has a band setup practice gig thing tonight. I can't remember which one it was. So he couldn't make it. And Rhoda, we don't know. We frankly have no idea where Rhoda is. If you see him, could you please tell him he's due to be on the show? Hopefully he's alive and well and returned to us safely. There will be a reward, and the reward will be some Dobon Honkeros. For anyone who can give us any information on where Rhoda is that proves to be true later. In the meantime, because it's just going to be shit posting now. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, back to Will of the Fans, WTF Live, episode 181. It is me, it is John. We are here at least to review the first 2 episodes of Series 7 of Red Dwarf. And seriously, Rhoda, wake up wherever the hell you are. This is the time you've been waiting for.
I know, he's been waiting for like this episode since we started doing all this.
I know. The only plus is that he hopefully won't have the same thing happen next week, when we literally are both looking forward to it. Next week is the first episode of Red Dwarf I ever saw. And today, it's Tikka to Ride and Stoke Me a Clipper. Mm-hmm. Today marks the exit of the original Rimmer from Red Dwarf. I say the original because there'll be some fuckery later that somehow crowbars him back into the show. But that's another story and entirely different Rimmer. So for what we know now, the Rimmer you have known from episode 1 till now will meet his destiny in this episode. And we'll also get loads of really, really funny jokes, from slapstick to setup and punchline to just really crazy set piece stuff like the AR game, going and using cheat codes to fuck the princess in a medieval jousting simulator, because of course that's what we would do. I mean, I'm the guy who makes the Guna clips, so anyway, guys, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. That's it. Let's have an intro then. John, hello, welcome to the show. Thanks for showing up.
How
the devil are you?
Awesome as always. I did speak to Rhoda about 4 hours ago.
Okay.
At the time, he seemed like he was very stoked to do the episode and show up and be here. But he did stream for 6 hours unexpectedly and tried to get me to help him. He wanted me to help him put a studio together while they were in the middle of a live stream. And I just showed up and I'm like, there's so much wrong with this. I was like, and they were about 5 minutes to the end of their 6 hour limit because he's now paying for EVMU. And I was like, look, dude, you want my help? Cool, whatever. But don't just blindly invite me to a live stream. Like, I've got shit I gotta do.
Wait. So you went in, you clicked a link You
Put
didn't
the
know
link.
what it was you were clicking. There was
No, I knew
like-
where I was clicking. I was going into his studio. I didn't know that they were already live and had
Oh
been
no,
streaming for.
he's just giving you access to go in.
Right.
Oh, then
Because
you
he's like,
went.
yeah, can you help me with the EVMU? I'm like, yeah, I suppose. Give me just a second. And I went and I popped in. And so,
And then he added you to the stage.
yeah, he added me to the stage. So I furiously go and grab my sunglasses. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this thing, because it wasn't in dark mode either. Yeah. So I was like, oh, Christ. I was like, you're live? You're live?
That's like really bad streaming etiquette. You know?
It would have been nice to know that, hey, dude, I'm in the middle of a live stream. You know, if you want to
I'm
join
live
in,
and I need a bailout. Yeah. This is not just, hey, can you help me with my studio? By the way, we're streaming right now. Here we go. Oh,
right.
man.
And they evidently started their stream because they didn't know they were starting their stream. And someone in the comments actually alerted them to the fact that they had inadvertently gone live. And then they stayed there for another, all the way up to 6 hours.
Unbelievable. Wow, what a story.
So-
That's fantastic. And you know,
Right.
it's gonna get worse for a second because just literally as we begin, I suddenly just need to go and actually chat to my wife for a second.
No
So
worries, no
can you
worries.
hold
I
the
will
fort?
hang
I
out here
swear
with the I'll hang out
chat,
with
the
the chat,
show
see what's
is
going on.
starting. Nothing else is gonna go wrong. I just need like 1 minute and I'll be
Indeed.
back. Okay.
With any
Sorry.
luck, Rhoda will return by the time you get back here. But what's going on with everybody in the chat? Let's see.
The episodes or something.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got? John's room is blue today. Well, yeah. I got rid of I changed the light that used to be I guess purple and turned it to blue. And now the light strip behind the screen is the thing that alternates a little bit of color. But yeah, it does make me a little bit more blue. What else we got going on here? Let's see. Oh, well, we will get to those in just a minute. Thank you, Dan and St. Hugo. Lucky you, John Bon Zombie. You have received a gifted membership from St. Hugo. But yeah, how's everybody's? I guess we're all in different time zones. We're all around the world. How's everybody's morning starting off, or the end of your day, or how's your afternoon going? What's going on with everybody? As I said, I talked to Rhoda, did the thing, and then other than that, I've had a really low key day. I got done with my stream yesterday around the noon hour, and then thankfully I didn't have anything immediately I had to do, so I just kind of kicked back for a little bit, downloaded the new season of Red Dwarf, and then I watched the first 2 episodes. And then Toasty was doing a live stream on Iron Oxide last night, so she sent me the link to that. So I put that on, and they were talking about stuff, and I ended up passing out while they were streaming. And then, like I said, woke up to see this text from Rhoda that he wanted my help. He was setting me up, man. So,
It was a setup. It was a sting.
That's right.
All right, man. Thanks for holding the fort. I'm sorry. I tell you
No
what happened.
worries.
It's crap. It's really it's lame. But my wife asked me to get her a donut, and when I went out just before the show, and I completely forgot to do it.
Oh no!
So when I got back, I went out and I came back and I didn't have a donut. So I was just frantically ordering her one off like basically DoorDash, the Philippine version of that. So I just had to go tell her that there's food coming, and I won't be able to answer the guy when he gets here. So you're gonna have to listen for the motorbike coming.
Right.
So but there you go. Anyway, so that's it. Literally, it was just me trying to be a good husband.
Hey, that is self-preservation. I mean,
right?
I know what it's like when a woman asks you for a donut for breakfast or late at night or whatever time of day.
Yeah.
You get that damn donut. And it's just
I know. It was just I completely forgot when I was in 7-Eleven, and I just fucking dropped the ball. So now I'm gonna have to pay triple for it. But
indeed,
it will be a better donut anyway. So who cares? It's from a like
actual bakery.
Yeah, So anyway, there we go. James Opp knows. Happy wife, happy life. Scolding. Yes, I got scolded a little bit, but I made it right. And then I got scolded, of course, for spending too much money, and on a fucking donut. And that's just dad life. That's just the way it is. Anyway, guys, I do appreciate the patience with this janky ass start to the stream. We will get into the scripts for Red Dwarf Series 7, Episode 1 and 2 very soon. There was something else I wanted to bring up, and I can't. Oh, that's right. When you watched it, John, did you get? Was there a laugh track or not?
There was not on the first episode, but I
Right.
assume the first episode was probably taken from a DVD. It said it was an extended cut.
So that's it. Yeah, there's extended versions without laugh track on Series 7,
Which
If you-
definitely was weird.
Yeah, I found it almost impossible to get on with because I'm pretty sure on my DVDs there's still a laugh track, but
Right.
the version that I have acquired for viewing is on Plex is not the one with the laugh track. So when I was like laughing
Yeah.
at jokes that I've heard before, and yet something felt very amiss.
Yes.
That it was only me laughing. There's a lot of dead silence.
Yeah.
When there's no laugh track, it really needs the laugh track, I think.
Yeah,
So-
it's certainly, it's kind of like the fifth member of the show to some degree, I
It
suppose.
really is, yeah. And I can totally see why they were because this is the series, of course, that they didn't do in front of a live audience because they shot it single camera, like a film.
Right.
So
they had to go back and do edits and everything.
So they had to then play the episodes to an audience and record them laughing and then add that to the show. So the laughing is actually real. It's not just, generic laughter. But yeah, it wasn't live. That's the thing. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I found it fucking impossible. So
I assumed that
what
that was the case because you had said that it was the single camera. I was like, oh man, this is so weird. But yeah, it didn't have the same energy.
Right, exactly. So what I ended up doing was I went to see if there was an alternative, and I found it on archive.org.
Right. Oh, okay.
Pretty much every single episode of Red Dwarf ripped straight from the DVDs, including all the bonus material.
Nice.
All the way up to the end of Series 8.
Dude, archive.org comes through in the clinch.
Godsend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Godsend.
Dude, I have all the old, I had them on VHS prior to this, but archive.org, I was able to find the original unedited Beavis and Butthead from the 90s.
Of course, yeah.
Every episode, even the ones that got censored and memory hold.
I found the complete run of Freakazoid, both series of that, which was almost impossible to find on Tortuga at the time. So yeah, so archive.org, guys, in a pinch, you never know what you might find on there. Entire TV shows, apparently.
Right.
So that's good news. Anyway, yeah, it's so much better with the laugh track because especially like when Crichton shouts, "You bet your ass," when he's got no guilt. Like I was jarred by that because I was in, and when they're discussing, we'll get to it, Chad, don't worry. When they're discussing the lack of any curry on the ship or anything related to curry on the ship, and they're out listing all the little things that they're going to miss about having curries, and there's no, like, not even a murmur of laughter. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know if I've ever actually heard it without a laugh track before. It is jarring.
It was very unsettling in a weird way because it's just because there's a certain rhythm to them even doing the show where it's like,
well, that's the thing, they didn't have that rhythm,
right?
Because they're not doing it live. You get it's the classic sort of American sitcom thing that people associate with shows like Married with Children and the Cosbys or stuff like that, especially Married with Children, where like if two characters kiss each other, you get like a woo from the crowd, or like Kelly walks in, Christine Applegate, and has to stand there for about 30 seconds until all the screaming stops, and then she gets to say a line. Red Dwarf was very good at that when they were live in front of an audience, but then in this series, and I think it's only this series that they or maybe Series 8 too, that they didn't. No, actually, I don't think they have a live audience again until Series 10, to be honest. So there we go. Anyway, I'm being a total Red Dwarf spaz nerd at the moment, and
that's all right.
Hey,
We were
what
just
are you doing?
Rhoda more time to arrive.
I know. I'm trying to buy time for him. It shows, right? But if that's not your cup of tea, you're watching the wrong show right now. Anyway, but don't go anywhere because I promise we will be having a good laugh. We'll be reviewing 2 fucking great episodes. I watched them both today early on. I managed to make sure I had the time for it. As soon as I got my internet back, because my internet shit the bed earlier on, I had to dip out of Saturday Night Hypnosis, which pissed me off because I wanted to kick their asses at Sonic Racing. But oh well. next week, I suppose. Anyway, none of them. I watched their stream later. None of them have got any better, so it's fine. Anyway, we'll get into it.
Yep.
But before we do that, Furious Dan is here with the $2 on the super chat side. Says, I'm making a Rhoda and Tomb Raider video in the works. Sounds great. I've made some Tomb Raider clips for Rhoda, but he hasn't seen them yet. But well, let's just say they're not necessarily safe for work, and too rough to be shown on anything. The only thing I can do that involves the Lara Croft I've been working with is this
still
clip.
images. Yes. Oh yeah,
yeah. This is it. This is all I got.
Yeah,
and it works. But that's just an experiment for the moment. I've been up to my eyes in shit, actually. I've been working on 3 different projects. I've been working on the new Booby video. I've been working on, oh my God, I've been working on the WTF RPG.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I that stuff I want to talk to you about that, but we can save that for out of
that's cool.
Studio.
I can maybe even show people it at some point if I can get it on the screen. But that was very simple. That was literally just me hatching a plan and seeing it through before I had established that I was not happy with the sprites, basically, and I wanted there to be bigger,
right,
sprites, larger, basically. And in fact, actually, I think I can show you. I basically use myself as a template. Hang on, let me see if I can share this for a minute, because I've been meaning to anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a bit on the loud side, though. Just let me see if I can change the sound.
I've got my headphones turned down pretty low, so hopefully. But in the audience, be prepared for loudness.
I'll drop the sound to like 40%.
Indeed.
There we go. All right. This is just a working thing. And I've turned off battles as well, so you won't be able to actually see it properly. But the point was to draw my own sprites, and I don't mean I mean blow up the proportions. So I made it like HD quality as well, so that I didn't have to work with too many pixels. And as a result, I've got this giant version of me that I made.
Right.
And I drew it from scratch, and then using AI rendered a 3D
walk
model
animation. A 3D model.
Made him walk, but then it made it basically 3D cell shaded, which was perfect because it gave me loads of camera angles. And then I just basically took 3 frames in each direction.
Right.
And there we go. Now we have a walking Will about the size that I want the characters to be in the game.
Yeah.
So with this, basically, I can go ahead and make characters for everybody else. Now, obviously, I'm much bigger than the trees and things like that, but I have a whole plan for that. This is very early.
Oh yeah, it's very early.
Now at least I have a working sprite model that I'm shut up, fucking hell.
Yeah, and now you actually know the scale to start building things towards.
Exactly. Now I know what everything else needs to be sized like. So this is good. The next mission is to get this guy to pull out a sword and stand in a battle stance, at which point I will be able to have an actual battle without these tiny little pathetic characters here.
Right.
You see how fucking small they are?
Oh yeah. They're like there's little gnomes.
Yeah, they're really awful. Anyway, there you go, guys. That's something I did yesterday and finished today, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
But that's basically what I've been working on with the old AI side, Furious Dan. So
I switched back to the Steam Deck for the camera controls and actually being in the studio, because I tried we were on Toasties on Friday night, and I tried to play some videos, and it kept bogging down. It wasn't the USB. I can still use that PC for doing thumbnail art and doing actual video edits, so it still serves a purpose.
1 second, mate. I'm really sorry about this. My phone will not shut up.
Yeah. It's probably the delivery guy. But so I am back to using my Steam Deck, everybody. So if my mic is a little bit whatever, just of course let me know if I'm too loud or whatever. Although I think Will's pretty good about dialing it in whenever I show up, so hopefully it shouldn't be all that bad. But yeah, it has it's kind of been, well, it's been a busy week for me doing production stuff. I still have I had to do a Where Winds Meet thumbnail out of the blue on Friday morning. And so the third thumbnail that I was going to work on for Heavenly Gesture yesterday, he just sent me a message, said, don't worry about that one. Because I guess he's just going to go with the game stream stuff instead, which is fine. You know, I mean, if he still ends up wanting me to do that one, cool. But if not, we will have a show over on his channel this coming Saturday. That starts at 2 p.m. Eastern. So I need to find out what his plans are so that I can start making a stream thumbnail and the first clip thumbnail for all that stuff. And then I also have to do some more thumbnail art for Stark of Iron. I've got to do, I got to send him 4 thumbnails for the Stark casts and then get paid for it. So.
Out of control, man. Here we are, nearly fucking half an hour into the damn stream. We haven't even started yet. It's a shit show. I'm sorry, everybody. Thank you for the very undeserved $2. Furious Dad, fucking hell. Oh, what else we got? No, not 256 pixels there. A little bigger than that, I think. Actually, no, that might actually be about right. Yeah, that could be about right. Anyway, there we go. We've got another one. St. Hugo gifted a membership. Thank you. That's one more for the princesses, one more for the Griff Force. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you.
It's received by John Bon Zombie, which is one of the best names in the chat that I.
That's a good name.
Yeah, John.
If only Bon Jovi really were a zombie. Oh,
right.
Well, there we go.
Right.
That guy sucks. Anyway, there we go. That puts us on 8 out of 50.
Yeah. But yeah, to answer your question, James, the new PC doesn't really necessarily have issues unless I'm streaming. So I'm just like, all right, well, you know, I wanted to. I tried it, and it was not as successful as using my Steam Deck. Now I can still tell everybody I stream from a Steam Deck, so I still think that's kind of cool. I'm that guy on the internet, so.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Furious Dan for $2 more asks, what's your favorite car, Will? That's a toughie. Probably a 2005 Dodge Viper.
Ooh, not bad.
Pretty cool car. Pretty nice, bit of a muscle car.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly something I would like to own if I ever had the opportunity. I just really thought they were very sleek. Very cool looking cars.
The later years are definitely better than the original ones.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Although to be fair, the modern ones are really nice too.
Yeah.
That's a particularly good one. There's a version of it that I've seen in sort of a navy blue color with some stripes down the front. Like, I think they're great. I would change the stripes to red. So it'd be blue and red. As you can tell from the branding of my channel, I love blue and I love red. So there we go. That's probably my favorite car. In fact, actually, I liked it so much that when me and my friend were making the Project Z Dragon Ball Z parody movie in college that got me my triple distinction, and I used a clip of it on Noise Pollution show the other day to respond to Furious Dan with a clip of me kamehamehaing Shooty Gatwa in the head. But anyway, the character that we just had to come up with bullshit names for the characters when it became clear we were going to make more of these things. So I named my character Dodge, and then later he needed a surname, so Dodge Viper.
Indeed.
Which suited me quite
Obviously,
well.
brother of J Viper.
Right, I was playing the Vegeta stand-in. I didn't want to play the hero and direct. I thought if I cast my friend as the Goku character, even though we're not playing Goku and Vegeta, we're playing two stoners who are hallucinating the whole thing. If at least if I have like a menacing name, that'll sound kind of funny, you know.
Yeah.
So there we go. So the characters ended up being called Dodge and Vinty, which is a retarded version of Vinny.
Right.
And they came up with the lore is long. I'm not going into it, but anyway, that's it. So Dodge Viper ended up being a character that I played in a movie that I wrote and directed. So there we go.
Nice.
Anyway,
I was a serial killer in a college production thing that was like yeah.
I played a door-to-door salesman who got possessed by a bunch of Satanists who were doing weird incantations in a caravan, and I knocked on the caravan door for some reason.
Yeah, I was wearing a gas
right
mask that I have over here in the corner. That's I think just out of shot, or you can barely see
right.
it in the background. But yeah,
I was wearing like a plain gray suit with like a blue tie, like the most normal costume ever. But by the end of the movie, it's saturated in blood. So pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, this was back when Dexter was, the big thing, and it was it was actually good.
For that weird period where everyone thought serial killers were sexy.
Right. And so one of my friends was doing a short film, and of course, like it's like there's a kill room and all this kind of stuff, and it's just I don't know exactly necessarily how well it turned out, but
what is it like all sterile and stuff like Dexter's Killing Room?
Kind of, but the trash bag version of it,
All right.
Right.
I only ever watched the first series of Dexter. Then I found out that the other series weren't based on the books. And even though I hadn't read the books, somehow that dissuaded me. I was a pretentious.
Oh, here's the thing. All the way, I believe it's all the way up to season 7 or season 8. Just don't watch if you don't watch definitely don't watch the last season. And the second to last season's also kind of, it starts to fall off because, Michael C. Hall and the gal who plays his sister, Deborah, they actually got married, and they were married during the production, and then they got divorced, and you kind of see like it kind of, it changed the show a little bit.
I see. That's fair. I heard that Lithgow was like amazing in it, and I never got to see that. But then I also was such a big fan of Third Rock from the Sun that I could face the idea of watching John Lithgow as a serial killer. So I was like, maybe I'll get around to it one day. But in the meantime, does anybody want any toast? Because Toasty's here saying that she can see you as a serial killer.
That's right.
And well,
I'm known to go after tricks and Lucky Charms.
Watch her step, hadn't she? If she thinks you're a serial killer. You better be real nice to John.
That's right.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much for being here. We do appreciate you. I've stalled for enough time now. It's time.
Indeed, we tried.
Yeah, maybe Rhoda will wake up and realize that he's like missing the episode of this stream that he's been waiting for since and don't forget, by the way, because he won't let us forget. This was all his idea before we had him on the panel. He was the one who suggested reviewing Red Dwarf. So Rhoda, please wake up, mate, if you're asleep or whatever you're doing. I hope you're. I genuinely hope he's okay. I hope nothing's happened.
He seemed fine when I talked to him last.
Probably just passed out.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a pretty sleepy boy anyway. But but a 6-hour stream, fuck, that would do me out.
It can knock you.
Yeah, maybe he'll lock up at 11. Maybe he's just forgotten what time it is or something. Anyway. Guys, thank you. We're going to get into the Red Dwarf now. We're going to read some scripts. We're going to put the episodes up on the screen and skip through them as much as we can. They're a little bit longer, although I don't know if the script will be from the extended version or not. So once again, we are caught with our pants down. There may be a little jank. There might be all kinds of things go wrong with this one. So bear with us while we try to, put together a show for you guys. And in the meantime, if you'd be so kind, please support the stream by filling up one of or both of these bars, as gifted memberships will fill the blue bar and will result in us extending the stream even longer to play Jackbox with you guys, which we haven't done for like a week now.
Yeah.
And that's always good fun. Everybody loves that. Or if you want just boobs, then this one will give you a set for the halfway point. Sorry, I just slapped my microphone. And one for when we get to the end.
Yeah.
There's some lovely.
Or if you're lucky, like yesterday, a double shot, both in a row.
Well, if somebody drops like enough to fill the bar past both notches, then I guess I'll give you a double bill. Yeah.
Yeah, that was because I got done doing our stream yesterday, and I was like, I wasn't sure if you guys were doing a game stream, so I popped over and said that you just finished. And so I was like, let me go check stuff. And I just scrolled back a little bit, and I was like, oh, he hit the goal. Awesome. And then I watched it. Yeah. And for the first time, I got to watch like the booby reels on the 40-inch screen at full size. So I got to tell you, as much as I sit here and do this when the screen shrunk down, my man, you are by far the world's greatest bot whisperer. Like it holds up. It holds up on a 4K screen. So yeah.
Just what I wanted to hear.
Indeed.
Their whole lives waiting for that kind of validation. What the fuck is going on here? This is the wrong size. Why does it come up like that? That's weird. For whatever reason, the watermark isn't working, so I'm gonna have to yet again. I'm gonna have to adjust for whatever the fuck is going on here. What the shit is? What the fuck is this? I can't do it like this because it won't work. What is going on? Hold on.
She's telling me that she wants me to pay her to clean up after I get done.
She wants to be paid to clean up your spooge.
No. I assume she's either that or the serial killing. I'm assuming it was for the serial killing stuff, but I mean, I suppose.
Yeah, man, like that's generous, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you for making yourself an accessory.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this isn't gonna work. What the fuck? This is so stupid. It's messing with itself. Hold on.
Some VLC issues with the overlay.
Yeah, no, I'm having to change the damn image to. Okay. I don't know why this is behaving the way it is.
Because
you can't set negative numbers. It's for some reason it's made the image bigger than normal. So I can only use the small version.
Right.
Okay. Hold on. Well, at least it'll be in the middle this time.
Yeah.
But it won't be very big. So I hope it still works.
Right.
Maybe I'll up the opacity a little bit. Okay. There you go. That's me getting felted by VLC just like every day of my life. Okay, well, let's get into it then. We've got Red Dwarf Series 7, Episode 1. It's called Tikka to Ride, which obviously is a play on the Beatles song, Ticket to Ride. This one is a real sort of introduction to the new dynamics between the characters because they have sort of changed it up. As you've probably noticed, John, as the series has progressed, Crichton has become a completely indispensable to the entire show. Like, he's not only the exposition now, but he's more or less the driving force behind about half of the plots.
Right. He's kind of occupying the space that Rimmer used to in a weird way.
In a little way, Rimmer used to be the thing that would be like the primary antagonist that kicks Lister into action and the rest of them. Whereas now, because we know Rimmer's going to leave by the end of the next episode, Lister has to step up as a character and assume the true, mantle of main character. So this is a plot that's entirely created by him, that is created entirely out of selfish, stupid reasons, and it actually works so very well. But it is a tonal shift and quite a jarring one if you're not ready for it. I watched it earlier this afternoon and I thought to myself, wow, this really does feel different.
Yeah.
And yet because of nostalgia, this is the first series I ever saw. So I just was like, it's whatever, it's fine. This is great. But wow, it actually does feel different. I still like it. So what was your take on that?
As I was as I was watching it the second time, I was sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, I wonder how this is going to do in the rankings, because this is, it's not bad, but it's very
different,
off, because of, like I said, the shift in the way that it's shot and edited, and
the way the plots are structured is different too. There's a noticeable sort of, there's a slowdown in terms of pacing, but there's also less fucking around in the first act.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like in the older series, there'd be long monologue conversations, like when they're playing Risk, for example, or I threw a 2 and a 3. No one fucking cares, Rimmer.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's because the partnership had, broken up at this point in time, and instead of having two people collaboratively making conversational humor, now it's actually about like one person writing a story.
Yeah, so. I feel that a lot of the gags came from Rob Grant. And if you actually ever watch some footage of the two of them, you probably may come to the same conclusions as me. Rob Grant loves writing jokes. Right. Grant Naylor loves writing stories.
Right.
And jokes.
Right.
But but above all that, I'd say stories. He was the one who was really pushing for the Red Dwarf movie. The Red Dwarf movie, another thing that we need to note here is that there has been a 4-year gap since Series 6, excuse me. So the show was considered done. Everyone knew that Rob Grant and Doug Naylor had split. And most people had got used to seeing Chris Barry on another show by this point, the British Empire, the Leisure Centre one that I told you about, which you should watch that too, guys. It's very funny. It's very farcical as well. So a lot of people just never thought there would be a Series 7. Like a lot of people thought there would never be a Series 10.
Right.
Now we don't think there'll be a Series 14.
Right.
Oh, again, come on, Grant. Anyway, but this really does show that the show that had evolved, but still very much within one particular paradigm, or at least I'd say the paradigm shift was between 2 and 3. Then 3 through 6 is more or less a consistent paradigm of the 4 of them.
Right, the ensemble, yeah.
Gonna get major upheaval until Series 10, when we sort of almost reboot and go back to Series 6. But I love what they do with these, and it's very good.
Yeah.
So we begin with, if you're watching the extended version, which we are, this sequence here of Starbug flying alongside a planet.
Yeah, and you'll notice that everything's CGI now for the...
Everything is CGI now, yeah. They still have the odd robotic shot, I think.
Right.
I can't remember. But
they do have, well, I guess at the end, I don't want to give that away, but yeah, there is still one physical kind of, there's still a few props, but
that's true. Now, the interesting thing with this is this episode doesn't really get going for the first 2 to 3 minutes, or 3 to 5 minutes, really, because it's got to deal with the cliffhanger from Series 6.
Yeah.
And that is in both versions. I checked. They don't just skip that in the edited version. They mostly just skip a long running jokes. So we're going to go ahead and do our best. Anyway, the reason that I want to play this is because it is a very funny joke that didn't make it into the DVD version, or the broadcast version rather. And that is Starbug flying along this ring of this planet, this Saturnian style ring. And out the back of it, you suddenly see all this shit flying out, as if it's having diarrhea, as it's obviously just bailing its waste.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that was literally just the visual effects guys going, "Hey, we want to make sure that we get to flex ourselves in this series," because they've been playing around for 4 years by this point with CGI.
Right.
The other thing I want to point out, the stunt coordinator for the show, or at least for the next episode, is Nick Gillard, who went on to be the guy who did all of the stunts and all of the lightsaber fight choreography for the Star Wars prequel trilogy. So all those fights that you fucking love so very much, Darth Maul and the Duel of the Fates at the end of 3, and just all of them are really very good.
Right.
All done by the guy who did the stunts for this series of Red Dwarf.
Well, there you go.
He's a sound cat too. Anyway, so we go through this sort of weird like light tunnel thing, and we arrive at Lister sideways. First time ever we're doing a soft open, by the way, before the credits roll. Lister says hello, testing 1 2 3, hello, and adjusts the camera to get back into position. He goes yes in that Lister way that he does, and this is already not behaving. Hello. Would you like to skip the frames, or am I gonna have to? Fuck my life. It's already felted me, you bastard. My life is not worth living. There we go. All right,
come on, Rhoda, wake up.
Yeah, where's Rhoda to laugh at me when this shit happens? All right, we got it. So Lister is in front of the camera, and he's basically he's recording a message. He goes, yes, picks up the camera. He says, ship's log, M1. He says, I've decided to keep a journal of life on board ship and send it off in a probe. Since turning 28, I feel a new maturity about myself. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I tried to urinate on Rimmer from the top of D-deck. No, wait a minute. Friday.
Right.
It says, but apart from that one lapse, maturity-wise, I'm practically up there with Abe Lincoln and Moses. It says, now, just recently, we came across a craft piloted by ourselves from 15 years into the future. We had a bit of an argument, and they attacked us. And he wants some chips and a can of Coke. By the way, that's the Scouse get into it line.
Mhm.
So we cut to, obviously, the outro from the last episode, which you can see is shot in noticeably lower quality than before. We get the shot of them being threatened by their future selves and Starbug being hit, Cat and Lister dying, Crichton getting shot, Rimmer doing what he did, going, hey, how can we change this? You know, all of that. And then, speak, Crichton, how can we change what's happened? You know, and then he runs off with the bazookoid down to the time drive that they found and locks it just as the guys shoot the ship and blow Starbug to Kingdom Come. But just as I had said last time about it being a massive plot hole, they realized it's a massive plot hole, and we cut back to Lister, who is still talking. He goes, we were no match. They killed us. They killed us. And he says it in this manner that's so flippant, like, well, I'm alive again, so fuck them. You know,
Right.
They killed us and destroyed everything on board ship, including the time drive, which meant there was no time drive for them to have in the future to bring us back in, to bring back into the present, to destroy the future of their past selves in the present. Put simply, by killing us, they killed themselves, because once we were dead, it was impossible for us to become them in the future and return in time to kill ourselves in the past, even though it was the present. As he says this, the camera explodes from frustration of trying to keep up with him.
Which I thought was an interesting kind of detail, because it's just
it makes no sense.
Right, because it's just he's just talking about it, so you would think that that wouldn't have that kind of effect on technology. However,
and also, but it is very similar to the "oh no, I've gone cross-eyed" joke from Austin Powers 2.
Right.
You know, Basil, if we go back in time to where I'm originally frozen, presumably I can't go back to "oh no, I've gone cross-eyed." And then Basil says, I suggest you don't worry about this sort of thing and just try to have a good time.
Right,
You know?
right.
Same
Right.
kind of joke with Crichton here filling in for Basil exposition. Although, to be fair, this is 2 years before Austin Powers 2. This is 1997 now, which is the year Austin Powers 1 came out. So you sound like you were going to say something there, Bo.
Well, I was going to say, well, here, this is setting up, though, for a joke that's about to pay off in just, as soon as you read the line. But,
Absolutely. I mean, the whole thing is here so that they can do more or less the same job they did with the incredibly fast crawl at the beginning of Series 3, which is to basically tell you, if you cared about this, you're a dick.
Right, right.
So anyway, Crichton, Lister goes, oh, smeg. Crichton says, have you been trying to explain about our future selves again, sir? He goes, I just thought I'd give it one more go. He goes, oh, that's the third camera this week. The machines just can't take it, sir. He says, but I'm only trying to explain why Starbug's damaged despite the timeline being erased, because this reality is unstable and anomalies have merged from both directions to cope, dimensions to cope with the paradox. And he goes, oh, garbled, confusing, and quite frankly, duller than an in-flight magazine produced by Air Belgium. And there you go again with the jokes stay the same. They're British humor. We mock the Europeans,
Right.
Now just state our position and explain we're down on supplies. He goes, all right. So we cut to Lister now doing what he's supposed to do. He's here. He goes, this is Dave Lister of the JMC transport vehicle Starbug. He goes, we're down on supplies. We need help out. Also, you might notice that at this point in his career, Craig Charles had lost a lot of his very, very Scousey accent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, by the way, he's not 28 here. He's 33, but Lister is 28.
Right.
Which means they've only been in space for 3 years at this point. I don't know why they did that. They should have just had it that they've been looking for Red Dwarf for years. And that this is right after it happens, and then cut to, because he's older and he's become a much better actor in that time as well. Not that he was a bad actor before, but he's matured as a man,
right?
Unlike Lister, as we'll find out. But yeah, so he's got his voice is deeper now. He's a chain smoker, of course. He's sort of almost affected some mishmash between what we call estuary English, which is what my accent is supposed to be. And his, hello there, I'm Dave Lister, kind of, he doesn't do that kind of talking anymore, like smacking hell, fucking hell, like that, Now he's sort of somewhere in between, which helps actually for a lot of delivering his lines. So anyway, he says, "This is Dave Lister of the JMC Transport Vehicle Starbog. We're down on supplies and we need help out." And then the camera goes off, and then he comes back. He goes, "Oh, by the way, we're in space." Yes, past a sort of ready moon a couple of days ago. Coordinates attached. Taps into the keyboard. Goes, "It's about that shape." And he tries to explain like that. He goes, "You can't miss it." And then we get, of course, the credit sequence, the new credit sequence, including Crichton's head exploding, shots of Rimmer taking a flamethrower to the face. Then, obviously, this mysterious woman who seems to have joined the cast, and God knows who she could be. Now, obviously, I've alluded to it plenty. I really like this title sequence, especially the 7 overlay on top of the everything. I just think this is just glorious, really. I feel like they've remade it or something, but no.
I think this is a DVD menu specifically.
This is, I don't know, maybe that they did keep going back and re-upping these, and this thing hates me today. I don't know why. It's completely felted me once again. We're only 4 minutes into the first episode, almost an hour into the stream, and the fucking thing will not play. For the love of God! All right, hang on. Let me get this sorted out.
No worries, but yeah, the way that it's changing though, from the previous to this one, I don't know if anybody could really tell because of the silk screen, but Crichton's face, his new makeup
it's the best it ever is.
Right.
For me, this is the best that Crichton ever looks.
Yeah.
This and Series 8.
But you could see that they've made it so that it applies much faster. And they've gotten it to
you've done your research, haven't you?
Well, I mean, you could just tell because like the way it's actually put together, because like before it, like they
now it's a pull-on mask. You're right,
right, and now it doesn't even necessarily have makeup all the way up to his eyelids, and like you can even kind of see his. So yeah, this is
you could tell with the original Crichton there were especially with the first Crichton, the David. Shit,
the first one looks like paper mache.
Yeah, the David Ross, is it Ross Crichton? I think, yeah. With him, it's falling apart. There's all these like rough edges
seams and everything.
Clearly is made with like paper mache with like foundation slapped onto it and stuff. And they've done their best, but there's not a great deal that can be done about it. Did I see Rhoda in the chat? No, I thought I did.
No, that's
I thought I did put it. No, yeah, no. Anyway, whatever. Maybe someone just mentioned it. Anyway, but yeah, this is a fucking advanced Crichton now. Like this looks really good. Also, Robert Llewellyn has gained a bit of weight because he's older, and what I really love about this version of Crichton that I kind of miss. They've tried to do it in the more recent series, but to me, this is peak Crichton, Series 7, Series 8 Crichton. What's that? No, Karen says, Will's about to have a tech meltdown. Quick, throw him a super chat to distract him.
Right.
I mean, I would.
Please, by all means.
I don't know. No, wait. Whatever you do, don't send me a super chat to calm me down. Let me down instead. Let me crash out. No, just do as he says. Okay. But what I really love is the highlighting on the line.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, all the scene lines that are there, they're actually just
where they've dry brushed a lighter tone. And I remember noticing that's like the first time I ever heard the term dry brushing, because at the time when I was watching this, I was also really into Warhammer.
Yeah.
And I was learning all these painting terms. So it
looks pinstriped.
It looks almost holographic.
Yeah.
Like like a render on a PlayStation or something like that,
Yeah, no, it definitely adds a lot of dimension to the face, gives it a little bit more character in ways that it didn't have before, and
it does, and it means that from any angle you can see the fuckery of his face, you know why it's a fucking mess. By the way, just genius the way they created that face, the way it follows human proportions but looks like it was rendered in 1995.
Right.
You know. Anyway, there we go. So we are here, and having now finished his voiceover, Lister is in his bunk with Crichton on Starbucks still. They still haven't found Red Dwarf, by the way.
Right.
And see, at this point, I would have thought it would be funnier if they'd said like 4 years later.
Right. The other nice thing too about what they've done with Crichton is because, as you said, because he has put on a little bit of weight, they've actually minimized the armature or like the armor of it. So he's still roughly the same size dimensions because they've streamlined the thickness of all the
you wait until series I think it's series 11 or 12 when Robert Llewellyn gets fat,
right?
And you have fat Crichton for a series. It's really funny because it's so obvious. And then they started fucking around with his costume every year. So you see how he's got like little lights on the sides of his shoulders here. He's got a green one and another red one and a red one there. Maybe the chat can't see too clearly, but that's what you've got. And then in another series, like later, he has like rings hanging off his shoulders, and then they're gone in the series after that. And it gets really quite frustrating, but fuck it. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Anyway, so Crichton, so Lister says, wiped out. Crichton, man, they can't be. He says, I'm afraid so, sir. The laser cannon breached the main water tank and flooded supply deck B. They didn't stand a chance. He says, yeah, but surely. He says, there was nothing we could do to save them, sir. So he says, so now we've got no poppadoms at all. And yes, they've run out of poppadoms. Crichton confirms, no poppadoms, no curries. All the Indian food supplies have been totaled.
It's tragic.
And Lister sags down, clutching his guitar, which was destroyed last series. So I don't know where he got a new guitar from, but maybe it was undone when the timelines corrected themselves.
That's the only thing I could think is that the paradoxical nature of things allowed for it.
But maybe it must be because they did it in
the episode prior. Right, I was going to say they did it prior to that, but oh well.
Exactly. But there you go. So no poppadoms, no curries. All the Indian food supplies have been totaled. And Lister sags down, clutching his guitar for security. He says, I'll have to survive without them then. I'll have salads. Crichton says, sir, you're in shock. You don't know what you're saying. He says, after all, it's only curry. He says, only curry? The enormity of it hasn't sunk in. You must mourn, sir. Don't you see? You must mourn. He goes, curries. He goes, oh, sir, get it out. Cry like a baby. He goes, what am I going to do? Curry night was the one little thing I had. Made me feel like a normal, ordinary guy. Not some sad freak stuck in deep space. No woman, no hope, no curry. Worse still, a choice of only 2 alcoholic beverages. Cinzano Bianco or Advocat. It's a human tragedy. If you don't know what they are, I mean, one is a spirit. One's a spirit, the other's a liqueur.
Right.
And Advocat is made from like eggs. It's really thick and goopy and not that pleasant to drink. And really the only purpose for it is making eggnog.
I was going to assume that it was something like that. Maybe you can mix it into coffees.
You can mix it with like lemonade and stuff like that and make what we call snowballs.
Okay.
Which is a bit like fizzy eggnog, which is a British thing that sometimes some people do. It's not that ubiquitous, but fucking hell, it goes down smooth. It's basically, it's like lemonade. You throw some vodka in there and you base it on Advocat. So yeah, it's this sort of creamy and yet fizzy, eggy and yet lemony, nice, quite refreshing, and somehow still warming if you put whiskey in it. Christmas drink, you know. But there you go. So Lister says, no lager. It's fucking awful for him. He goes, sir, there's nothing unmanly in howling like a hungry prairie dog. He goes, no lager.
That look on his face is priceless right there.
That's classic, right? I told you, he's become a much better actor. Like they've had to like get close up on him now. So like you're really getting like another level from Craig Charles, which I think they told him like, you're going to be the man on this series. You know, because there's not going to be Rimmer. So you are gonna have to carry this shit, you know.
Yep.
So there you go. He says all the supplies on B deck were destroyed, sir. And this is the thing. Starbug somehow between Series 6 and Series 7 becomes wildly bigger.
Yeah.
You know, like originally it looked like it was just a ship with like an aft and a cockpit. And like that's why when in Marooned, when they landed on that planet, they were hanging out in the aft.
Yep.
You know, they were hanging out in like the just sort of general communal area. But that now in Series 7, you've got quite nice bunks, you know.
Yeah.
And later we'll see in this episode, like
see when they get down to
fucking engine room, you know, like better than Red Dwarf, bigger than Red Dwarf.
Well, they do at least explain in here that since the paradox happened, that for whatever reason, the dimensions of the interior,
everything's different. Yeah. That's why I kind of wanted them to do a time skip when I was thinking about it earlier. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He says, I used to look, Lister says, God, a few beers and a curry. It was the highlight of my week. And that would imply that they did it once a week.
Once a week, and then
He says, I used to look forward to curry night too, sir. Seeing your little face all happy and smiling. Come rain or shine, we'd always make time for curry night. Every Friday. Lister says, Saturday. Crichton says, Sunday. Lister says, Tuesday. Crichton says, Wednesday. Lister says, Thursday. Always the same meal. 3 poppadoms with mango chutney. Those little onions. A dill pickle. The Day-Glow green mint sauce that just doesn't wash out. That red stuff that no one knows what it is. Then a shami kebab starter, followed by a chicken vindaloo. Kamikaze hot with a fire extinguisher on standby. And 2 scoops of coffee ice cream and 2 indigestion tablets.
Right.
Yeah.
What I love about that is it's every day of the week except for Monday.
I don't know why it's not Monday. Yeah. It must have been a Rimmer thing. Anyway, this is life without Corey. It's like Laurel without Hardy. The Lone Ranger without that Indian bloke. Says, perhaps you could learn to love pasta. And he says, pasta? You sick? Which I found hilarious because me and the missus have been on a little bit of a diet lately, sort of gearing up to a proper diet. All we've eaten all week is pasta.
Yep.
Except today. Today I made toad in the hole. I made British toad in the hole with some bratwurst. Actually, you can't get British sausages here, so I used German sausages. But the Yorkshire pudding was legit.
Right.
So there we go. And it's my wife loves Yorkshire pudding, so yeah, I just thought I'd treat her a bit. Anyway, so we cut to Starbug is flying between the planet and the orbiting moon. It's not really relevant. We get first of what are new shots of the cockpit, which I like. These are only in Series 7, and I really like them. And when they show them, and this is Grant. Sorry, not Grant. This is Doug Naylor being Doug Naylor, thinking a lot all the time. There's no sound when you see the ship from the outside.
Yeah, because in the vacuum of space. Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that. Even though we've had previously massive, loud, incendiary explosions in space. I just think it's thoughtful. Anyway, chat, how we doing? You alive? Noel's alive. I see Noel.
Yeah, we got Noel. We got Sarlacc here.
Yeah. Let's keep it going, chat. Tell me what you think. I want to read your thoughts. I'm going to read your thoughts. Anyway, so we see Rimmer and the cat are in the cockpit. Cat's driving. Rimmer's in the nav position, as always. Lister walks in, says, you know the news? All the curry supplies have been destroyed. Cat and Rimmer in weird unilateral like similarity, I can't think of the synchronicity. They both say, we heard. Rimmer says, as a mark of respect, we thought on Sunday at 12 o'clock we could have a minute's flatulence. And Lister says, it's nothing to you guys, is it? It's changing my life. And clearly this is not the script from the shit
extended.
This is yeah. So there's this long joke here about how Lister went out and drank a yard of Vindaloo sauce.
Yeah,
and went out on the pool and ended up waking up a few hours later having his stomach pumped or something. I can't remember what it is. But it's not in the script, so
that's basically how his love affair with
it's not it. That's it, right? He's only got 2 working taste buds, or 1 working taste bud if you go to an earlier episode. But eventually, Crichton comes back in to further the plot, which is the next part of the script that we have. It says, "Sirs, the altercation with our future selves caused dimensional anomalies which have expanded the cargo deck by 212%. There you go. There's your explanation of why the ship is now infinitely bigger than it was before. He says, "We should ascertain that the new structure is stable." And then there's this line here where Rimmer walks out, but we've cut from that. So we cut straight to the next scene.
It's interesting in just the sense that, so now
you don't know that Rimmer's gone when you see that shot of Crichton in the broadcast episode, because he's not got up and walked out. You know?
Right. But the interesting thing here is, all right, so the inside of the ship is now bigger than it used to be. And they are about to endeavor on, and we're about to endeavor on time travel. So this is very much time and Red Dwarf in space.
Yeah, this really is, mate. This is space and time being fucked with, which also I never really realized it when I was watching it, but now reading it, I'm thinking, well, it really can't have been very long at all since they blinked back into existence, presumably.
Right.
It can't have been long. It must have literally. It must be like later that same day.
Right.
You know, or a matter of hours later for them to have not known about this yet, or about the curry until right now. You know.
Yeah.
Ron is right. Is here. Says hello there, Smeg heads. Hello there to you. We appreciate that.
He's a smeg. He's a smeg. He's a smeg.
And honestly, that's probably part of the reason why they didn't do the time delay for
because then they would have had to actually omit that line from the script. Yeah,
right.
I feel like I would have rather had it though that they've got used to living in this new one, but that, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
But yeah, no, I suppose the whole script would have had to change. Yeah. So forget what I said, idiot. Anyway, whatever. I'm shooting from the hip here. The other thing I was going to say was I can't remember what it was now. Doesn't matter. I'm sure it was some grifty thing. Guys, fill up the bars, please. We'd like to play Jackbox with you guys or show you some tits. So please support the stream. Please support the channel.
I would ever so much like to look at boobas.
Yeah, there you go, Ron. I would like to look at boobas too, even though I made them.
Indeed.
It doesn't matter. They're not my daughters, you know.
That's right.
I have daughters. I'm one day I'm gonna never say something like that ever again.
Right. Right.
Anyway, so they're all present. They stand at the entrance to a now enormous cargo deck B, gently sloping, ridged walls level out. There was no reason to do this except that Rob Grant wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no benefit to them having a huge, gigantic space like this to
right. Well, what's great about it is it's like it's 10 times as tall as they are.
Yeah.
Right. This thing's
that thing is
20,
like
30 feet tall.
That's 50 feet max minimum.
Yeah, it's like the size of a storage warehouse where you actually have to like put stuff up on the rafter bins and everything like that. And it gets so immense that right behind the comments, they're walking through a fog field.
Yeah, it is bizarre.
Yeah.
The stylistic choice of this. I'm not going to lie to you. Anyway, the cat says, so let me get this straight. Time has returned to the point before we discovered the time drive, right? Thank you, Mr. Exposition. So what's to stop us going back on board the Gemini 12 and picking it up all over again? Rimmer says, we have to avoid all forms of time travel. It's the only way of breaking our destiny line and ensuring we don't end up like our future selves. Lister says, yeah, but surely we can use the time drive if we're careful. You know, if we don't abuse it the way our future selves did. You know, if we're sensible and mature. Rimmer says, and do what? It says, go back in time and to an Indian takeaway and order 500 curries. Crichton chimes in now, and this is very key to the rest of the episode. Oh, he's got rings on his arms in this one. Cool.
Yep.
He says, sir, the scheme is irresponsible, moronic, and preposterous. Cat says, all your hallmarks, bud. Lister says, look, one really big takeaway order once every 2 years, and our problems are over. Cat says, your problems are over. Our problems are just beginning. And I like how the cat, through series 6 and 7, I know every time we watch Red Dwarf, I want a curry. No, I know. I feel your pain. It's too late for me to get a curry now. Well, actually, no, it's probably not. But I'm not going to. The cat has turned into a more responsible person. He has no tolerance for any of them, really.
Right.
At all. And he thinks he's better than all of them still, but he's become much more...
Cats tend to do as well.
He's become domesticated. There you go. That's it, yeah. And as someone whose current cat is a feral that I adopted as a kitten, literally... she's gone from barely ever wanting to spend any time with us at all,
right,
to and like trying to attack my feet, to now mewling outside my door while I'm streaming that she can't get into my bedroom to go sleep between my wife's legs. So
right,
yeah. And I feel her pain, so so I let go. Anyway, Furious Dan for $2. Hello, thank you. Says, Will, go check your private Discord DM. Okay. Let me have a look.
Probably doing more AI stuff.
Yeah, probably.
I hope you
really
found that link I sent you, Dan, about removing watermarks from your video clips.
If you can't do it with the spot heal brush on Photoshop, there are whole fucking services online for free that do it.
Yeah.
Discord DMs. Fuck. Sorry, hold on. What the fuck? That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Is this his Rhoda?
Huh? No, no, this is
oh, the Viper?
No, it's me and Shooty. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Fuck, I should have shared the screen. Hold on, I'll share the tab. Will of the Fans versus Shooty Gatwa.
Oh, here we go.
It's a background PNG, so the background's transparent. It's white here, but it's black.
Yeah, because that's what. Yeah,
it looks pretty fucking sick. You've taken a screenshot of me here and turned it into Ghibli art, right? And Gatwa, this is brilliant. Okay, let's see it. I want to fucking see it. Let's fucking go.
That's right. Glad Dan's finding his, his way,
his niche.
Absolutely,
yeah,
indeed.
Yeah, no, Dan's doing great shit with AI. I love it because every time I see something of his, I'm like, oh, how'd you do that, you bastard? I do something like that as well. Fuck it, but not in like a horrible, vindictive, and envious way, but like right now, man, like this is fantastic. I love it. I didn't know how you did that. I want to try that too.
Between you, Dan, and
Kyle,
Fear the Hagness, Kyle. I feel at this point in time, it's like, man, I'm really surrounded like some of the best.
Yeah, I think if the three of us ever got together and made a project together, it'd probably be something really special.
I might have made mention about how I want that to happen, and I know that we are working on this RPG, so
I want cutscenes for that RPG, so this time will come eventually, but I need to get a lot more done.
Oh yeah.
It's taking a month of Sundays, or a year of Sundays, I suppose, but we'll get there eventually in the end.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, Dan. That was really cool. Myself as an anime character, and it's actually the first time.
I forgot Toasty. Well, Toasty obviously is also doing some very great things with AI as well.
Are they safe for work?
Seemingly, her AI John looks exactly like me, so I will.
That's really cool. All right, we're going to get back to the episode, guys. But thank you, appreciate you for the $2 as well. Support the stream, guys. Please fill the bar. We'd like to show you some tits. And we'll get on. But that's cool. I reckon there's a lot we can do. And my wife has embarked on a new project that I will be heavily instrumental in the creative side of. And if there's ever anything that I can't do, I'm not afraid to reach out to people I know. So
yeah.
All right. Back to the script then. So Crichton says, what about causality? Sorry, that's the cat. What about causality? Interfering in the past, no matter how minutely, always alters the present. Cause and effect. Mr. says, look, I'm a curryaholic. I've only got 2 taste buds that work. I need curry. Rimmer says, we can't afford to take any more chances. I say the time drive stays where it is. Oh shit! Return of the King, ladies and gentlemen. It's T. Steve. Long time no see, buddy. Love to see you. Have some Dogon Hunkeros.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban Hunkeros. Massive da Hunka Bankaloos. Big old Tanhangera Cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga Hoogs. Humongous Hungalamga no Logangas.
There's one thing you better know, and that is, I love all of y'all. Listen, can I explain something to you about being a daddy?
Don't try to frighten us with your devotion.
Daddy is the breadwinner. You dig what I'm saying? And if you don't win that bread, just don't come around.
What happens next?
Don't come around. What happens next? That's right, baby. You know it. Thank you very much. T-Jap Steve, 20 for the Griff Force, 20 for the princesses.
Let's go, Griff Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Yeah, I think this is the first time Yamato's seeing the 20 clip. Yes, really? Yamato, the legend of John and the Asian women grows. It's not the only man's growing.
That's your first time, huh? First, kept you waiting. Huh? But there you go. Yeah, good to see you, T-Jab Steve. Thank you very much for that, buddy.
Yeah, thanks so much.
It's been a bit slim around here lately.
Yeah, we're a little over halfway on the bar now. So
that's right. Good. Yeah, bang. Boom. That's what we need. Love to see it. Welcome back, Steve. Very welcome back.
Indeed.
Anyway, so Lister's a curryaholic. He's only got 2 taste buds that works. He needs curry. Rimmer says we can't afford to take any chances. I said time drive stays where it is. Cat says, I'd rather wear a sideways pressed flares and a clip-on polyester tie than agree with goalpost head. But this time he's right. Lister says, oh, okay. But we know that something is afoot, clearly. Right. And they all make their way down through the fucking set that didn't need to exist, frankly. Although I think this is going to be heavily in episode 3 when they encounter an alternate dimension. And this makes a bridge between them.
I was kind of thinking that these are establishing shots for stuff that's going to be going
later
on.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, they don't use that much, as far as I remember. I'm willing to be proven wrong later. Thank you again, Steve. Really appreciate you, man. I really do. Anyway, so they're down now, a ladder positioned in front of a huge backlit convection fan whose blades whirl lazily. The dwarfers begin to walk along another cylindrical corridor. Crichton says, since that completes the B-deck inspection, sirs, permission to offline for the next 12 hours while I discard some old cache files. The cat says, how come you need more memory? Over the years, you've had more RAM than a field of sheep. Now that tells you what year this is, by the way. In 1993, there's no way any of them would have known what RAM was. Right. That is definitely something Doug Naylor learned in the interim. Crichton says, my head is littered with unnecessary information, sir. The ability to sing the Bay City Rollers' greatest hits is no longer a priority. For most cultural purposes, crooning Bye Bye Baby is more than sufficient. He says, this cleanup thing, Lister says, how does it work exactly? says, I simply attach my RAM to the ship's computer and download the unwanted files into its trash file. Lister says, your RAM's in your head, isn't it? So you won't actually be using your body then? Oh, suspicious. He says, why do you ask? He says, just interested. Robotics is fascinating, isn't it? As they all leave. So in the middle of the night, an alarm suddenly warbles. Lister wakes up and silences it, accompanied by tense Indiana Jones style music. He quickly climbs out of, it's more like heist music, I think, but okay.
Yeah.
That's what it says in the script. He quickly climbs out of bed and leaves. Crichton's sitting comatose at a computer console. His head is connected to the console by a flexible spiral 12 cord. Anyway, Lister creeps in, holding a carrier bag full of something. Puts the bag down, looks at Crichton, and violently unscrews his head as the music goes like dun 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 dun, dun, like really like aggressively, violently, like really, it's really like Red Dwarf's never had like a soundtrack before necessarily. It has had little bits of incidental music here and there between scenes. Da, 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 da,
Yeah, I think this is one of the shifts they made because without having that audience there for that live
they could
interaction.
Music They definitely added some tracks. There's one in particular that's a little bit sort of techno-y later in the series that I really like. But that's not till like episode 4 or 5. But anyway, the point is that they added so much more than just incidental music. You had background sound, like background themes to things. Really cool. And they'd only done that. They played around with it in the first series and a little bit in the third series and the fourth series, but then they kind of abandoned it, and then they completely abandoned like even the dun da da dun da da dun da 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 theme tune. So you'd end up with almost no incidental music in later series. But it's nice to have it back, So you get this really dramatic sort of dun 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 as he snaps off, unscrews, and then takes off Crichton's head.
Yeah.
And he does it like really violently as well. It's like it's played like it's a murder scene,
Yeah. So, although I will admit, because having seen the previous episodes, like, oh, clearly, I knew that. He's grabbing another head out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, you knew it was going to be because you knew Crichton has spare heads, and you knew when he says, if you know the show, when he says you're not going to be using your head, he's going to have another head, right? I thought when I first saw this, I thought he might have used Sparehead 3 because Sparehead 3 had computer rot, but then that would be obvious. So he's using Sparehead 2,
right?
Which hasn't apparently been the main head, like ever,
right?
So apparently they've been sitting on the shelf since series 4 or 3. And incidentally, where did they get spare heads from? Considering that the canon is that they met Crichton, and then Crichton left, and then they encountered him again when he crashed, and then Lister tried to rebuild him,
right,
and failed, which is why he looks the way he looks, instead of looking like David Ross,
the way that he had, right,
which is definitely going to come up again in this series, because in one of the episodes of this series you meet Crichton's brother, who is also Robert Llewellyn, so it doesn't work. So that definitely doesn't work. But there you go. Anyway, it also retcons Camille as well. Oh no, actually no, it doesn't retcon Camille because she was a pleasure girl, not a 4000 series. But then it does kind of ask, it begs the question that if they all have the same face, then why was Crichton convinced that she was a 4000 series?
Right.
Unless it's because she said she was the GTI. I'm thinking too much about this.
Yeah. Yep.
He bolts on the new head. By the way, you see the dead eyes of the Crichton.
The maquette is awesome.
It's really good. It really looks like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Crichton says, "My heavens, I'm head." Lister says, "Shh, it's only temporary." He says, "I don't understand." He says, "Look, I want to go back in time on a curry hunt. Crichton said, "No way. What do you say?" He said, "I can't go behind Crichton's back." He goes, "I can't go behind Crichton's head. What would he say if he found out? It's deceitful, wrong, and dishonest." I'm in. Says, "Those are emotions I've longed to experience. But first, you'll have to override my guilt chip and disable my behavior protocols." He says, "Okay, show me how." He says, "Press the skull release catch behind my right ear." So he presses it, and Crichton's skull comes up. And I've got to play this because
I love this.
It's like a car bonnet,
Car hood,
or a car hood if you're American. Yeah, with the little stand and everything. It's brilliant. And the crowd, if you heard the laugh track, there's a big laugh for this. So there we go. So he pops out like the bonnet of a car, lifts up this big brain center of Crichton's head. Interesting to see inside Crichton's head, by the way. Says, and then he pulls out, apparently without needing any help to guess which one it is, pulls out the guilt chip. And then puts it all back together, places the guilt chip in a kidney bowl. And Crichton says, "My guilt chip. No behavior protocols. Just call me badass."
Yeah.
And then he does that awkward Robert Llewellyn laugh where he goes, "Just call me badass." Like that, you know?
Yep.
It's really over the top. And the thing has shut itself again, so I'm going to have to get it back now. But yeah, there we go. Oh, good. I landed right on it. Look at that. Couldn't have done that. Well, no, I guess I did do that because I did try. All right. So there we go. He says, "No behavior protocols. Just call me badass." And Lister's like, "Oh, fuck. What have I
done?"
Yeah. And we'll get to that. This whole episode is more or less Lister lamenting what he's done. But the next scene is fucking priceless.
Right.
The next scene, you do not want to miss the next scene. Do not go anywhere, chat. This is great shit. All right. So next morning, apparently, Lister comes down the stairs. He says, "Hey, that smells good. What's for brekkie?" And Crichton says, "Waffles, sir, dripping in honey and jam with 3 fried eggs on the side, coated in cheese." And Kat says, "That sounds about as healthy as jumping off a cliff." Crichton says, "Healthy? Who cares? Pork away." And then sort of grinds and sweeps up his groinal unit that he's now got hanging off him at all times because he just doesn't have any modesty anymore.
Yeah. Which is the first time we've seen the attachment in quite some time.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it since series 3.
Yeah.
I don't think we've actually.
I think the last time
we've heard it mentioned.
We really saw it was with the struggle with the
polymorph.
First polymorph.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, fucking hell, I never thought of that. Good point. Yeah. So yeah, healthy. Who cares? Pork away, he goes, which is just brilliant. The delivery is so fucking funny because it's Crichton has always been a neurotic mess. You know, I must do this. I have to do Mr. Lister's blah, 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 blah. You know, now he genuinely doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. He's incapable of
quite literally swinging big dick energy.
Swinging his big dick energy around the fucking room and then sticks it into. I'm going to try and play it if I can. Come on, play, you bastard. What's the matter with this fucking thing?
This is already unsettling enough for everybody sitting at the table. And then when he grabs it out of the air, when it gets enough momentum, you know.
1 second.
Yep, no worries. But yeah, the next thing that happens is really quite something.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Hold on. There we go. Right. Where were we at now? There we are. Okay. Just gotta let it play to the end and bring it back up. All right, there we go. He grabs the having swung it round and gained enough momentum to catch it, he then uses the whisk on the end. Fuck, what is wrong today? This is driving me crazy. Give me a minute.
What's going down with you? I had troubles with VLC yesterday myself as well. So.
I know, right? It's been really weird for the last day or so.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. I ended up just rebooting my system, and hopefully, and thankfully, that
Well, I
ended up
can't
kind
do
of
that,
dealing with it.
unfortunately.
But yeah, I was gonna say I
He
can't really do
uses
that.
it to stir the cat's tea.
Right, just the tip.
And then he shoves it in Lister's and also stirs his tea, which, by the way, is not good cup of tea at all. That is what we call gnat piss in England. Way too much milk. Way too much milk. That thing should be as dark as Lister's skin.
Right.
But hey, whatever. So Lister then tries to compensate for all this insane behavior, going, Crichton, now that you've had time to think, what about that curry hunt to the 22nd century? And Crichton says, oh, I meant to mention that. Yes, I overreacted yesterday. It's fucked itself again. It's fucked itself again. I just can't play it. I can't.
Yeah, and as you can see, yeah, he's saying this, and what's interesting
as he's
is
doing so,
he's got a pack of cigarettes, just
he's
kind of
pulling
like
out a pack of cigarettes. That's right. He's got himself a pack of cigarettes. That's right. That's right. Hang on, let me get back to the scene. The inorganic way.
Indeed.
There we go. All right, I've got it back. I'm sorry, chat. This is such a fuck up stream. Anyway, he says, oh, yes, sirs. I forgot to mention that I overreacted yesterday. On reflection, I think it'd be quite safe. Takes out a small packet from his attachment belt. Cat says, safe? What about Rimmer says, what about causality? He says, causality? Well, okay, you know, one event causes another. Okay, but sometimes you just got to say the laws of time and space. Who gives a smeg?
As he's lighting up.
As he's lighting a cigarette, which I'm pretty sure is when Robert Llewellyn had quit smoking, by the way. They all smoked, but Robert Llewellyn had quit, so you can tell he's not really smoking it. He's like with this little clouds rather than a constant stream. You can always tell when someone who smokes on TV doesn't really smoke anymore. He's smoking it like a cigar, you know, rather than a cigarette. Right. But there you go. Anyway, Lister says, okay, I think what Crichton's trying to say is Cat says, you're smoking. He goes, oh, is my generator overheating again? Rimmer says, a cigarette. He says, do you want one?
Want one?
Of course I don't want one. He says, do you want me to go outside?
Which is great because this is the 90s and this is when a lot of the push started for if you're going to smoke outside.
Yeah. No, you could still smoke inside almost anywhere in the 90s. Yeah. Especially pubs.
Yep.
Although in the Philippines, by the way, just so you know, if you do smoke, you are officially not allowed to, but there's not a bar owner in the land who hasn't bribed the police to leave them the fuck alone and let the customers smoke inside.
Right.
So there you go. So Lister says, okay, so Lister says, I think what Crichton's trying to say is it's okay to go back in time to order a small lake's worth of Vindaloo to go. Isn't that right? And Crichton says, you bet your ass. I can't find the shot. I can't play it. He goes, you bet your ass. Like literally. So Lister, as the crowd, the audience, big laugh for that one. But Lister, over the top of it, says, "Okay, let's navigate those unreality bubbles and do it." Now that is interesting because that is canon being maintained right there. The unreality bubbles, remember?
Yep.
So he says, "Crichton, can I have a word?" And he pulls him out by the groinal attachment. He says, what is wrong with you? You don't smoke. You don't say bet your ass. And you never use your groinal attachment to stir somebody's tea. He says,
I just love the way the groinal attachment's up at like a fucking
there
like
in his
60-degree angle. It's just
I know. Yeah. He goes, I didn't get any error commands. He says, because you've got no behavior protocols, you spammy. Now get a grip or we'll be rumbled. So there he goes. Crichton says, so uptight, then grabs the bottle of Cinzano Bianco and just starts glugging. Fucking love this. We haven't even got to the meat of the episode. We're an hour and a half in. This is going to be a long stream. I'm sorry. But there we go. Anyway, so Starbug arrives back at the whatever it was called, the Gemini 12.
Yep.
Lister says, hey, Mr. Time Drive. Oh, there's a scene here, yeah. There it is. He says, okay, Crichton, we want the Taj Mahal Tandoori restaurant behind the JMC building in London. Back table. Quiet. Crichton says, I'll need a moment to acquaint myself with the controls. Rimmer says, but you've used it before. He says, have I? He goes,
Right.
oh yeah, Lister kicks him. Or he goes, oh yes, of course I have. Sorry, how stupid of me. Just programming it now, matey boy. And we cut to Dallas, 1963.
Right.
Is it 63? Yeah.
And it is an important point to mention that the last time we saw them using the time device, it looked like a handheld. It looked like my Steam Deck. Whereas now it looks like
some kind of gun thing. Like it looks like a portal gun. It looks like the Steam logo manifested in 3D.
Right, to some degree, that or like almost. It looks like a black knobbler.
It looks like a 10-pound black rib knobbler. It does, yeah. But anyway, we cut to Dallas in 1960. I think it's 3. It's 3, right?
63, yeah.
Yeah. And a familiar motorcade is passing by. Uh-oh, back and to the left, says Noel. Well, we'll get there. And of course, for this, you have to disregard the fact that we now know categorically that the CIA killed President Kennedy.
Yeah.
Because in this, it was still very much a mystery. It was 1997, you know. Crowds packed the street in the surrounding buildings, cheering and waving, ticker tape filling the air, large entourage rolling down the street, police and security vehicles surrounding a black open-top limo which has small flags fluttering from its fenders. A well-dressed man sits in the back seat with his attractive wife to his left, both waving at the crowds. Scene cuts to a man alone in a storeroom. He has a gun, a high-power rifle. It's Lee Harvey Oswald. You get it. There's all these people waving, and we get the shot. We get the. I can't show the footage, but it's the Kennedy assassination. They have, and then the Red Dwarf crew warp in, and this is going to be tough for me to not play and break my computer doing, apparently, but I'll try and do it as choppy as I can. They beam in, apparently, with this dodgy lightning effect, and Lister, is it Lister or the cat? I think it's the cat. The cat bumps into him,
random,
yeah, and sends him. No, it's fucked itself again. Sends him out the window, basically.
Yeah.
And well, it's not good. The next 5 minutes are very slapsticky, but apparently I won't be able to show you it in any way that will be worth seeing. So there we go. Anyway, oh no, it's Lister. It's Lister who bumps into him, even though. Oh yeah,
okay.
That's right. That is right. It was Lister that was standing.
Yeah, that's right. It's just for the rest of the scene, he takes off his gloves.
That's right.
Immediately.
Yeah.
That's why.
So Lister bumped into Lee Harvey Oswald and sent him out the window. And there we go. So Lister and the cat remove their space helmets, even though they weren't wearing them in the last episode when they went to get the time drive.
Right.
Interesting that they're wearing space suits this time, but not last time. Okay. Maybe they were just going for that sort of 1960s.
I think it might have been just in case they time travel. Would it put him out if it put him into space?
Right, it might put him in space, yeah, because Crichton wouldn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? But only Lister would know that. Anyway, Rimmer says, "Nice landing, Crichton. That was about as smooth as an Egyptian whiskey." Says, "Apologies, sir. I'm not sure what I did then." Lister says, "This isn't right. Where are we?" Crichton says, "Well, according to the time drive, the date is November the 22nd, 1963, and we're in the city of Dallas." Cat says, "How come? Give me that thing." Says, "I've always been a bit of a technical whiz when it comes to these kinds of gizmos."
That is,
meanwhile, which is complete bollocks, by the way.
The screenshot right there. The screenshot thing. There's a lot of phallic imagery in this episode.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. This is sounding really gay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Nice. He's got a big black. He's got a BBC right there, which is funny because this was on BBC too. But anyway, so the cat says, "Give me that thing. I've always been a bit of a technical whiz when it comes to these kind of gizmos." But actually, of course, he's not at all. In the meantime, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to get it. I'll try to get it. But at the time when he says this, you can see that Lee Harvey Oswald is trying to climb back into the window, and the cat smashes the thing against the window, shutting it, and you hear, "Ah!" But he's not finished yet. Lister says, "Dallas? wasn't that the place where the American king got assassinated? Remember, they're from Lister is from the 23rd century, so is Rimmer. Cat is from now, the 3 million years, and Crichton's from the 25th century. So the only one of them that's going to have any kind of real accurate historical idea about it is Crichton and maybe Rimmer.
Right.
So he says, isn't that where that American king got assassinated? And Rimmer says, JFK, really fast. And Lister says, no, it was, what's going on?
It's John something.
What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? He goes, no, it was John something, not Jeff K.
Jeff K.
Yeah, Jeff K, yeah. So, what is going on? There is something seriously wrong with this.
Yeah. Can you do you have this in your Plex server? Because if nothing else, you might be able to pull it through.
I do. Yeah, I could do it that way. I just can't have a watermark on it then.
Right. Right.
So playing anything is going to be completely out of the question.
Right.
Let me get it on my Plex. I'm pretty sure I watched the entire episode on there earlier on. Oh no, I didn't. I watched it on archive. I hope there's nothing wrong with the fucking file. Hold on. No, there's not. There's nothing wrong with the file.
Yeah. I
just checked it. Fuck. This is gonna piss me off. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of jiggery pokery here to make it work. Fucking open the damn server, you son of a bitch. There we go. All right. All the sound. Okay, so now we are going to be on the extended version again. Where are we? 16 minutes. God, we're so behind, John. We're going to be here with or without Jackbox. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
all right,
it's all
folks.
Good. We're just giving Rhoda more time to show up.
Now, I'm not sure how the fucking controls work anymore on this. Does it cut? No.
It usually advances by 5 to 10 seconds if you use
No, it advances by fucking 30 seconds at a time.
Oh, shit.
Hold on. There must be a hotkey for it.
I think you can set it in your preferences, but that's like, again, like this is all crazy shit to do while we're in the midst of a stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go ahead and try VLC again, I guess.
Yeah. Bear with us, everyone. Thank you.
Sorry.
When we said tech issues, we were evidently not wrong.
We were asking for new tech issues, apparently.
Right.
For fuck's sake. What a fucking shit show today is.
And the original tech issue was we were searching for Rhoda, which
that's
the
true.
quest continues.
That's true.
He is our Red Dwarf right now.
Like Ace Rimmer looking for a Rimmer that's more pathetic than this one. The impossible search continues. All right, chat. Are we alive? Are we good? I don't know what version it is. I haven't looked. Anyway, so they have the joke about Jeff K sounding like JFK.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we see in the meantime
on the outside ledge
that there are sirens outside, but the gunman is there, and they talk about how JFK, and Lister says, "I wonder why anyone would name their child after an airport." He says the airport was named after the president. Lister says, "All right." We see Lee Harvey Oswald is still trying to work his way back in. He's inching along the window. Anyway, Kat says, and I'm not sure where we're at now. No, we haven't got there yet. So that's it. That's the airport bit, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know anymore.
Yeah, because right about now he's pulled the cable free.
Yeah, that's it. He's reaching for a cable. There we go. Kat says, where did this gunman shoot from anyway? And Crichton says, well, if my histo chip serves me correctly, the gunman's location was in the Texas Book Depository. And then they immediately notice that they are standing in the Texas Book Depository. To a big laugh. Rimmer says, oh, it was probably from the... Oh, as we see, Harvey Oswald is trying to use this cable to give himself a safety rope or something.
Harness of sorts, but yes.
Anyway, Rimmer says, I bet it was from this very window. And Lister looks out of it as Lee Harvey Oswald climbs through the other window. Lister notices on the cable and tugs on it experimentally. It's tied around Lee Harvey Oswald's ankle. and and Lister starts pulling on it, pulling him back out the window.
Yeah. He was trying to step out of the cable, or he was trying to step out of it around his waist. And it just gets wrapped around one of his legs.
Around his ankle, that's right.
Yeah.
Lister says, hey, there's something on the other side of this. Give me a hand. So everyone runs over to help him, and they all pull the cable as Lee Harvey Oswald plummets out of the window. And then after a second, the cable suddenly has all the weight pulling them, so they are pulled back down the window, and they crash into the window, so they don't quite see what happens on the other end of the cable as it falls out. So then a few seconds later, they look out the window, and Lister goes, hey, what's going on down there? What are all those people doing gathered around that giant pizza? He goes, that is not a giant pizza, sir. He says, that's 8 foot across, man. You don't think that's giant? What kind of pizza houses you been going to? The fat bastard are here. Anyway, Cat says, hey, look at this. He's found the rifle. Says, I think we just pulled the gunman out the window. Suddenly, the FBI bust into the room with the most unconvincing American accents you've ever heard. Worse than mine. FBI, drop the gun. Don't shoot. It says, you are hereby charged with the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. Who? How did they know who he was?
Right. Well, I guess maybe they're in on it.
Indeed. It says, you are hereby charged with the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald, who valiantly tried to foil your attempt to assassinate the president. Sounds like they're writing the narrative. How very FBI.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to Mr. Oswald, the president is alive but wounded. He says, what is that? Some kind of weapon? Kick it over here. Crichton moves to comply, but taps the buttons instead, and they disappear. And they do what Americans do and start shooting. And when they then appear to the right next to them, they then disappear again. Oh, the helmet. The helmet is on the box.
Mm-hmm.
They point at the helmet. The helmet then disappears, and they start shooting the box. So basically, every time that something disappears, they just shoot at where it was.
Right where it was, not where it is, but where it was.
British socialist commentary on Americans with guns. Something I used to laugh at and now think is fucking tacky because, God, I wish we had guns in England. But there we go. Anyway, the perspective shifts. We are now down one floor or something like that.
Yeah.
Crichton says.
No. I think they're still on the same. They're on the same floor, just 3 hours earlier.
Floor 3 years later.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Rimmer says, "Where are we?" Crichton says, "It says 1966. It must have prodded us forward 3 years." Rimmer says, "At least it will give us time to analyze the original era." Cat says, "Hey," he looks out the window. Says, "Hey, there's nobody there. The entire city's deserted," which is a weird thing that you could say from one window, but okay. Anyway, they walk down the street and you see this headline says, "Millions flee from American cities."
Yep.
Lister says, "I don't understand it. All we did was save Kennedy's life." Cat says, "Excuse me, is that bad? What kind of dude was he?" Rimmer says he was a fine man. They get to the dead guy on the street. Cat says, "Look." Lister says, "Can you get anything from his scent?" "Male." Sniffs again. Mid-30s. It's like anything we can't get with our eyes, Cat, you know.
Yeah.
Rimmer says, "It looks like he was trampled to death in some kind of stampede." As they look, Crichton notices a crumpled up newspaper poking out from the man's suit, picks it up against the scanner. "Just processing." Says, "I'll reroute the I'll reroute the results through my chest monitor," which he's never done before.
Right.
Crichton says, "President Kennedy was impeached in 1964 for sharing a mistress with mafia boss Sam Giansana. It was the biggest scandal in American history. Kennedy was sentenced to 3 years in open prison in July 65. J. Edgar Hoover became president. He was forced to run by the mob, who had pictures of him as a transvestite orgy." So America had the president controlled by the mafia? Soon after the election, the USSR were allowed to install a nuclear base in Cuba in return for mafia cocaine trafficking between Cuba and the States. With a Soviet nuclear base 30 miles from the U.S. mainland, people fled from all the major cities. So basically, the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, but instead of standing up to them, Hoover backed down.
Right.
So Russian base in Cuba, everyone's afraid of a nuclear strike, so they run away from all the cities.
Seriously going to affect Solid Snake's mission.
It's pretty clever, right? This is going to fuck up the Virtuous mission. You can believe that. But actually, I do like this because it is clever, and this is where Doug Naylor comes in. It's like Red Dwarf now having done its homework.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Now, of course, the homework is incorrect, as we know now. It was the CIA, but the idea that if Kennedy had lived, it would have become a gigantic scandal, impeachment back when that meant something, and then the Cuban Missile Crisis going in Russia's way instead of America's way. Where is Sokolov now, huh?
Right.
There you go.
Well, the funny thing is too is when they talk about it being for cocaine smuggling, when quite honestly, based on historical facts, you can't spell cocaine without CIA.
There you go. That's true. That's true. But there you go. I think this is actually a fascinating idea because, you know, British people clearly as a nation have been conditioned to be more left wing for a very long time. Don't forget, this show came out at the same time that Tony Blair became prime minister and began the exact process that has led the UK to its current situation. So this is a very key year. It's also the year that Final Fantasy VII came out. It was one of the most formative years of my life, actually. I got into Red Dwarf and Final Fantasy at the same time. But anyway, it dominated my entire year, basically. These two things.
Also roughly around the time that the Lewinsky scandal was going on.
That was 98, I think.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember it was in the second term. So.
Relevant enough that Eminem was still rapping about it when he debuted in like 99, I think. But anyway, so I think it's really interesting to explore the idea that Kennedy's assassination prevented a much worse future for America.
Right.
You can't disprove it. It's a little cynical, but it's also entirely possible. But anyway, there we go. Kat says, so am I right in thinking I could get a major nuclear explosion all over this suit? Because I'm telling you guys, that stuff does not dry clean. Rimmer says, back to Starbug. Crichton says, Starbug isn't there. It doesn't exist. Kat says, what? Rimmer says, how come? Crichton says, best guess, Kennedy's impeachment in 1964 traumatized the American nation, allowing the USSR to win the space race. In this reality, it was probably the Russians who were the first to land on the moon. Kat says, so we're marooned. Lister says, how was I supposed to know that a chicken vindaloo was going to cause all this?
Yeah, global homo communism.
There you go.
And no space exploration.
Exactly.
Communism doesn't do much.
And Kat says, but you guys said Kennedy was a great prize. Crichton says he was. Rimmer says he was also an inveterate womanizer. His affairs were legendary. They never came out when he was alive. Crichton says every man has his weak spot, his Achilles heel. Rimmer says Kennedy's was just higher up. Lister says, if I'd known this was going to happen, I'd have had an egg sarnie and finished the Cinzano. Crichton says, what have I done, man? Crichton says, well, you've brought the 20th century to the very brink of extinction, sir. Gum? Offers him some gum. He says, what is wrong with you? Where's your compassion? You've got about as much warmth as a service station chip. That's right. You've no behavior protocols, have you? Rimmer approaches and says, and you thought causality didn't matter? Every action we take has trillions of implications. How come you forgot this? Sorry, that's I'm getting my voices mixed up.
Yeah.
Crichton says, well, I didn't forget, sir. I just didn't care. I've got no guilt. And Lister goes,
might as well come clean.
He goes, I nicked Crichton's body. That spare head too. I've removed his guilt chip. Rimmer goes, you have altered the entire course of civilization from the 20th century onwards. You've brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. And worst of all, Lister says, I know. I still haven't had a curry.
See, this is the thing.
Go on.
This is what I'm enjoying about this episode, and it becomes more apparent as we get to episode 2. But Rimmer, since he has had his little bout of heroicism at the end of season 6, he has not been in any way, shape, or form in the entirety of this episode the normal, what we're accustomed to as
Awful
Rimmer.
bastard Rimmer, yeah. No.
It actually seems pretty capable and
Lister's
level-headed.
being the dickhead in this episode, yeah.
Right.
It's true. But anyway, there you go. Crichton says, no, worst of all, the time driver's frozen. Rimmer says, let me see. Says, do you think it's because the subspace conduits have locked with the transponder calibrations and caused a major tachyon surge that's overloaded the time matrix? He says, no, sir. I've just been jabbing it too hard. Cat says, so what now? Rimmer says, we need to have time to figure out how to unfreeze it. I suggest we set up camp here for the night and perhaps Crichton can go look for some food. He says, I'm on my way, sir. So later that night, they're sitting by a campfire,
drinking some whiskey,
eating hefty chunks of meat.
Yep.
Rimmer says, it's hopeless. I can't fix it. We're trapped. Cat says, chicken's good. Lister says, yeah, really good. Crichton says, that's not chicken, sir. Cat says, oh, what is it?
What is it?
He says, it's that man we found. Lister and Cat suddenly stop chewing, their mouthfuls of meat turning to poison. Said, well, it seemed like such a waste to leave him lying there when he'd barbecue so beautifully. Rimmer goes, Crichton says, did I do wrong? I didn't get any error commands. Obviously, I thought about it, because without my guilt chip or moral imperatives, I have nothing to guide me. But it seemed to me that if humanoids eat chicken, then they'd obviously eat their own species. Otherwise, they'd just be picking on the chicken.
Rimmer here, he's like, sometimes you're down.
Yeah, Rimmer goes, 1 minute you're down, the next you're right back up again. And takes a swig of his tea. But there you go. Lister says, I said I was enjoying that. Cat says, I knew it didn't smell right. Oh my God. Lister goes, I'm a cannibal. Yeah, it's like the cat. He's a cat. He's not a human.
Yeah. I mean, cat. If you die in a house with a whole bunch of cats,
they'll eat you. Yeah.
Yeah, they will. They will not even wait for the body to get cold. You know.
No, they'll eat you straight away.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Suddenly, blips come from the time drive. It's obviously thawed out. Rimmer says, look. Cat says, right, let's get out of here. I badly need to floss a piece of roasted dead person out of my teeth. Rimmer says, where to? Crichton says, Hawaii. Let's catch some surf.
Completely abandoning fixing anything. He just doesn't give a
He doesn't give a fuck, yeah. Lister says, no, we've got to go back. Stop ourselves from interfering with the assassination. Cat says, I don't care where we go, just as long as it's before we had dinner.
Yeah, so they go back to the assassination day.
That's right.
But they're like 3 hours earlier.
On the 5th, we cut to the 5th floor where the shot canonically happened.
Yeah.
And Lee Harvey Oswald walks in to find all 4 of them sitting there playing cards.
Right.
Cat says, decorators, try up on the 6th floor. So he goes upstairs to try again. Crichton says, stand back, sir. Our original selves are about to beam in. When they realize their mistake, they'll beam out again. I propose we go down to the 4th. So now they're on the 4th floor. The first shot rings out. Lister goes, first shot. Looks out the window. Cat says, it doesn't smell right. I think he's missed.
Yep.
Rimmer says, how come? Crichton says, he's right, sir. By sending Oswald up to the 6th, we've made the trajectory of his shot so steep he's only wounded him. Rimmer says, let's start again and bring him down to the 5th. Lister says, we can't use the 5th. Our original cells are destined to beam in there as he fires his 3rd shot. And this version of us are now on the 4th. Cat says, we've been copied more times than that poster of the tennis girl scratching her butt. Lister says, if we could arrange somehow for a second gunman to fire from just behind that little hill over there covered in lawn. Crichton says, you mean the grassy knoll, sir? That'd solve it, wouldn't it? Cat says, shoot the prez? Who? Rimmer says, you can count me out. And me. Lister says, hang on. Maybe, just maybe there's someone who can get us out of this mess. And Rimmer says, where are we going? He says, Idlewild Airport, July 65. So, of course, Idlewild is JFK if it was never called JFK.
Okay, right.
So here we have JFK being led down the stairs, as we saw in Crichton's little video. The police take him into the truck. He gets locked in. Rimmer says, this is right. He's being escorted to Hoover Open Prison in New York. Give me 5 minutes. There's JFK sitting in the back of the police van as Lister beams in. Says, don't be alarmed, sir, but I have a very strange tale to tell. We fade out as he tells the story. JFK, I'm not even going to try to do the voice. But the impression is half decent.
Yeah.
He says, I've had plenty of time to reflect on my deeds in the White House. In all important respects, I believe I did a good job. He says it was right to plan a pullout of Vietnam, to fight for civil rights, and to fight Congress, to put a man on the moon. It was wrong, however, to act like an irresponsible jackass with all those women and allow my enemies to wreak havoc on our nation. Lister says, but I can help, man. I mean, Mr. President, man. I mean, sir. Says, how can you help? He says, oh, come with us back to Dallas, November 1963. Be a second gunman, the gunman behind the grassy knoll. He says, you mean assassinate myself? He says, yeah. It'll drive the conspiracy nuts crazy, but they'll never figure it out.
Clearly.
Kenny says, but I still have a future here. Jackie left me, but when I get out, I can still make a contribution to the world. I'm trying to do the voice, even though I know I can't. You know?
Yeah,
it's the act.
Yeah,
it makes you lean into it, whether you're trying to or not. And Lister says, see this airport, Idlewild Airport. In our reality, they renamed it JFK. Explains to him that if he wants to put things right, the only way he can is to sacrifice his life to restore his reputation in history. And Lister says, and I can get a smegging curry. He says, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
For your country.
That's right. Okay. And Lister says, hey, that'll make a pretty neat speech, that. And he says, it did. So there we go. We're back. The dramatic music is coming in. JFK swallows the last of his bottle of Coke, sets it down. Lister hands him an M16. And there we go. Over the next few seconds, we see a repeat of the initial 2 shots that are made now from the 6th floor by Lee Harvey Oswald, and the 1 shot made by Kennedy that finishes the whole story. Kennedy lowers the gun, turns away, disturbed as fuck. He says, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be reborn. And they all watch him, and he walks away and fades into nothingness. Yeah.
Yep.
Lister says, after a few seconds, they're just sitting there pondering, and then Lister goes,
they've all put everything
what they've
through.
done, everything they've just done. Yeah.
Swiss cheese reality.
Yeah. And
now this is the context of reality.
Lister says, Smeg, I forgot to ask if there are any curry houses.
Rhoda is stirring. I have, which is hilarious because we're right at the end of the episode. But he says, I'm so sorry. Just get in here, Rhoda.
Yeah, just get in here, man.
What's that old?
So anyway, Lister says, I forgot to ask if there are any curry houses in Dallas. Cat, Rimmer, and Crichton exchange glances, and they all walk subtly behind Lister. And then Cat drags Lister to the ground. Rimmer turns and they all start jumping on and stomping on Lister over and over again as Crichton eventually whips out the nightstick and starts battering the fuck. They're all kicking the shit out of Lister.
And so back into the future, yeah.
And so now, Red Dwarf flies away again.
Yeah, so thankfully now they have effectively at least...
there are more scenes, but that is the end of the episode.
Yeah.
In the script.
In the actual scripts, yeah. but they have effectively now at least kind of set reality back to being righted. Although in just the last episode and this episode, they have created so many paradoxes.
Yeah. I can't remember what happens in this sequence. Did you watch it?
Yes, I did. All right.
So what happens?
All right. So they
remember.
get back, and he's talking about how he thinks, because this whole episode is actually a causality loop, because that's what this scene indicates, right?
Yeah,
here.
they've effectively done
So
what originally happened.
when they said that they lost all of the Currys, it's because of the scene that takes place right now. They weren't damaged. Lister went and stole them from the past to give them to himself now in the future, which is why they were all missing.
That's right.
Yeah. And
I remember,
and so he's sitting here like saying he's gonna do this, and Rimmer's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't be doing this kind of shit. Like, we just got done. Stop with your, and he doesn't care. He just goes and he starts doing it. And then you see a keg drop in as like the lightning teleporter thing kind of chases Rimmer through the room. Keg drops in. All the Currys end up stacking into the room, and then Lister gets jumped in very last. And so now everybody's kind of completely fed up with the bullshit, because everything that we had just watched was a causality loop on this scene. And so he had no reason to even do what he'd done, other than the fact that he just, I don't know. It's interesting. But he's pleased with himself. He goes to walk out, and Rimmer goes and he says, I've walked past this thing a million times, but I've never known what it does. And there's a lever there. And
he shoots. Yeah.
And so Lister goes
shoots him in space or something, right?
Lister goes and hits the lever, and you see that door lock down, and then this locks down, and then Crichton comes up to me and says, I thought we weren't going to have any more gaffs. And he said, I've been saving that ace up my sleeve for quite some time.
Nice.
Which is a little bit of foreshadowing
for the next
in a weird
episode,
way.
yeah.
Right. And it detaches the back section of Starbug from the forward sections, and then he just gets jettisoned to just sit in there with a room full of Currys. And being Lister, he's like, I'm abandoned. I'm alone. I'm all out in space with just these Currys. And then he finds like a rolled up piece of cotton, and he starts just dabbing it in the curry and just sucking on it as the credits roll.
Nice.
Yeah.
I remember it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it for a long time, but yeah, that's the version that's on the DVD. Yeah. That's cool. Anyway, there you go. Thank you, John, for the fill in on that one. Chat, how we doing?
Indeed. And there was the other extended scene in there that we didn't get from the script read was the dead dude on the ground, because they have Cat go and do his whole what's your sense of smell telling you about it, and he goes and he rattles off all this stuff. It's 150% wrong on all of it. But that was So I think that those were the main kind of extended little bits, which are nice. But if you do watch the extended version, there is no laugh track, and that is kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss as to what to do now. We'll do our reviews, but I don't know, because we haven't got either Rhoda or Disgusting here.
Yeah,
and I'm starting to think it might be worth.
Yes, I told him just get in here. He says really? It's like, of course.
Well, I mean, we could do that, or we could just hold off until next week.
I suppose. I mean, there is that.
Do an extra long one and do all three. Because at this point, it just seems like
it has been kind of a snake bit day to some degree.
Where, like, if he's not here, Disgusting's not here, I'd like to have both of them here if we could.
Yeah.
If we could do it.
Yeah.
It's a bit dead, and I'm not sure what exactly.
You tell us what you want.
We could go through it ourselves, but
but I think that it would be better because this is the stuff that Rhoda's been living for.
And if he doesn't want to come in, then that's fine. But we could just, I don't know. I don't know. We could just end it early and we could do an extra long one next week or something. Because at this stage, it's like, okay, this is great. We're at 2 hours. We've done one episode.
Indeed.
We're at half staff. And I don't know what the hell's going on.
Indeed. What do you feel like, chat? Because I'm whatever. I'm pretty flexible.
Yeah,
if we leave early, I might run over to the store and get some groceries.
Yeah, we might wrap up early.
Coffee.
Just so we can do it. Like, we can do 3 next week, or we can try to do 3 next week. But we'll have to be fucking quick about it. But with the series of fuck ups and stuff, it's been a bit of a nightmare, really.
It has been quite the comedy of errors here today.
Yeah. St. Hugo says, summon the rotor and get on with it. Yeah. All right, well, give it a go, I guess.
Yeah,
Meantime, how's about filling up this bar, chat, huh?
Yeah. I'm just telling them we're waiting for you to start episode 2.
Or we'll just stop.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if we do stop, we could just play Jackbox for an hour or something. We still owe an hour of Jackbox, so we could do that. We'll see. Rhoda. There you go. I said his name 3 times.
Indeed. Will he appear? You know, he even though he says he's Cat, he is acting so much like Crichton right now. He's just like, I can't believe I made a faux pas. Dude, it happens.
Yeah, shit happens, buddy.
Jackback? No, Jackbox. Jesus.
Jackback? What?
I went to type Jackbox, and for whatever reason, it just, I don't know. Either way.
Jackback.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. This is sounding really gay.
I sure hope somebody picks up that phone.
Do what?
Because I f***ing called it!
Hang on.
Just because, why not?
Right. Just eat up a little bit more time.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
It's not like I can even play a booby clip because we're absolutely nowhere near getting the fucking bar going.
Yeah.
Noel Cairns for 10 euros says, yeah, Rhoda, get your beard in here. Sardoc says, oh, proper Lara. Yeah, I've been working on some stuff with that version of Lara. I'm trying to get it to look like a more realistic version of that Lara.
And of course he's getting My American Sensibility. He's all like, I'm sorry. I'm like, shut the fuck up, get in here.
No one's more apologetic than the Brits, buddy. No one. Literally no one at any point in history has ever been more apologetic than an Englishman. We apologize when we don't have to. We apologize for not apologizing. We apologize when we
for apologizing too much.
Wrong. We apologize for apologizing too much. That's right. We are the British. We are apology nation, which is probably why we were so easily conquered by communism, actually. Especially when you consider that the entirety of the woke thing is about apologizing for shit that you never did, that maybe other people did, and no one's really sure who did.
Right. I sent him the link again, so hopefully we'll get in here in just a moment.
I mean, look, Rhoda, if you want to come in, we will do it. We'll do the other episode.
Yeah. Well, he's not in the chat. He's just talking to me through X.
Oh, for the love of God, Rhoda, get in here. Fuck's sake. Tell him now he's making it worse by holding us up.
Right.
Oh,
Shanghaied me last night. No.
Tell him everyone's waiting for him.
Yes. Right.
Tell him we just literally got $10 to push him to get the fuck here. So, by the way, guys, I see some of you hitting that laughing emoji on the love button. Slap the love button, please, as much as you can and as often as you can, over and over and over again until it does something you like. And maybe some more people will come in here. That would be fun. This used to be a fucking 70-man audience. Now it's 23. It's sad, really. Explains why the bar ain't filling. Anyway, I'll just play some more clips. Fuck it.
Indeed.
Starting, obviously, with this one.
Drop it.
And I know we haven't really said anything that demands it, but we could always pour one out for our fallen streamer,
There you go.
Ryan, and let the South rise again.
I'm your master. You are my possession. Don't raise up on me. I'm old deaf. I'm old deaf.
I got a million of these. I got so many fucking clips. I don't know. Tell Rhoda he's got, let's see, 5 minutes. If he's not here in 5 minutes, we're gonna call it.
Yep.
And we'll wait.
Yep.
I feel bad though. Noel's just giving us $10.
I know.
What the fuck, man? What can I react to in the meantime? I don't bloody know.
I mean, we could talk about Steam hardware.
We could
for a
talk
minute.
about the episode that we just reviewed.
We
by
could
the
talk
way.
about that.
We
Yeah.
could do that. And that's what we would normally be doing.
Yeah.
But look, anyway, I actually think this is a pretty strong start to a series, even though this is a very weird series.
Yeah.
And you have to understand there's a reason we wanted to do these two together is because after this, everything changes.
Right.
Like literally Rimmer is gone after the next episode. And then it's Kachansky. They find an alternate Kachansky. So
right, which is the interesting
thing.
thing too. There is 8 episodes in this season 7.
Yeah. Well,
And
this was a dummy run for possibly doing a movie, which is why they changed up the style, extended the series. They also extended it so that it would fit better into American syndication so that they could get it onto American TV so that there'd be more interest so they could justify doing a movie.
right, but the thing I was going to say that I like about it, and this might just be an incidental whatever, is because from that final episode of season 6 through these first 2 episodes, Rimmer does seem to, as I said earlier, he seems a lot more confident. He seems like he's not quite who he's been, and so them doing 6 episodes continually as the new dynamic that's going to happen after the second episode, I thought was kind of like a nice way to actually give a full run to Kachansky's episodes. I'm assuming. Because I haven't watched episode 3 yet. I downloaded this all yesterday and watched the first 2. But when I watched it, and it was kind of a little bit disarming because, as we had mentioned, without the laugh track, I was like, oh, this is all right. And then I watched it again, and it was a little bit more kind of, in there where it's like, all right, this still has the thing. Because I was kind of wondering watching it the second time, like, I wonder where we're going to end up placing this on the rank, because this just seems, it's good, but it seems, yeah. But having a conversation with you as we've gone over it for the past little bit of time, has definitely, it's like, no, this is still firing.
It's still Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Holy
shit! Look who showed up.
Alphabeti spaghetti!
I'm so sorry, guys. Hi.
Yeah, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Rhoda.
There he is.
Did you stream a little too long last night, perhaps?
I've been to the supermarket since then. I sat down afterwards, and now it's now. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
All right, man. Don't worry about it.
It is bad. I'm really
It's really not that bad, man. It's okay.
These things happen. These things happen.
Relax. It's not that bad. It's fine. It's not like we're like some broadcast network with schedules and shit. Like, we have ways around it.
We're only on the episode of the stream that you wanted to do since before we even started streaming Red Dwarf. So it was kind of like, if you're not going to be here,
we were going to shut it down.
We were going to shut it down because this is So I hope episode 2 is the one that you were really wanting to talk about, because
that's that one, and then there's a couple more.
Yeah, but we did just conclude episode 1 of season 7. If you have any thoughts that you'd like to share, now is definitely a good time to do that.
Yeah, the intro to it specifically, like like when he's just like with the camera and it's like ship's log 1, and like it just goes for it, like it explains to us that they've gone through it again and again, trying to explain to even a simple camcorder that
camcorder explains
that nothing makes sense. Yeah. And so like in much the same way as Gunman frames the well, shall we say, groinal attachment, it makes it so like part of the story that the thing that's happening that doesn't make sense makes sense.
Yeah. Of course.
It's so well done. Like I really think the only reason that people said that Series 7 was something of a drop off was that was like pretty much Rob Grant fanboys saying like, well, no, it's not Red Dwarf anymore because it's not Rob Grant.
Well, I think that's definitely certainly going to be a part of that. But there is stylistic shifts and things like that. We were talking about it because I watched the extended version. The extended version doesn't have a laugh track on it. So I don't know if you've ever seen it like that, but it does.
I have the extended version on VHS.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no laugh track on it. And so the natural rhythms of the show are kind of absent for the first time. So I think maybe depending on if people are seeing that as compared to the other things, it does kind of have a little bit of.
You guys talk. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it has a little bit of incongruence. But as we were sitting here doing the review, we were actually talking about what's going on within the story and everything like that. It's still solid, still good. However, the absence of the laugh track is still kind of, it's part of what makes Red Dwarf because they actually perform it in front of
people. I had an argument with my mum about that once. Like, she said like Red Dwarf with a laugh track doesn't make sense, and it never used to. And I had to like physically go and get the videos and like show us.
She couldn't hear the laugh track over her own laughter. Is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's great. It's great to have you here. I cannot wait to get into episode 2. This is a delight. And I don't know. Have you noticed since the end of Series 6 in these first 2 episodes, Rimmer's not an asshole at all. In that entire first episode 1, there's not a moment where he is in any way indignant or he's actually
he doesn't get an opportunity to, I guess.
Well, perhaps it's that.
I'm thinking perhaps he was contractually obliged to be have a 2-episode barrier to be written out, and
he was,
and they hadn't actually written him into it because they knew that he wasn't going to be there for most of the season, so they didn't have any proper Rimmer being an arsehole moments.
Well, there's probably. That's possible. That is probably the technical reason why.
Happily, from a continuity perspective, John has his headcanon, which is pretty good.
Yeah, because I feel that Rimmer, when he was tested by the alternate reality future version of the crew, he actually saved the day. He did something. And I think in that moment we are dealing with a Rimmer who actually has the capacity to get beyond his own silly bullshit, and so it's kind of not exactly the same guy that we've been dealing. He had an actual modicum of character growth, and hopefully we'll see how that transpires in this next episode and what that can lead to.
And I was going to argue with that.
It goes pretty well.
I was going to argue with that because of the fact that they've undone time and gone back to a time before it ever happened. but they all remember it. So,
Right.
as established by Lister in the first scene, they remember it happened.
Well, they have Time
In fact,
Lords now.
the entire plot is about them trying to avoid going and getting the time drive,
right?
To avoid becoming their future self. So it's very much part 2 of Out of Time.
Yeah.
And it's great, you know, Out of Time and Tikka to Ride. Yeah. Tikka to Ride. But there you go. Now we begin with the pièce de résistance of Ace Rimmer. The sequence to end all sequences. The stupidest. And you've got this dun da 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 dun da 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 da. You like the Ace Rimmer theme
Ace
song?
Rimmer, licensed to Smeg.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's James Bond crossed with Indiana Jones.
Yep.
And it's fucking perfect. And
Indiana
I've been waiting for
Bond.
this for a long time. I've referred to this sequence so many times in the course of us reviewing Red Dwarf. I can't even remember. And we're finally there. So it's good that Rhoda's here. I wouldn't have wanted him to miss out. If you hadn't shown up, I really was going to end the stream.
Yep.
St. Hugo for €2. Let's fill the bar, guys. Yeah.
Feel free to contribute to the various bars. And
yes, please. Yes. He says, "Pardon my paradox, said it all." Indeed. There you go. All right, we are here. We begin with this World War II plane flying through the air as dramatic music that I just sang comes in, and it's fucking crazy. An old propeller driven transport plane in flight. Inside the cockpit, we see Nazis. That's right. They're there because it's got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be an accessible villain that everyone hates, you know, regardless of what the left might say. I'm not a big fan of the National Socialists either. But anyway, there you go. So we have got German army members in the plane. It appears that it must therefore be the 1940s or something. God knows how Ace Rimmer ended up in this situation, but I guess if you jump between enough dimensions, you jump into a dimension where this is happening.
Right. As it could be the contemporary history, just decades later.
It is interesting, right? Because we understand the dimension jumping process homes him in on other Arnold Rimmers, and yet there is definitely no Rimmer in the Second World War. So this must be taking place in at least the 23rd century.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't have to.
Unless, of course, he's honed in on the alternate version that was hanging out with the Hitlers and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, it could be that. Never know.
Yeah, he could have honed in on the time drive itself.
Yeah, maybe. So anyway, the German captain says, "Where is the girl?" Gestapo
as
officer
he's petting his alligator.
That's right. Gestapo officer says, "In 5 minutes, you'll be facing the firing squad, Herr Captain." He says, "Good. And the erstwhile protector?" Gestapo says, "Festering in the cargo hold." Captain says, "Excellent." As he finishes speaking, a man who looks like Rimmer steps through, dressed in a flashy silver flight suit over a pale turtleneck top, sporting a dashingly blow-dried haircut. At his appearance, the Gestapo officer trains his pistol on him, and the captain's face twitches convulsively. Unconcerned, the man lights up a cigar and blows out smoke. "Ah, Ace Rimmer, one might inquire how you escaped your bonds." "Just had to dislocate both shoulders, pop them behind my ears, and slip between the ropes. Of course, it's going to take major orthopedic surgery to put them back, but rest assured, that won't stop me from rescuing the Princess Bonjela." By the way, Bonjela, for the Americans out there, if you don't know, Bonjela is gum ointment for people who have ulcers and things like that. They have made a joke about it before in Marooned, that one of the food supplies was a tube of Bonjela gum ointment. But apparently the princess here is named Bonjela. Captain says, "You're insane, Rimmer. You're outmanned and outgunned." He says, "You expect me to concede?" He goes, "No, Mr. Rimmer. I expect you
Dr.
to
No.
die." Like Goldfinger. That's right. And he says, "Take him to the hold. Take 10 minutes to explain all of our plans to him, and then throw him out of the plane." Goes, "Out!" Anyway, another Gestapo points his pistol at him. Ace steals the gun from the Gestapo officer. There's a fight. Throws a right hook, knocking the man out. The pilot turns in his seat, also armed, but receives a bullet before he even takes aim. Now Rimmer has a gun. He collapses and the plane begins to dive. The captain suddenly throws the alligator at Ace, who falls back onto the main body of the plane, wrestling with the alligator, losing his gun.
Very good James
out
Bond
of
clips here.
That's
clips.
right. And the gun falls out of the fuselage doors. We see the plane diving out of control as the captain enters. He says, Mr. Rimmer, sorry I can't stick around for a chat, but I've got to blow."
As he's lighting some dynamite.
Which he then throws on the floor next to Ace, Rimmer, and the crocodile. He says, "Do me a favor, will you? Feed Snappy." And then he makes this, what a beautiful day gesture, and just leaves it.
I also liked the line where he's like, take him to the back and for about 10 minutes and explain all of our plans.
Yeah. Rimmer says, Ace Rimmer says, "What I would give for a gun," as he is still wrestling with the alligator. The alligator lets out a ferocious roar. He says, and he gets a burp out of him. And Ace says, "Or a bottle of Listerine." The dynamite is dangerously close to exploding as Ace, still struggling with the gator, manages to snatch up a coiled length of rope before maneuvering himself and the alligator out of the plane.
Straight out the chute.
That's right. Just straight out of the plane. And there we go. We cut to the captain. Oh, no, they're falling out together. We see Ace managing to loop the rope around the gator's neck. And we cut back. Oh, the plane explodes.
Mm-hmm.
And as it explodes, the captain says, "Goodbye, Ace Rimmer. You are most worthy adversary." And he looks back over his shoulder. You got to play it. He looks back over his shoulder only to see Ace Rimmer now riding the alligator like a surfboard with his...
So amazingly over the top.
Series is really crap, isn't it?
Typical series, typical Red Dwarf, British, farcical, over the top, tongue in cheek, self-referential, winking to the audience humor. Right. Not unlike an episode of Monty Python or something like that.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's Monty Dwarf.
That's right. It. The captain takes out his pistol and shoots several shots at Ace, who steers the alligator's mouth as he gets closer and closer. Da, 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 da. As we get closer, he keeps shooting, but it doesn't work.
Out of bullets.
He's getting closer. We hear from the alligator, which is not a sound that they usually make. The alligator's head takes over, bites into the captain's head. And it looks so terrible as well. It's so obviously a rubber gator. And then as that's happening, Ace Rimmer manages to climb down the alligator, still falling through the sky, by the way.
Right.
And somehow manages to effortlessly unfasten the captain's parachute, pop it off, grab it, and fasten it onto himself.
Right.
Finally twisting it and shouting, "See you later, alligator!" Pulling the ripcord and flying away. Da, 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 da. And there you go.
What a guy.
We cut to the firing squad scene as Princess Bonjela is loosely as fuck chained to some kind of post. This pretty young lady of whatever country, waiting for her certain death in this flowing red dress tied to a wooden post with chains. The officer stands and says, gives the order to fire in German. They all ready their guns, and suddenly bullets appear from the sky and fire, taking out a couple of the Germans. As they all look up, it's Ace Rimmer firing a pistol while parachuting and still making direct shots with every single shot, while the guys on the ground with rifles cannot hit shit. Although eventually one of them does manage to get a single shot that hits Ace Rimmer in the chest, giving him a bullet hole, which is interesting, but makes sense for now. As Ace Rimmer says, "This is my best top, damn it." So he shoots the remaining members of the firing squad easily, as he then unfastens Sardock's panfish for £2, says, "See you later, alligator," in a wild crocodile. That's right, baby. And yeah, there you go. So Ace suddenly decides to unclip the parachute as he, as a result, falls way further than any man would be able to land safely without breaking his legs.
Any man,
if he were a normal man,
they weren't Ace Rimmer.
If they were a normal man of flesh and blood like you or I, and not Ace Rimmer, as he crashes into the carefully prepared hole in the ceiling, into this shack, as a platoon of Nazi soldiers come running out, armed with automatics, and open fire,
riddling holes,
turning the front door into so much Swiss cheese. And suddenly, in a true A-Team moment, they hear, which is a really bizarre noise for a motorbike to be making. They crashes out on a motorbike, running over the soldiers, and then takes a single shot with his pistol and shoots the chains that are wrapped around Princess Bonjela perfectly as the Nazis run away. He pulls over and he shouts, "Princess Bonjela, Ace Rimmer. There'll be time for explanations later, and hopefully some sex." And she gets on the bike shouting, "What a guy!" As the bike takes off. More Nazis are following, shooting at him. The guns run out of ammo. He's being followed by more Nazis, and Nazis on bikes. He's Solid Snake at this point, or James Bond. He says, "Hold on, princess." She says, "Oh, Ace, please call me Beryl." Okay, so I guess it is World War II then, because that was my grandmother's name. Anyway, they come to a brick wall. So it's the end of the line for Ace Rimmer and Princess Bonjela, except he manages to flip a special bike button on this bike that seems to have been perfectly prepared for this, and they fire the afterburners and fly over the wall to a huge laugh, and and
the motorcycle giving chase.
And the motorcycle doesn't land, by the way. It just starts flying at this point. The Nazi doesn't see what's happening. He, of course, crashes straight through a brick wall and explodes on impact as Ace Rimmer looks behind him and shouts the line that I will say in a second. "Bet he's a sauerkraut." Of course, kraut being a name for German soldiers during the Second World War. The two German soldiers that are alive run over, and in German they shout, "Das war Ace Rimmer. Wir haben Glück, dass wir noch am Leben sind," which is, that was Ace Rimmer. Oh, sorry, no. The first guy says, ist davongekommen. Ich kann nicht glauben, dass davongekommen ist, which is, he got away. I can't believe he got away.
Right.
The other guy says, "Das war Ace Rimmer. Wir haben Glück, dass wir noch am Leben sind," meaning, that was Ace Rimmer. We're lucky to be alive.
As the alligator has now
falls on both of them, taking them out. And a final Nazi soldier walks up, looks down, looks up, and just says, "Was für ein Kerl."
What a guy.
After you see a smoke trail in the sky of the flying motorcycle, saying, Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. The final Nazi soldier now finally says, Was für ein Kerl, meaning what a guy.
It's got to be one of the it's got to be one of the single funniest things ever committed to tape.
Yeah, it's absolutely over the top and ludicrous in the best possible way.
Absolutely.
I don't want Chris
suddenly, and I'm
Barry
really
to
sorry
die.
about this, but suddenly I have come over with a Nature Calls episode.
No
so
worries. No
you
worries.
guys discuss this ad nauseum while I go.
Cool. Yeah, I've got plenty on this. Thanks,
Stay
about that.
plenty, Rhoda. I've been here for a couple hours, so
far from it. Do I want Chris Barry to die? But when he does, I hope he has this played at his fucking funeral. If I was part of that scene, I'd want it played at mine. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well, this is quite the intro to an episode of Red Dwarf. We haven't really seen anything like this at any point in time previous. I believe this is the third time, right? This is the third time we're seeing Ace, or is this the fourth time?
We got,
because I know
we've got when he turns up in series 6. I think this is the third.
This is number 3. Yeah, this is number 3.
This is the third time.
Yeah, and so we're seeing what seems to be Ace proper again. Not just a Rimmer with all of his main personality traits and characters removed, thus becoming Ace Rimmer. And so and we know that the time drive is in play to some degree, and all realities are in flux. But of course, Rimmer's got his ship, which can go from dimension to dimension. So this is really quite the setup for what's bound to take place in this episode. But I think in terms of a grand entrance, like a reintroduction to Ace, this is top tier. And
this was a real big middle finger up to anyone and everybody. It's like, we know what we're fucking doing. Let's go.
Yeah. No, this is the best kind of.
Sorry, did someone order some Red Dwarf?
Right. But and it's just it's incredibly farcical. Just the best kind of insanity. And
it's the only thing. Will mention Black Mighty Python just now, and I would also throw a Blackadder series 4 in there as well. It's got all of the DNA of classic British comedy in it. It's just perfect.
This scene alone, this whole episode is going to rank quite high when we actually get to that point.
You're damn right.
Yeah, but because
and the episode hasn't even started yet.
No.
We haven't even gone
This hasn't even gotten into the plot of anything. Yeah, which is another good point to bring up. That in the last episode they did a cold open before the
and that's why I'm so sorry that I missed the start, guys. I really am. And that's part of
Relax.
why the open to the previous episode is one of my favorite things ever.
Really?
Like ship's log 1. Oh mate. Series 7 is so strong, and the only reason that it's less popular that I can possibly think of is what I said earlier. People being upset that Rob Grant's gone. But Doug Naylor has done a fantastic job of absolutely nailing my favorite parts of Red Dwarf.
Right. Well, while
we
you
said
were away,
earlier that Rob Grant was more of a gag machine, whereas Doug Naylor is more of a story guy.
Yeah.
His comedy's more based on the characters and things like that, the absurdist stuff. Whereas Rob Grant was obviously the driving force behind the repetitive gags, the joke of the week.
And the interplay between the characters and things like that.
Maybe, yeah. There's plenty of that to come though.
Oh, yeah.
And Rob Grant never did come back.
No.
So So as it stands, the fact that the show is still solid from here on out is good. But anyway, there you go. That was the sequence that I've been waiting for since we began this review series. In fact, I'm thinking maybe it was because of Ace Rimmer that we even ended up doing this. I can't remember what the original thing was, that it kept coming up that there were like
no, it was back to reality.
yeah, it was that. But
before
also,
you even
but then for weeks I remember there were Ace Rimmer references to this scene, even when we were doing Doctor Who reviews, even before you were on the show, Rhoda. Like, I remember it. It's been a very, very, very long time, most of this year, I would say, that that we have been building up to watching this ridiculous sequence, and it absolutely still delivers every fucking time. If you like irony,
look how disappointed I am.
Right, yeah. If you like irony and you like, farce, they're really, and you understand why the British are making comedy like this about the Nazis, as well as including just this pointless, over-the-top Superman version of a sniveling, conniving, double-dealing, two-faced, cowardly pile of smeg.
Well, you've mentioned Monty Python. I've mentioned Blackadder. I want to throw Faulty Towers in there as well.
Faulty Towers, it's the same vibe. It's all way too much. But this in particular is just shamelessly, and it works even better because this is clearly something they spent quite a lot of budget on, and it still looks fucking cheap because it's
but it's supposed to in some way, like, just the slapdash nature of it all, kind of the way that it looks, it only amplifies the hilarity that's on display. This is fantastic.
Yeah, if you look at what, like, this shot in particular, like, you wouldn't be surprised to see the Brigadier and the third or fourth Doctor to come walking out around the corner.
Well, it's interesting because I have, when we get to the end of the episode, because it's further in, I do have a comment because this is the closest, this last episode and this episode are kind of the closest it's ever been to actually really touching upon kind of a Doctor Who kind of themes, I guess. There'll be a thing that happens, and it looks like it's straight out of Doctor Who when it does happen.
Yeah. Oh,
Slayer Game is here. 7 months, by the way. Just says, Will, have you seen Breathing Elon's Musk?
Oh, dude.
Yes, it's great. It's so very good. Yeah,
we checked that out on Toasties on Friday night.
I've not seen that.
It's an AI generated
music video
of anime, basically, of Elon Musk and cat girls and robots and Biden.
Yeah, I'll send you the link after the episode.
Awesome.
It's brilliant.
Maybe we'll get to it later, or if not, maybe Tuesday. We should watch it. We should react to it because it's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
it's only a couple of weeks old too, so it's pretty great, and it's actually kind of a banger too. The tune.
It is. It's good. Great stuff.
Thank you, Slayer Game. Thank you for being a member for 7 months as well. Appreciate you very much. So we arrive now with everything behind us at the beginning of the episode. In true Will of the Fan style, we are already 47 minutes over the allotted time for the stream, officially, pushing up against the barrier of what became the new time for the stream, and nowhere near close to finishing. So hope you're buckled up and fill the bar, because we're going the extra mile for you. So there we go. Anyway, we are here now on Red Dwarf, created by Rob Grant and Doug Naylor, by the way, it says. And the episode title comes up, Stoke Me a Clipper, written by Paul Alexander and Doug Naylor. Notice no Rob Grant. He did work with an awful lot of other writers to, get things going. And it worked out really well. Anyway, so this is Stoke Me a Clipper. Now, obviously, you're going to know immediately, if you've been following the show or following Red Dwarf for long enough, that is a fuck up version of Smoke Me a Kipper. Stoke Me a Clipper. And we'll get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final episode of the original Rimmer. The Rimmer we've been with since episode 1. These are his final moments.
That's right. So some reverence, please.
Indeed. And there's never an explanation after Series 8. There's a reason that Rimmer's in Series 8. We'll get to that. I've deliberately avoided spoiling that at all costs for the entire show, so we won't do that. That's the one thing I haven't alluded to.
That one as well.
That's the one thing I haven't alluded to in any way at all in the course of the show about what the hell is going to happen there. But for some reason, from series 10, 11, and 12, there's a Rimmer as well, and we don't know where he came from or which Rimmer it is or anything to do with it. So, but fuck it. By that point, you just don't care. You're just happy to see him again. But anyway, there we go. So, meanwhile, on Starbug, Lister and Crichton. Again, notice that most of the scenes are Lister and Crichton. They've become really the best friends now.
Yeah, they're setting up that dynamic
rather than the cat. Anyway, Crichton says, "I simply can't believe you're going to go through with this, sir." He says, "I'm a man, Crichton, with man's urges and a man's desires." And they walk into the artificial reality suite, which has had a significant upgrade since last time. Yeah.
The artificial reality.
Maybe they got it from the melding of two realities. Maybe this is the one that the other guys had. Although why they did it with a time machine, I don't know.
Or it could just be that with as much time as Lister is spending in there, he does seem to be pretty capable at putting shit together. So,
I doubt he did it.
Or it could just be that the BBC gave them more money, sirs.
Yes, of course. But that's we like to look for canon reasons wherever possible.
Right.
It is possible that the better, older versions of them, the evil versions of them from the future, had a better suite, and that they inherited it from the merging of two timelines.
Right.
Because we did establish already that the structure of Starbug has massively increased as a result as well in the last episode. So there we go. So they're now in the artificial reality suite, and they sit down as the headsets and groinal attachments get connected, and they go in. And as they're booting it up, Crichton says, "What about an ice cold shower, sir?" Says, "I've used up this year's water supply with ice cold showers, Crichton. I was looking at the log this morning, 112 gallons. If I carry on like this, my libido is going to cause a drought." So they get on as the headset descends. He says, "You think this is the answer?" Now we find them in a large field surrounded by trees and shrubs with the sun shining in clear skies. Lister is dressed in antique chainmail and a black surcoat like that of a knight, while Crichton wears the clothes of a squire. Crichton carries a small red book in his hand. Lister says, "Look, I know how it might look from the outside." And Crichton says, "Going into an AR simulation with a book of cheats and seducing the Queen of Camelot? Words fail me. It's quite the most unchivalrous thing I've ever heard in my life." He says, "Are you my faithful manservant or not?" He says, "I'm ashamed to be with you, sir. I haven't been this embarrassed since I was loosening my adjustment screws and my entire groinal box dropped into Mr. Rimmer's soup." So,
I love the whole like little red cheat book thing as well. Like you know, like in like the late 90s, and the gaming magazine would come in a polythene bag, and there'd be a little book in the polythene.
Or action replay codes and things like that.
Yes, exactly that. It's action replay, game genie, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So we're here. There is a tourney at Camelot. The king and the queen are there. The king is old, and the queen is not.
The queen is quite fair.
The queen is quite fit, yeah. Can't think of her name. I can never think of her fucking name. The woman who plays the Queen of Camelot.
Yeah, but I can understand why
she's in loads of stuff.
Yeah, I totally fully understand though why Lister's like, I'm gonna get some cheat codes. Emphasis on the cheat codes.
She's fucking fit.
Yeah, dude.
No question. Yeah, no question at all. And by the way, how lucky are we that we are now, how many minutes? 6 out of probably 9 or so into an episode of Red Dwarf, and we've had 2 massive fucking set pieces.
Mm-hmm. On location shootings outside of the studio.
Yeah. Something says that they were serious about bringing back Red Dwarf when they brought back Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
So that's good. But then anyway, there we go. And we've inexplicably had 2 beautiful women in this episode as well, which is bizarre. But there you go.
But why not?
Sarah Alexander, that's a fucking name. Sarah Alexander, that's the woman who plays the Queen. She was in tons of stuff in the 90s in England, and she is fucking hot too.
Yeah.
Fucking nice looking lady. Anyway, especially with a French accent as we get here.
Yes.
So, the king says, "Is there any man across the length and breadth of our great land that dares challenge the king's best knight?" Everyone cheers. And in walks Lister.
Yep.
He says, "I do, sir." He says, "And you are, sir?" Lister of Smeg.
Smeg.
Indeed. Which is hilarious. I myself am now going to round robin. I'll be right back in like
all right, mate.
Yep.
So so he says, "Good night. Do you accept this challenge from Lister of Smeg?" Which, by the way, is played by Brian Cox, who was the same guy that played played Stryker in X-Men 2. As in the guy behind the Weapon X project. I just never realized that until fairly recently. The King's Knight says, "I do, my king." He says, "And what do you claim if the victory should be yours, my lord?" He says, "I claim nothing, sir. Serving the king is reward enough." Cheers from the crowd. He's the baby face. Now let's talk to the heel. "And you, Lister of Smeg, what prize do you claim if you should defeat my best knight?" He says, "I claim, you, my lord, a night and a day in the bed of your good lady." It says, "A night and a day in the bed of my good lady." There's a little bit of a kerfuffle. A couple of moments pass. Everyone's looking at her, She's a little taken aback.
Well,
everyone's rabble rousing. No one's quite sure what's going to happen next. It's going to be a little while. And then suddenly, hang on, out of nowhere, everyone's just standing there. The Queen, out of nowhere, rises to her feet and says, "We accept the challenge." That's right. She's got the hot for Lister. Probably because she's married to a fat old man, She wants some young meat. So there we go. The king says, "Do we?" She says, we do." And he says, "My lady, I think we should discuss this matter in private." She says, "Do you not have faith in your good knight to cut this dog down where he stands?"
It
He
could
says,
also...
"I do, sort of." She says, "Then we accept."
Now, there is also the possibility, too, that he's already preloaded a cheat code of sorts.
It makes her horny for him.
Right.
I don't think so, because we've established already that the characters in these games are open to whatever.
Right.
With Loretta in the
yes.
I was going to go there with the next scene, but it is canonically established.
I mean, he's got the cheats, but she's game for it,
Yeah.
The way
and to be fair, how is it any different from playing any other fucking game? You sit and play a game like fucking Mass Effect, as every single female and even the male characters fall in love with you in some cases. Right. Same in Fallout 4, same in Dragon Age. You're the main character, buddy, and the whole world revolves around you, which means every single woman you meet will fall immediately. That's right. Every single female character you meet will fall immediately in at least lust with you. So, why do you think they put these sex things in fucking video games in the first place? It's to give you some sort of power fantasy.
Yeah, and it's too bad you can't see the look on her face behind the
yeah, she's got this slightly sultry look on her face, like she's a little bit, some actions happening inside that chastity belt,
That's right.
But anyway, fill the bar, guys, because we're all apparently getting horny right now, and we'd like to get some payoff. So if you want to see some tits, let's get some cash. Frankly, tits for cash. That's my job. I'm a pimp. I'm a fucking pimp. Anyway, there we go. So the king, still fairly messed up, decides to decree to the knight, "Good night, bring me this knave's manhood on a silver platter." Lister goes, "Hey, steady." Let's then disembowel him and feed his innards to the crows, as the crowd all chant for the baby face. Because this is worse than playing away at Leeds.
Yeah.
Which is
I
a
do
football
like,
thing.
too, that Lister has shown up as the Black Knight. He's fully in bad boy regalia, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like he's chosen to play the bad guy. And given now what we know about like what games would do, because remember, this is the year that Final Fantasy VII came out.
Mm-hmm.
The option to be
this was
fast
released
as-
in 1997, wasn't it?
Yeah. And these two things dominated the rest of the year for me.
Yeah, God, I feel so old now because like I consider Red Dwarf 7 to be modern.
TGF Steve knows what it is. Of
We-
course, she's
we
French.
made a
Ooh la
To
la.
be honest, when I last went to Paris as a single man, I didn't do badly. I'll just say that.
Yeah, you missed us making references to Monica Lewinsky during the first episode. That's nearly 30 years ago now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're old,
Yeah,
guys. We're
some
we're
olds.
40. We're minimum 40. Anyway, there we go. That's the way it goes, man. You know, have something to show for it. That's all you should ask yourself. I've got a couple of things to show for it. I call them the princesses.
So Sardoc's saying, "Sorry, I'm not going to Paris anytime soon. I don't speak Arabic."
Then you definitely don't want to go to London either, mate.
That's completely true. Mhm.
We walk over the once again. And by the way, we are still watching Red Dwarf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember when it was just two guys on a bunk
In a gray room.
in a grey room? Yeah.
Look, it literally said in the script, could easily be the halls of a TV studio.
Yes, it does. Yeah. The lady
And here
says,
we are.
"When my lace handkerchief flutters onto the ground, the challenge shall commence." And to be honest, her accent is, you know, pretty damn good. And also, Sarah Alexander is here totally playing up to the idea that she is an object of lust in this episode. As Lister goes, "I just love that accent."
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, looking at it now, I'm feeling pretty much the same way too. If it weren't for the fact that in 1997 all my attention was on Tifa, I probably would have noticed her too. But there you go. I actually didn't see this episode until a bit later, but not that much later. Crichton says, "If I were you, Mr. Galahad, sir, I'd concentrate on memorizing your cheats book." And so we get the dramatic music as the playback on this fucking thing doesn't work anymore. There we go. Puts on his helmet. The cheer happens. She lets the handkerchief go. I do love doing a French accent. I don't care. It's a Brit thing. We rip the piss out of Europeans, but we also really like them as people. So except the French, but we love doing their accent and pronouncing their words. But there you go. Anyway, dramatic music plays. Dun, 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 you know, as the two combatants square, lower their visors, raise lances, and charge. Lister shouts, "Cheat 1, cheat code, steed cheat." Ha! As the man's horse, we're a little behind, turns into this. A tiny little
Donkey.
miniature Shetland pony.
Oh, yeah, it's a miniature pony, yeah.
Lister laughs, throws down his lance, draws a sword, and as they pass by
It's
each other,
a mace. It's a mace. He knocks his head
it?
off. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
It
spiked
says
mace.
it's a sword in the script.
Oh,
I always thought it was a sword. He's got a
I-
sword. It's a sword.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
And cuts his head clean off. It flies through the air and lands in the king's lap. He turns it around and stares at it incredulously as Lister rides back to him and his queen.
So not only does he win the night and the day in the bed of his good lady, he also gives the king some head.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. This is sounding really gay.
Anyway, Lister says, "I claim my prize, my lord." The crowd are booing and hissing and howling and screaming as the queen, smiling enigmatically, makes her way out. She's DTF, buddy. She's DTF AF. Crichton hides his face as the crowd boo and jeer as Lister and the queen walk away together, and she's smiling at him the whole time. An anonymous voice from the crowd may or may not be heard to shout, "You slag!"
And in this time, Lister has also spawned in a sextant.
Yeah, well, maybe. Or maybe
No, it was right behind him.
Oh, he spawns it in? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was the king and queen's tent, but okay. King shouts, "You are the scurviest knave in Christendom, and I swear to you, your scheme to seduce my fair lady will not succeed," as he produces the key to her chastity belt. Lister, walking along, calmly shouts, "Cheat too." Code word, chastity cheat. As suddenly the lady stops in her tracks, shakes her hips, and off comes the chastity belt. Wiggles her hips. Crichton shouts, "Scum! Absolute scum!" The king says, as they enter the tent, the king shouts, "If he that calls himself Lister of Smeg has a grain of honor in his soul, that tent will part this very instant." And the tent starts moving. "You will return to me, my lady, and beg the king's forgiveness," as the tent starts going.
It starts doing even more.
Which is such a lovely callback to the
car.
Gunman, yeah. Where the car
and then Lister's head pokes out and says, "Has anybody got any whipped cream?" The king says, "Whipped cream?" Anyway, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another brilliant set piece for what is a very budget-intensive series of Red Dwarf, actually, now that I think about it, with all the CGI effects and stuff. Like what's coming up later with prosthetics and green screen stuff and the epideme virus and all that shit and the makeup on Caroline Carmen. Rhoda, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. You know, the puppet show in the next episode.
Yeah, that was so good it made me feel physically sick.
Yeah, actually, when she spits out the teeth and grim. There's a disgusting scene coming up in the penultimate episode of this series.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there we go. Flying through hyperspace now, looking much better than it did in series 4. Ace Rimmer's dimension jumping craft is flying through space. And we see that Ace Rimmer is in space. We've skipped the scene, but I'll tell you. The computer voice says, "Ace, we need to find a dimension close by." And Ace's voiceover says, "Understood, computer. Prepare to jump." And they do a space jump, a warp jump into a new dimension. Cutting back to the AR game, the tent is still bouncing around very quickly, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't start slow. He just, you know, I guess if it's a bunch of pixels and you've got complete control over the situation and you don't need to do foreplay or anything, why bother slowing down? But there you go. Suddenly the tent disappears as Lister falls to the ground in his long pants, or an undershirt anyway, looking very disappointed. It's amazing he didn't break his cock landing like that.
Right.
Says, hey, what's happening? Creighton says, power failure, sir. Oh, what's going on? It's fucked up again. Oh, Christ. All right. Hold on.
While we're bringing this back up,
yeah.
I think we might address the chat.
Okay.
20.
Yes, indeed. T-Jab Steve is here for 20. That's a 20, by the way. Dollary Doos says, if the tent is a rocking, don't bother knocking. Il fait froid. Dehors, l'ambiance est inexistante. Je suis plus ou moins sûr. What the fuck does that mean? I understand. Il fait froid. Froid is cold.
It's cold outside. There's no kind of atmosphere. I'm all
There's
alone.
no kind of atmosphere. I'm all or less. Yeah.
In the theme song.
The ambiance est inexistante. Yeah. There's
Thank
no
you.
kind of atmosphere. Je suis plus ou moins sûr. Yeah. I'm all alone, more or less. Yeah. Well, hey. Very good.
Culture.
You need to Google that.
Indeed.
Fucking hell, man. That was impressivo. Very good. Very good indeed. Very good. Fucking hell, we're only $8 away.
Yeah, I know. It
From
seems very
Boobers.
much yeah. Well, it's back in play, everybody.
There we go. We're back from the dead. Just like Red Dwarf. And then says, stupid work kept me from seeing the Ace opening. Smeg. Well, you can always go back and watch it again, buddy.
Indeed.
Fortunately, it's up on the internet, presumably forever, unless the copywriters come along. But I don't think they will, because we've been felted at every possible opportunity to play a single clip of this fucking show.
Christ.
So I think we're going to be all right. And in the meantime,
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanahangara cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga no logangas.
thank you very much, T-Jab Steve. Followed up by Rose gifting 5 for the princesses, 5 for the Griff Force.
Let's go, Griff Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Oh, we're at 33 now. As once again, guys, I'm afraid I'm going to have to step away for a second. Can you just discuss for a moment?
Yeah, no worries. No
Yeah,
worries.
there's plenty to talk about there. Firstly, I really like. I do love that kind of like callback. It like makes the more modern version of Red Dwarf completely connected to the older version, like the original run.
Yeah, well, that, and it's just a really great sight gag to see, you know, the tent rocking about as though it's on wheels.
Yeah, and anyone who's ever been to a festival knows what that means.
Indeed. Sextivals, good times. But yeah, no, this so far, you know, we're about 10 minutes into a 30-minute episode, and they've already just kind of done really well to have a cold opening of sorts that you're like, all right, well, this is going to connect everything. Of course, we just saw that, yeah, he's dimension jumping because he's now been shot, and you know, clearly things aren't great for Ace at the moment, but you know, he's a hell of a guy, you know, so well, I'm sure he'll find a way to power through and see it through, you know, to the end. But and then we have this scene, which kind of shows the current trajectory that Lister's on. He does seem to kind of be a little bit, because over the course of the last few seasons, Lister's really been becoming a little bit more, I guess, forthright and
Yeah,
who's
it's like
stable and self-aware.
he's been becoming the lead character, like the de facto captain.
Right. However, all of a sudden,
we're back to
seemingly
I've been to.
Yeah, he's
I can
now
name
causing
many
all these
with
problems
Jansky.
and completely he's caught up. He has become his complete id form. It's like very, very self-serving, not too concerned about the affairs of anyone else. Just and which is quite a turn, because he always seems to really have this humanity about him. And perhaps maybe we will see that come back into play. But the surface layer of his personality and character is very much hedonistically driven, and just it's not survival, because if he were more in survival mode, he'd be able to kind of take these ups and downs that happen in stride. But he's just kind of seemingly like he just doesn't care about how any of the stuff surrounding him plays out. He's just completely laser focused on whatever his current scheme is, which is going to provide, I think, quite a bit of opportunities for crazy, bombastic, ludicrous scenarios in this season, and probably.
I mean, this isn't spoilers because Will's alluded to it several times already. After Rimmer's gone, it doesn't tail off. It just
I assumed
it really intensifies, and
knowing that Kachansky is going to be amongst them. I don't know how or why yet, but just knowing that she's going to be amongst them, I can only imagine that.
Yeah, I will for one. It's a different actress,
right?
But I will say she is really
it's different
good.
reality. It's different reality. So
she is really good. She just slots in perfectly. Like so some of the stuff between her and the original cast is, I mean, it's chef's kiss comedy. In this series and in the next series afterwards as well.
And in the intro sequence, there's a few. I know there's at least one time that she straight up just fucking just knackers him, like straight hard, just slap. So I'm assuming that there's going to be quite a few moments that he's probably well deservingly earned. And I can't wait to see how
there's reasons why she's so cross with him, which I can't go into because that would be
right. No, there's all the more reason for people to tune in next week when we start getting into the antics of Lister and Kachansky, which I think with this being the swan song, for Rimmer as we know him, and what he's brought to the series. It is going to be interesting to see the shift in dynamics, because life is like that. You get used to certain things, kind of accustomed, and then, everything can just shift in a matter of moments or weeks or months. And all of a sudden you got a completely different kind of situation that's at hand. So, which in and of itself is, it is, required for actual growth, because the more you stagnate, just kind of get stuck in the same thing. So I think even though it's great having Rimmer as part of the show, and now they've had this 4-year-long hiatus in between the end of season 6 and now it's going to be season 7, I think that if you are going to have a change dynamic, and this is a revival of sorts, to have that as a setup where it not only calls back to what's been there before, but this actually is a point where you actually can diverge from that and divert from that and take it in a different direction. It is kind of interesting to see that that is very likely, which will help, I think, with the longevity of what's going forward.
Yeah, I don't have the problem whatsoever with the plot of Series 7 and the way it moves forward. Like as Will said, it's Chris Barry's last episode for now,
right?
But the way it moves forward without him, like
it's well done. It's
like
written in a
he's
way that works. Certainly.
yeah. It's kind of like a soap opera where one of the lead actors has died, but they still need to make the show. Except it's like it was planned in advance, so it makes even more sense, and it leaves the door open for him, and it's so clever and it's brilliant.
Yeah,
and we'll have some supers to deal with, so I'll shut up.
No, just the one. It's okay. But it's a super, so it's a priority, of course. James Op, the fucking legend himself, or is that James OP? Because he's capitalized the P now. I'm wondering. Tents are rocking, don't come a knocking. That was me and the old lady back at Sturgis 30 years ago or so. Well,
right around the time this episode came out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that would be 28 years ago. There you go. Sorry there's no sound for that clip, but I think it does the job. We are very close to the 50 line, only $3 away.
Yep.
Swedish Christian is here, member for 6 months now, says, here you go, a little something for the princess. Thank you. We appreciate your membership, buddy. We really do. The princesses are grateful. Honestly, they're doing so well. And I wish I could show you guys sometimes, but you know, that's the internet and someone will try and use it against me. Although they're still so young. But the littlest one looks exactly like me and my dad, and yet acts like my mum facially. And she's just I've met a lot of babies in my life, and I've always been the kind of guy that kids gravitate to because I guess I've just got an interesting face. Kids always just single me out my entire life and come and look at me like I'm some kind of clown, right? It's always been OP. Okay, so James OP then. Fine. I just received the pronunciation from Hypno. But anyway, yeah, so I've never seen a baby who's as happy as this one. Ever. Like, as soon as, especially if it's me, she really likes me. Maybe she's never seen her own reflection. How could she possibly know what I look like compared to her? But you know what I mean? And she's 5 months old. So, you know, or 4, I can't remember. But the point is, every time I walk in the room, she's just there gooing and guying and on her back in her cot. And she goes, just like that. And she does it for mummy too, and almost anybody really who looks at her and makes eye contact with her. But whereas the first one is so physical and she wants to do backflips, I'm teaching her how to do backflips now, and we're talking about putting her in a gym class. This one doesn't move at all, but she loves the eye contact. She loves the social vibe. She's going ooh ga. She'll talk to you if you get close enough and make enough noise. She'll talk to you and go like ooh like you're having a conversation. I fucking love it, man. Greatest thing I ever did. And so, you know, I appreciate everyone who helps me to feed them very much.
Indeed.
So there we go. And now let's get back to the fun. Sorry for the massive amount of tangents in this crazily long stream, but we'll get to it. So the electrics are down. We're watching the alligator scene again like a fucking idiot. Sorry. They're getting out of... The lister says the red, green, and blue alert signs are all flashing. What the smeg is happening? By the way, you do get a quick shot of Lister, who's now wearing no pants.
Right.
Just barely see it. I don't know how he did that. I don't know how it happened. But for whatever reason, he's now somehow, just for comedic effect, bottomless in the AR unit. But whatever.
And the cod piece thing that they have him strapped in is absolutely hilarious because it's got like this little kind of red kind of it's appropriately oddly shaped and just
there's definitely some stuff going on with that. Interesting as well that they paid attention and didn't give Crichton one,
right?
So there we go. So Crichton says, well, so anyway, Lister says, I got to set it up again. The red, green, and blue alert signs are all flashing. What the smack is happening? Well, either we're under attack, sir, or we're having a disco. So Crichton in maximum jog mode darts through the hatchway, the far end of the corridor, waddles speedily toward the camera, heading toward the cockpit. we're here in the cockpit now. We finally see Kat and Rimmer for the first time in this episode, and this is another nice little nod, by the way, to the evolution of Rimmer. There would have been times where this kind of scene was going on where the cat would have been the one having to do the fire extinguishing because Rimmer didn't have a working body, while Rimmer would have been standing impotently barking orders at him like a complete cuddle cow.
Right.
But in this case, it's Rimmer that's got the fire extinguisher.
Well, you know,
and,
like I say,
they're both putting out fires.
Ever
As
since-
Lister, but one more thing. Lister walks in and Rimmer turns and says, "Morning."
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ever since that ending of season
He's
6,
changed, hasn't he?
he is a man of action.
He's
is
become
like,
something beyond the joke.
Yeah.
Which is a reference to a future episode we're going to watch. Voda knows there's a very Crichton episode coming up called Beyond the Joke, which explains the lore of Crichton. But the same applies to Rimmer at this point. Rimmer's changed. You're right. I agree with you. And henceforth, whenever I watch this in future, I'm going to look at it that way. He's grown. He's done something heroic once, genuinely heroic, whether it was to save his own ass or not.
Right.
He's tried to do something to save people, and ever since then, it's like he's calmed down.
Yeah. I mean, like if you think of the action itself, like better dead than Smeg, you know, and he runs off into the back and destroys the time drive and that. But you know, it's before that he says, then I say we fight.
Yeah,
it's true.
Everyone's completely freaking shocked. Like,
yep.
Yes,
and
now he
has a real evolution.
That is his glass shattering moment. That is like, you know, I can't beat this one anymore.
Well, it's kind of interesting because on the
otherwise that's where I'm headed.
On the paradigm of Rimmer, he sees what the most noble version of him is like in Ace Rimmer, and then he sees the absolute worst of him. Yeah, and he has, you know, it's like where will you go in life? What are you going to do? You know,
it would change anybody, really, even Rimmer. At last, just in time for him to fucking
Arnold making Judas Rimmer.
So we don't even get to like enjoy the change really, because he gets written out so quickly. By the way, while we've stopped, James OP has come back for $5. Says the OP comes from the military. No one could pronounce my Ukrainian last name, so they would just call me OP.
Thank you,
Wow, there's a can of cannon just been opened right there that I want to know more about. But I guess you can DM me any more about that. Yeah. And frankly, thank you for the if John says anything, I know. We've made it to the halfway point, ladies.
I've seen your heart across the screen. Every cheer, every dream in between. You stayed up late, you pressed restart, you leveled up right off the chart. I'll show you something good tonight, a little shimmer in the neon light. You gave your time, your touch, your move, so now I'll show you something good. You've been faithful.
Oh, shit. Cheat code 3. Cheat code 3. Oh.
You know, I was just watching that back then, and I realized I've made 18 changes in the last version of it, and no one would know what the hell they are, because if you are a good editor, apart from the new clips that are obvious,
Right.
no one will know you've done anything at all. And I can see them, but I guarantee no one else can. Unless they were to be so obsessive that they went back and watched over and over and over again, which would really just kind of make you a little bit pathetic. You've done it, haven't you, John?
I was going to say, some people here.
I guarantee someone's gone back and watched it over and over and over again. But there you go. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate the getting to the halfway point and beyond, apparently, from T-Jap Steve. Or is it T-Gap? Because I don't trust Hypno's pronunciations of things anymore. Tell me how to pronounce your name, too. Hang on a minute. Are you seriously telling me you were playing the Pratt version of Rimmer for 4 years? Yes, he gave that up. Eventually. Exactly. Yes. I draw comparisons between this evolution of Rimmer and the silly backstory that Rimmer's supposed to be like a sleeper agent from Back to Reality. And I think to myself, that's really, really quite good that he did eventually, and we'll get there. We're going all the way with this one, pardon the pun. Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. This is sounding really gay.
Just didn't have the heart to have T-Jap Steve super chat on screen while he says that. Yeah, it is cool that there are so many different versions of these characters now in one story. There's like discounted, retconned. How many universes have they existed in now? Like, it's getting crazy at this point, but oh well. Right. Fuck it. And thank you very much, buddy, for the The Great and Powerful. Oh, that's it. So it's T-Gap then.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I always pronounce it Jarb.
I had no idea what it meant. For all I knew, it was a fucking military code. I don't know. I just figured it was something like that, or there was a reason for it.
Yeah, I used to say T-Gap Steve, but then everybody else around me was saying T-Gap.
Yeah, I
was
only
maybe I'm wrong, but yeah.
I only started saying T-Jap because Hypno did, and I thought, well, that's interesting that you're pronouncing a G with a soft, J rather than G. Because it's, whoa, what the fuck have I done? It's like I was trying to get this picture of me off the screen, so get back to the chat. Yeah, it's from The Wizard of Oz. See, I just figured that he knew Steve better than I did, so there we go. But there you go. Apparently, I can't trust Puerto Ricans and their pronunciations of things. But to be fair, I can't trust the pronunciations of anyone on that panel, so fuck it. Anyway, let's crack on, especially Smash JT. Fucking Yote. He's holding a thermal detonator. That's whenever he says Yote, I think Jabba the Hutt's palace, because that's literally how Princess Leia speaks when she's wearing the mask.
Right.
Yote, like that. Drives me up the wall. All right, guys. Anyway, let's crack on with the actual reason we're here in the first place, which is to watch Red Dwarf. But I think it's interesting that Rimmer has evolved to such an extent now that instead of like making some "Where the hell have you been, Lister?" he's getting stuck in, and he just turns around and he's accepted that this is their lot in life. At least for him, this is the last day of that. But he just literally goes morning, and I don't know what I've done, but I'm somehow playing it at triple speed now, so I'm gonna have to fucking fix that. Wow, this is the felted stream of the gods. All right. So explosions and all kinds of chaos and fuckery in the cockpit as they all take their stations. Lister takes over the console. Cat's obviously piloting, and everything's going wrong. Cat's shouting, "I'm locked out, everything's dead, steering's down, thrusters are down, and we're heading straight for that ion storm in sector 12." As they walk in, Rimmer says, "Morning." Crichton says, What the smee is going on? And Rimmer says, a power drain is knocking out all the generators. Lister shouts, cause? Cat says, an object of such awesome power and charisma.
Humble setup, you know.
TJ blames the Yahtzees from the intro. That's why. An object of such awesome power and charisma, it's flattened all the grids. Only the cat would be able to detect that, right?
Mm-hmm.
At first, I thought it was me. Turns out it's some kind of craft dimension jumping. Crichton says, any ident details? Rimmer says, the last time we came across a lunatic trying to pull a stunt like this, it was Captain Smug-Git himself, Ace Rimmer. Dear God, don't make it be him. I couldn't bear it. Cat says, this is the JMC transport ship Starbug. Opening channels. Please identify yourselves. Ship opens, and of course,
There he
I
is.
said I'd be back for breakfast. How are those kippers doing, fellas? And Rimmer is smacking his head off the console. Cat shouts, hey, Spuddy, how you doing? He goes, all the better for seeing you, Cat, old friend. Is that a new suit you're wearing? Why, it's sharper than a page of Oscar Wilde witticisms that have been rolled up into a point, sprinkled with lemon juice, and jabbed into someone's eye. That is fucking glorious writing. He goes, that's like a Blackadder joke, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Very wordy. Cat goes, wow, that's sharp.
Yeah.
Ready? Rimmer goes, according to the log, we're down to our last 3,000 vomit bags. It'll never be enough. So Rimmer interestingly reverts to his weaselly smeghead self.
Well, in comparison to Ace.
Yeah.
Because
I think it's like two
Push
versions of
rid of
him
him.
trying to exist at the same time, and he
I know.
sees the better version and just gives up.
It makes him
right.
revert and give up. I think you're right, because Rimmer has shown signs of growth, like we've been talking about, but he is going to some extent, not fully. This is about as much as you get, really. He is going to revert back to being a coward who doesn't believe in himself for the most part of the rest of this.
Well,
episode.
as soon as Ace shows up, all that stuff that's been growing and building in his recent experiences is now being challenged, and
The thing about that very human thing.
Performance anxiety.
I'm sorry, I spoke all over you there, man.
That's right.
But it's a very human thing
Yeah.
to grow as a person, to become something more like the kind of people that you secretly want to be. And then when someone comes along who embodies it more than you, to revert.
Yeah.
Very human trait. It's done it.
Well, it's a comfort thing, you know.
Discredit. I've done that before when I felt a bit cool about myself and stuff, and then someone I respect who I know is cooler than me would come in and go like blah, 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 and then I'm like, what a fucking prick. I hate this bitch, you know. And I've done it when I was a younger man. You know, we've all done that kind of thing. It's relatable, actually. No one does it to the level of Rimmer, though. But there we go. And the only thing I'd say is really wrong with this episode is it would have been nice to have one last hurrah of absolute fucking smeg-headed dickness from Rimmer before he goes. But no, he spends the episode becoming more and more, you know,
capable,
just nice in general. Yeah.
Well,
but anyway, no
it has
offense is
to be
telling me
like
to
that.
shut
Otherwise,
up, so I better go on.
otherwise the Ace trope doesn't make any sense.
Yes, that's right. So anyway, Ace Rimmer gets off the ship. He's greeted by everybody. Rimmer's watching on the monitor, and he turns it off. Ace says, "So, what's with you chaps, Arnie?" Oh wait, no, we're way past that. And so they walk in, and Rimmer's watching on the monitor, and that's when he says off, and then he does this.
Yeah.
Which you can't see, unfortunately, but there we go. Says, so what's with you two chaps? Arnie, he says, well, I've been pretty busy myself, actually. Let me see. I've begun researching the definitive history of pockets, and I've alphabetized our entire stock of alphabet soup, grouping each individual letter together with its fellows. And Ace just smiles like, I'm above this, and nods, you know. Right. The cat says, I'll take you to the guest quarters, bud. We can catch up. For starters, you can tell me the name of your stylist. The cat Ace says, thanks, cat, but with your driving skills, you should be at the helm. Incidentally, it's Astro Cuts in the Theta Sector. Dimension 24. Ask for Alphonse. How the fuck is he ever going to use that? And by the way, it's bullshit anyway, as we'll discover soon. Probably was true of the original Ace, though. Oops, spoilers. Cat goes, yeah, for the first time in ages and goes, yeah. So there we go. Starts up the stairs and the tone shifts. He stops, contemplates. Now we know he's been shot.
Yeah.
Turns around, looks at Rimmer, which he never really did before. He tried with Rimmer before, but gave up very, very, very quickly.
Right.
When it became clear that there was no possible way to get through to Rimmer, you know? And he goes, Arnie, up for a stroll. Rimmer says, thanks for the offer, but I'd rather smear my genitalia with fish paste and dangle them in a pool of hungry piranhas. Says, I'll take that as a no then. And he seems genuinely invested. Now, if you didn't know, I'm thinking from Rimmer's perspective here, he'd be like, you'd probably be like, why does he care so much?
Right.
But Rimmer's not thinking that because he's Rimmer,
Still,
you know?
He's coping and seething right
He's
now.
coping and seething, exactly. I'm not playing the song. We don't have time.
We don't
Mr.
have-
says, oh, Rimmer, go with him. He says, I don't want to. But, sir, he wants you to. And I want him to choke to death on his own smug gittiness. We don't always get what we want. And Lister says, but Rimmer, he asked for you. He obviously feels some sort of bond. Says, the only bonding I want to do with him involves a tube of super glue and a rabid hamster. And then they all just look at him, kind of sitcom style.
Right.
And then he goes, oh, right, I'm going. God. So we catch up with them somewhere in the cargo section that never used to exist. It says, okay, allow me to show you to your sleeping quarters. They're about 50 yards down on the right. Bye. Really can't stand him.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Ace keels over, letting out a grunt and staggers. Rimmer hears him and actually comes back. He goes, he looks at him. He goes, I think I may need some help here, Arn. So Rimmer carries Ace, which is very interesting.
Well, again, this is one of those things where it's like now
hard light hologram now.
Right. But now he's more capable because of being a hard light, but also that challenge that he just had that was I'm never going to measure up. He now actually
he has
to.
Once again, you bypass the Rimmer mental processing by presenting him with a situation where he has to act.
Yeah. Rimmer's a man of action, not a man of strategizing.
Now he is, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, he always has been impulsive and not at all a strategist, despite what he thinks.
Right.
So yeah, he does what he should. And again, Rimmer is turning out. This isn't based on Series 6, by the way. This is the general evolution of the entire character to be someone who, when you need him to, will be helpful.
Yeah, if he's ever too in his head, though, he will fuck things up.
Yeah,
but if he can
you
actually
bypass that process by presenting him with some shit that he needs to deal with immediately,
if he can operate,
you can draw out the better Rimmer. Yeah.
I mean, I can really relate to that. Like, I'm much better in a crisis than I am in like day-to-day shit.
Absolutely, me too. Yeah, I've literally saved like 3 people's lives with CPR, despite the fact that I was standing there for like 20 seconds, going sort of, well, not 20, maybe less, sort of like, well, isn't anybody going to do anything about it? Oh fuck! All right, I better go. You know?
Yeah.
And one of them was an old woman at an ATM outside the hospital where I was working. And, you know, it was fucking gross, but you got to do what you got to do, you know? So there you go. I was just pleased that I could help. But there we go. Anyway, right. So he's carrying him in and he slumps him on the bed in the bunks, and of course goes straight into Rimmer. He says, I knew it. You pretend to be a big shot when they're around, but as soon as no one's watching, you're as butch as an ice scot. Sorry, I love this line. I always wondered where it came from, but it's funny. It's a gay joke, obviously. He says, as soon as no one's watching, you're as butch as an ice skater's friend. What's the problem? Travel sickness? The strap on your padded codpiece too tight again? He goes, sorry to sound so damn melodramatic, but I'm afraid I'm on the way out. He says, you're what? He goes, I'm about to visit the great airfield in the sky, lose all my breathing privileges. Fucking dick. Why does he talk like this? He goes, you're dying. He says, you've got it on. Your brain moves quicker than a nun's first curry.
Which is the line that I've used many a time in my own life.
Sardock says, whoa, Will, you're lucky it wasn't in fucking NYC. You'd have been sued for insert stupid Western shit lib white woman shit. Well, I am talking about 20 years ago, and maybe at most recent, like 17 years ago. It just sort of happened 3 times in a short space of time, I suppose. But there you go. So you're faster than a nun's first curry. He says, you're really dying? And Rimmer's sort of like, interestingly here, isn't gleeful at all.
Right.
Because
he's actually shown some level of concern.
Maybe now he sees the vulnerability and that no one else is permitted to see of Ace Rimmer. And the Ace Rimmer can only share this with another version
Rimmer
of himself.
Exactly.
Because again, I didn't want to say another Rimmer because I wanted to focus hard on the fact that these are the same man.
Right. Truly, yes.
Yes.
The essence.
And especially with what the revelation will be very soon.
Right.
This Ace Rimmer absolutely understands what it's like to be our Rimmer.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, whereas the Ace Rimmer we saw before did not.
Right.
Because he was the original Ace Rimmer.
He was.
I'm spoiling it already, but fuck it, chat. We'll get it.
I mean, quite literally, the very next thing he says gets to it.
More or less, yeah. So anyway, he pulls him up, and he literally says, "Arnie, I want you to become the next Ace Rimmer." And Rimmer just starts laughing. He claps his hands and everything. He says, "I mean it, Arn." He says, "Are fevered rantings one of your symptoms?" He says, "The universe needs a chap to look up to, someone to fight right wrongs. Just generally be brave, handsome, and all-round magnificent." He says, "And you think I'm your man?" He says, "It's your destiny, Arn." He says, "What? To wind up looking like a reject from a gay pride disco?" Oh, yeah! You fucking got him, baby! Yeah!
Yeah. You're watching Will of the Fans. Let's fucking go.
Just wanted to let's fucking go. There you go. It says, "You're just afraid, old son. Afraid you're not good enough. You've always wanted to play the hero." It says, "I'm not you. I think we established that in your last visit." And he begins to exit. He says, "I'm not the Ace that you met last time, Arnie." Rimmer stops and turns back. A sudden flash of pain causes Ace to clutch his chest and slump against the bunk. Says, "He called the business end of a neutron tank in dimension 165. I'm a hard light hologram, just like you." That's right. Dun, dun, dun. That's right. So it's not the original Ace. It's a hologram, just like Rimmer. In other words, he was once Rimmer.
Right.
From another universe, recruited.
Right. Completely at odds with the idea of having to be faced
just like
Ace
our Rimmer. Exactly. And you start to piece it together now. It's a great destiny for the original Rimmer to have, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyway, says I took Rimmer says, "Ace is dead?" He says, "I took over for him, and I want you to take over for me." Rips open his jacket, and this radioactive shit starts spilling out. He goes, "My God, what is that stuff?" He says, "Light B's been hit pretty bad. It's a power leakage, electromagnetic radiation. I haven't got long. About the time I usually like to spend making love. Say 12 hours, maybe less. After that, I'll be too weak to train you." He leans forward, his eyes boring into Rimmer. This is why I wanted the two of them facing each other. I couldn't do it with AI earlier. It wouldn't do it. Says, What do you say? And he just leaves, just overwhelmed.
Right.
And this is what we're talking about with a little bit of drama injected into Red Dwarf, like it's fucking welcome, frankly.
Yeah.
I
And we
really vibe on it.
And we are getting yet another interesting exploration of the psychological dynamics and
what did we say
personality
last
traits
time?
and character of Rimmer.
Exactly. What did we say with Rimmer World? We said, okay, at this point, it's been done to death.
Right.
There really isn't much more you can do with Rimmer. The
But you can
only
do this.
natural way to continue to write Rimmer, whether it's because Chris Barry wanted to leave or not, the only natural way to continue to explore Rimmer as a character, who is, of course, by great giant leaps, the most interesting character in Red Dwarf, until next episode, by the way, Ouroboros. We'll get to that. But then we'll get some hardcore Lister backstory. But at this point, Rimmer has carried the show in terms of guys like us thinking too much about it.
Right.
And so the only natural way you could still develop the character was to do this, really, was to have him evolve.
He has completed he's in the process of completing an arc.
Yeah, the Rimmer arc is complete. He's become a person of dislikability, but still moral value.
Mm-hmm.
And so
he's a noble asshole.
The Series 3, Series 4, maybe even Series 5 Rimmers and early Series 6 Rimmers would have probably had no chance.
Yeah.
But at this point, and maybe it is destiny, Ace Rimmer shows up now.
The Quantum Rimmer.
There we go. So there we go. And now we cut to the other thing, which shows you just exactly the kind of relationship that Rimmer and Lister really have. And we're going to get more on that later. And it's a little bit beautiful.
Yep.
Given what they began as. And now even Ace Rimmer sees Lister as the only person he can confide in apart from Rimmer.
Yeah.
He says, it's part of the legend. I'm not the first Ace, not even the second. There have been, well, let's just say more than a couple. As one Ace dies, he recruits his replacement from a parallel dimension. We all start off as caterpillars and turn into butterflies. And Lister says, but we're talking about a man who, at the first sight of danger, cowers under tables with a colander on his head. Skipper, you can't judge a book by its cover. And you can't confuse Rimmer with a book. For a start, a book's got a spine.
Yeah, I love that line. I love that line.
That's a good line. It says, let me train him. That's all I ask. Talk to him. Persuade him.
Yeah, and this is...
And Lister ponders for a second. Go on.
I was going to say, this is a great thing, too, because in the last couple, the course of the last episode, and even in the start of this one, we've seen Lister start to regress, and he seems a little bit more selfish and self-focused, and he's not quite as, he's always been really good about being...
But now he's starting to rise up again. Rimmer's dragged him into a place of higher nobility, whether Lister liked it or not.
Right.
Rimmer being around has shamed Lister gradually, as Lister's shamed Rimmer into mostly abandoning their negative traits. And if that didn't stop Lister from becoming a complete bum, then getting his head kicked in and blasted into space in the last episode probably did, So,
right.
So anyway, there we go. Lister considers it. And then we cut to, or dissolve to, rather. Or we get a Starbug midsection shot. I don't know. But anyway, Lister enters the aft laughing to himself. Over the top, acting. Just to bait Rimmer. And it is, what the scene's going to be, so I'll just skip through it. Rimmer says, what is it? What is it? What's the joke? He goes, nothing. Starts laughing again. He goes, well, clearly it's not nothing. Clearly you've just heard something terribly amusing. Clearly. Lister takes a can of lager from the fridge. He says, it's just that Ace has just told me about trying to get you to be the next Ace Rimmer. He bursts out in uncontrolled laughter. He says, yes, sadly, I've got to sort out my shoe collection. Otherwise, I would have jumped at it like a shot. He says, it's just that, the next Ace. The very idea. Yeah, it's Lister knowing Rimmer like that.
Right,
Boom.
right. Yes,
The
this is
relationship between Lister and Rimmer has now become brothers at this
right.
point.
This is a psychological manipulation of the best kind.
Lister's
Knowing how
Rimmer,
knowing how to talk to someone.
Lister, it comes up in the next, or is it next or another episode? But Lister is sacrificing an awful lot here. It doesn't get talked about in this episode, but it does in another.
Again, like I'm in a place where I'm kind of like identifying with Rimmer, because like I'm more likely to actually get shit done if somebody tells me that I can't.
Well, see, that's the great thing about what's happening
That's
here.
being male, mate.
Right, but this is the great thing about what's happening is Lister knows from the conversation he just had with Ace that if there's going to be any way to actually motivate Rimmer, as
it's going to be to take the piss out of him.
Right.
To bait him. Lister knows this because he's been doing it for years.
Right.
Even before the disaster, even before everything else, he was a professional wind-up merchant. Remember the freaky fungus?
Right. And so Lister's humanity and his nobility and his want and desire to see the best from everyone around him,
which has been unlocked by him becoming a better person, which is really only done because of A, necessity, B, Crichton, and C, and probably most importantly of all, Rimmer.
Yeah. And so now he's doing this thing, in the effort to kind of return the favor and make good on all the benefits that he's had from this guy who seemingly was his biggest antagonist, but over the course of all these years have actually
come to love him.
Yeah. Which
That's
is
where we're at
really
now.
quite sweet. This is very sentimental.
And as we go further through the episode, you'll come to realize that there are ways that Rimmer and Lister will talk to each other. That the only kinds of people who would ever talk to each other in that kind of way are people who have grown to deeply care about each other. People like deeply. And I mean, I only have maybe 5 or 6 people in the world I would talk to like this.
Yeah.
2 of them are dead.
Right.
So, so it's a powerful shit. It's still played for laughs, but I sometimes think when you mask this kind of shit behind a comedy, it hits harder.
Right. Right.
But there you go.
This thing plays out. The friend that went to work to Rockstar. I remember the conversation I had with him about when he's like, oh, and I was just like, dude, I don't care what. It's like, I don't care if I end up being fucking homeless. It's like, as great as it's been to have you here in the area, you share an apartment, all this kind of cool shit, and just being able to go out and play pool and everything like that. It's like, if you don't do this, like, you're gonna regret it in such a way that it's like. So yeah, I mean, this is what you do when you want to see people in your life succeed and actually achieve things that they never even thought were fully within their grasp, and you just got to do the thing that you can to make it more plausible.
T-Gap Steve pointed out very well that Holly knew what he was doing. And we've always said that. This is something I'm really glad to be able to share with all of you guys, because I've sort of quietly to myself thought this for the longest time, that the Lister and Rimmer story is kind of beautiful in its own way. And Holly's involvement, it was spot on,
Right.
Anyway, as Lister said in the first episode when Rimmer came back, or the third episode or whatever, Holly, why'd you have to bring Rimmer back? Why not anyone else? Why Rimmer? He goes, out of everyone on the crew, you spoke more to him than anybody else, over 10,000 shared words. And he is like, Holly, half of them were me telling him to smeg off, and the other half were him putting me on report for telling him to smeg off. And now we're here.
Yeah.
And this is why, one of the reasons why I think this show is so fucking great. When Rhoda suggested it, I was like, oh, we've got to do that. And why, while reviewing it, it's become all the more clear and actually quite powerful to me that this is one of the greatest shows ever made. If you want to talk about male relationships.
Yeah.
It's powerful shit. Rimmer and Lister at this point, as far as I'm concerned, are brothers.
Yeah.
Forged in fire, and it's beautiful. So, of course, Lister knows exactly how to get Rimmer's goat, and does, and it works. Rimmer says, it's not so ridiculous, Lister. And Lister walks into the cockpit, taking his seat. Rimmer follows him. See? He says,
Mhm.
other versions of me have turned into him. In fact, if I wasn't needed around here so badly, I think I'd very likely take him up on it. Lister says, Rimmer, don't take this the wrong way, but how could you be the next Ace? I mean, you're a gutless, spineless, gormless, directionless, neurotic, underachieving, sniveling, cowardly pile of smeg.
Reminding me of everything he doesn't want to be.
Says, no offense, but
No
get real,
offense.
man. He goes, get real, man. Most eunuchs have got more balls than you.
Which is also a
Oh,
great joke in the
Alexander
way
the
that he
Great.
knows him. Exactly.
Yeah, like
Rimmer says,
Alexander the Great.
Rimmer says, well, that, my fine Madras guzzling friend, is where you are wrong, because I've taken Ace up on his offer, and training begins
now.
Right now. And buggers off, and Lister sits and smiles to himself.
Right, because he knows, and that is the sign of someone who.
And
you know,
again, just to sympathize with Lister here, Lister is losing his fucking security blanket here.
right.
Like, Lister is clearly very self-aware at this point, and he knows what he is, and he knows what he wants, and he doesn't care, and he's willing to make those fucking concessions when he has to for the curry in the last episode. But but he's very aware now that Rimmer has functioned perfectly for him, that he is sane, that he is okay, and he knows he's got Crichton and Cat, so he'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
But he is still giving up something that is his counterpoint in this universe.
Right.
And
the
it's
thing that's kind of
fucking-
been his keystone
Yeah.
of stability.
So there we go. Now, Ace and Rimmer patch themselves into the AR machine and appear in this wonderful sweeping snow-covered mountain range on flying carpets, badly green screened into the scene. But it is still 1997 after all. Rimmer says,
I also think that the bad green stream was probably done on purpose. Like,
I think
mean,
at a certain point they probably could
saw
have
how
done it
well
better.
they did the intro sequence. I think they've done this as a joke to make sure that we know that this is neat, like AR.
It's
If
meant to be
somebody's gone away
bollocks,
to make
yeah,
a cup of
maybe.
tea or something.
Yeah,
Maybe. Or maybe they just bailed the entire budget for the episode beforehand and had no choice.
Possibly. There's
Half the
some-
series on the fucking start of this episode, mate.
There's something very interesting in this episode too. When you start watching the interplay between Ace,
I fucking knew
and
this
Rimmer.
would take all night, by the way. I
Right.
knew this episode would take all night.
But
I'm going to
Chris-
go until we're done.
Chris Berry has such an amazing control, like the actual facial structure between
It's a bit of a Jim Carrey style.
caterpillar,
sort of
the
Rowan
caterpillar
Atkinson.
Rimmer, as opposed to Ace the butterfly.
They're completely different.
They are completely different.
And
Yeah.
in a little while, you'll get a third version, which is a mishmash of both.
Mhm.
And it's still different from both.
Yeah, I and the way like in this kind of green screen situation that Chris Barry is able to act opposite himself,
Yeah,
is
effortlessly too. In an
as
era when not a
completely
lot of
different
people are doing
characters.
that.
It's I mean the guy's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, he is. There's a
But
reason he got top
the
billing.
way- the
Plus,
way-
if you want to get a good character actor, look for a fucking impressionist,
right?
because that's what he was before this. He was not an actor, just like
Yeah.
Craig Charles. Craig Charles was a comedy poet.
All right, because as they are right next to each other, right here, Ace, just cool, calm, just like
Chill. He's
not
been here
not even
1,000
and Rimmer, he's got all this inner tension in his
Tension
face,
in him.
and
Yeah, you look at the way the arms bend on Ace is just calm. He's relaxed. The other normal Rimmer is just like tense, and
It's like-
turgid. Yeah,
right. His
why does
cheeks are even
Smeg
clenched
have to
up,
be
and
here?
yeah. He's not suited to be here yet.
Yeah.
You know? But anyway, Rimmer says, why have you brought me here? He says, take a look around, Arnie. The plateau, the summit. By the way, he's still got a bullet wound, which is interesting considering they're in AR. He says, the plateau, the summit, this is where you must be to become Ace Rimmer. He says, no, this is where you must be to become Maria von Trapp.
Sound of music.
Going back to the snark. He says, just concentrate. Feel the wind on your face. Be the wind, Arnie. Unleash the wild power you know lurks inside you. It sounds ridiculous when you're talking about Rimmer. It says,
Right.
be the cougar running free and unfettered through the mountains. He says, "Be the what? Come on, man, you can do it. Concentrate." Rimmer's face scrunches up with effort. He says, "Do you see the cougar, Arnie? It's you. Can you see it?" And we get this shot
Eye of the tiger and all that.
of Rimmer trying to be the cougar, and instead, apparently we're a little before. And what we get is this shot here of a hamster on a wheel. As he as hard as he can to do it, you know. So
that's where my favorite phrase for thickos came from.
Yeah.
Something I used to say when I was a teenager. Like if someone was a fucking dumbass, I'd say the wheel is turning, but the hamster's dead.
There we go.
Indeed.
So Rimmer, you know, he tries anyway. He tries, but it's not working. Ace knows it. So they walk back out and they're back in the bunk. He goes, "Oh, I'll never be Ace. We tried, we failed. I give up." Ace walks in. Now, I think he was bluffing about 12 hours. Says, "All your life you've given up." Says, "Well, maybe after more training." He says, "I can't keep up the dog and pony show any longer. It's now or never." Takes out a small device from his flight suit. Rimmer says, "What's that?" He says, "Light B remote." Taps a button on it, and Rimmer is suddenly dressed in the Ace Rimmer suit. The shiny flight suit of Ace Rimmer is now on our Rimmer. Ace throws the remote onto the bunk, takes a pair of shades from his suit, hands them over to Rimmer. He says, "If you can fool your crewmates into thinking you're me, we'll know you're ready." Unexpectedly, Ace removes his immaculately coiffured
Hold on.
hairpiece.
There it is. and we see the Rimmer.
You get a
yeah,
sort of
it's
noise,
like Velcro noise. Yeah.
And it's just Rimmer. Always was.
Yeah.
Except for
the one human
apart
Rimmer
from the original Ace Rimmer, which we don't know if he was wearing a wig or not.
I don't think that the original Rimmer, or like the
Ace Rimmer, probably not.
I don't think Ace Prime was wearing a wig,
because I think it would destroy the gravitas of the whole dimension theory of reality. Every decision makes a consequential change and creates a new universe. But if that hair wasn't real, you know?
Right, and this is the other reason why too, is because the hair is part of the reason that's the thing that gives Rimmer that extra little bit of whatnot, and it also plays well to the technical aspects of the show, where the wig has gotten progressively worse because it's not the actual Ace Rimmer hair. It is quite literally
because we all know the lore that Chris Barry actually stole the original wig and they complained that they couldn't get a wig as good.
Yeah.
But he denies it still to this day.
Yeah. And
because he goes home and puts it on and drives one of his many sports cars, because he's a massive car junkie, Chris Barry.
Oh yeah, he's a proper petrol head, isn't he?
And you know, the whole thing too about Ace's hair, after watching the episode today, I made sure that I did like an extra shampoo, condition, rinse today, because as everybody likes to call me the Rimmer of the show, you know, I'm totally in Ace mode today. So, you know, it is what it is. The hair is the thing that separates Ace from Rimmer. Just saying.
I don't know why everyone calls you the Rimmer of the show. You're not the Rimmer. You're more like the Lister. You're more Lister than I am. There's just no one for me because I'm too well balanced.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I don't know who the fuck I am. Probably Crichton. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, if you can fool your crewmates into thinking you're me, we'll know you're ready. He takes off the wig, hands it to a surprised Rimmer, who puts it on immediately backwards as Ace Rimmer slumps onto the bunk. He puts it on, it's backwards, looks ridiculous. He says, "But I'm not ready." He says, "Try it the other way round." So he adjusts the wig, still looks terrible, parting is all off. And whatever. He just puts the shades on.
He's a kid trying on his dad's suit right now.
Kind of, yeah, except it's him.
Yeah.
And he makes his way out.
Right, I've got these.
As he's walking through, trying to adjust the wig into the right position.
The sunglasses aren't quite where they need to be, falling off of his face.
Yeah, he goes, the name's Rimmer. And it's this weird new voice. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yep, not a worry. But yeah, no, I am enjoying this call to action that Rimmer has been given effectively. You know, I do believe. Well, it hasn't happened just yet, but yeah, you know, he now being faced with the actual finality of the situation, Ace is done for. Yeah, so it's either the universe is going to have its champion, and not just the universe at this point in time, the multiverse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a huge fan of Beavis and Butthead. One of the things I love is Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. I don't know if anybody's ever had the chance to see that.
Yeah.
If you haven't, it's fucking awesome. But there is, which is why I referred to him earlier as the Quantum Rimmer, because there is the whole thing about the Quantum Beavis, and Beavis is actually, you know, he's the hero of time and space and everything in many ways.
I had to go to great lengths to get these off the fucking floor.
Right.
Right in this little crevice between my desk and the curtain, and about 2 feet back, I had to use my old man's walking stick to get it.
I love that everybody's got their aviators on now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ace stream.
There we go. We can do it. There we go.
Right.
Yeah. Why not?
There it is.
All right. So I can barely see through these, by the way. They're so fucking messed up. They're old as shit. So he goes, the name's Rimmer, which is him trying to, and this is again what I was talking about, the genius of Chris Barry.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's trying to play a guy who's trying to play another guy, all of whom are played by him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Only a top-notch impressionist could do an impression of a guy doing an impression of himself. Doing an impression of another guy.
Right.
And fucking it up.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. Round of applause to the bloke. He's a fucking genius.
Indeed.
Absolutely. He goes, the name's Rimmer. The name's Rimmer. He goes like that. He's there's like this high pitch that he brings to it now, where the fear of Rimmer comes through the pretend bravado. But he knows he should be able to do the voice because he knows that it's just another Rimmer.
Right.
So he's like, the name's Rimmer. Oh, this is ridiculous, he says. As he continues on, and immediately encounters Crichton, who says, Mr. Ace, sir, everything okay? And he goes,
I love this exchange.
What? Yes, Crichton, Crichton. He goes, like that.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, everything's fine. He says, are you sure, sir? You sound a little different. He goes, could you be more specific? And he goes, 67% more Weasley.
Right.
He goes, sore throat, bug going around, holographic virus.
Right, and this line right here is great because he goes and he says holographic virus.
He says, but it affects humans too. On his
right, which is a great cover.
For the next 24 hours. No one's to go near this.
Right,
no one's to go near it.
Which I love because he's, you know, he has to have everyone believe. Everyone has to know that Ace is a human, not a hologram.
Oh,
and
very clever. Very clever.
Right?
I've never picked up on that. That is fucking...
Mm.
I was quarantined him because it would affect him if he's a human being, and he wants people to think that he is the original human Ace Rimmer who hasn't aged a day.
Exactly.
Anyway, Crichton says, I was just wondering, sir. We've run out of Baco foil about 6 months ago. I don't suppose you have a spare jacket. I might roast a chicken. To which Rimmer replies, listen, you stupid jumped up little son of a... sorry, old friend. I'm afraid not. I'll catch you later. I think I'm doing a quite good job of Chris Barry playing Chris Barry playing Chris Barry.
Chris Barry, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite well.
Yeah, man.
But there you go. So we move on, and I think my mic's too close. Sorry. Rimmer enters into the corridors outside the AR unit.
Yep.
And
step away for half a second. Be right back.
Out pops the knight, the vengeful knight of the vengeful king from the beginning sequence of the episode. Well, not the beginning sequence, the second beginning sequence. So now,
the setup and callback.
Oh, what's that?
You mean somebody actually knew how to write a fucking episode?
And also, it also implies later that Lister is very smart indeed. But we'll get to that. The King's Knight says, "I bid you good day, my lord. I come in search of the knave called Lister of Smeg." And Rimmer, noticing the knight's large sword, goes, "Now wait a minute, old friend. Let's just stay calm, shall we?" I don't know why he's still pretending to be Ace Rimmer when no one's around, but hey, fuck it, it works. And he goes, "Are you one of his household?" He goes, "Well, I no manner of speaking." He goes, "Then prepare to die." Chivalrously, the knight tosses Rimmer a sword with which to defend himself. Unprepared, Rimmer catches it and immediately, well, we've skipped that. We'll get back to it. Immediately grabs it and brandishes it upside down. Now he seems like he's at this point, and I knew we were going to be long on this fucking episode. That's why I was almost like, "Oh, should we just kill it at 2 hours?" No, here we are at 4 1/4. We were worried when it went 3 hours once. Right. Anyway, it's a different show these days, ladies and gentlemen. Fill the bars. Anyway, so it's like he's trying to keep up pretenses, but for all he knows, no one is observing him at all.
Right.
He's only doing it for himself.
Right. He's
raising. He's doing not out of a desire to convince himself. He's doing it out of either a necessity to save everybody else, but also at the same time a necessity to prove to himself that he can do this.
Right.
No matter how bungling he might be at the beginning, maybe he can piss off and become Ace Rimmer.
Yeah.
So there we go. Rimmer says, "Well, let's talk about this, shall we? Over a pot of tea and some toasted muffins." As we get to this point, actually, is where that happens. He goes, "Okay, how about some scones and clotted cream?" Where are we? Have I gone past it? I don't fucking know where I am anymore. I think it's, oh no, that's that there. It's around here. He's got his back up against the wall. He goes, "Dundee cake, Battenberg." It's just weird because he keeps going from the low register to the high register. Like, it's this way of explaining that Rimmer is weaselly and yet trying to sound brave at the same time.
Right.
That's very good. That's where he says it. There it is. Again, the knight presses his attack forward and Rimmer runs for his fucking life. In the midst of the panic, he finds himself at the end of a corridor. Whoops.
With the bazookoid.
Where he discovers the bazookoid, which he grabs, immediately opens fire on and kills the knight, as you get a big laugh at basically the cowardly version of the Indiana Jones moment.
Right.
You know, the unscripted gunshot moment, where he just blasts all of that he's got into this fucking medievally armed man. You know, talk about unfair fight. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The knight is down. He panics, he freaks out, and he drops, blasted by lasers. And Rimmer stands victorious, takes off his glasses and shouts, "My God, I did it!" Runs away.
Self-confidence.
Yeah. Isn't it? Right?
Boom.
That'll do more than that fucking those cavaliers.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah, right. It's that's better than when the damn musketeers showed up on Terraform.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. Anyway, Lister. So the knight suddenly sits up and gets up and goes over to the bazookoid, where he is handily able to lift it off the unit, knowing fully well what it does, which is strange for a medieval knight, you know.
Right.
And takes out a blank charge and puts in the live rounds dropping it back on there.
Curious.
Lifts up the helmet. We, by the way, don't know how the fucking hell he managed to get this suit of armor out of the game and into the real world, but we'll never have to answer that question. So let's just go with the flow. It's Red Dwarf. We like to be kind to Red Dwarf around here.
Yeah. At this point in time, I've assumed that they've made some kind of replicator system of
as viciously as I will tear down Doctor Who or Star Wars for the same kind of bullshit. Red Dwarf is doing all of this in the highest possible faith, so I will give it.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be a comedy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we started to see Cat's wardrobe is expanded again. He's got the cat belt buckle even in this episode.
Suddenly he's got new suits.
Yeah.
So I assume that they have some kind of system for making clothes.
Expanding is explainable.
Often they have no chance of finding Red Dwarf. The cat's probably off somewhere trying to sew himself some clothes together.
Yeah. So
I mean, we've established that Starbug is bigger now, so Cat having more space to collect clothes is
well, merging universes. Maybe the other cat had a lot of suits.
Right. Well, there is that possibility, but I also
and they were much bigger as well, so he might have been able to make 2 suits out of every suit.
Difference between writing the script for Red Dwarf and writing the script for The Last Jedi. It's very difficult to write the script for The Last Jedi because you get almost nothing from it. But this, they've established fairly accurately and really quite comprehensively that there are going to be differences in universe as a result of the time dilation, the time merger, everything that's going on. So, you can kind of
and in my own headcanon, this only exists there, but I give them the allowance that they have the ability to actually create, put in clothes and actually have stuff get synthesized out.
I wish he'd super chatted it, but because either way, I'm going to go into it. The best possible taste is a reference to a very old 1970s TV show called The Kenny Everett Show with Kenny Everett, who was a bearded and balding gay dude that was very, very funny on British TV, who used to do a drag queen skit where he would get in full drag and then split his legs wide open to cross them and then wide open again to cross them again, all as he's like reviewing TV shows and going, it's all done in the best possible taste. And the name of that character, not Betty Swallocks, not Mary Hinge, Cupid Stunt.
Nice.
If you don't understand, is a spoonerism. Change the first sound of each word and replace it with the other. Like Bill of the Whams.
So long as we're not getting our whacking merds fuddled.
Or Rurs Earda, Yoda. Or it would be Riss Yoda, actually.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, it's not easy being green.
Anyway, to get back to the episode yet again, I'm having just too much fun on this stream now, guys. I'm sorry. We discovered that it was a Lister all along.
Yeah.
Classic Cupid stunt. Classic story. I've told this story before, I'm sure, but Kenny Everett was not allowed to call the character Betty Swallocks, Sweaty Bollocks. And the BBC picked up on it and said, you can't call a character that, it's too obvious. So he tried Mary Hinge. And they picked up on that. So after trying a few names and getting rejected every time, he finally turned around and said Cupid Stunt, which obviously we know what that
Can't
is.
say.
And
unfortunately,
stupid country cow. So basically, Cupid Stunt, the BBC, despite being a company full of despite being a company full of pedophiles, didn't realize what that meant, and so they let him have that name. Incredible. What's even more incredible is that I dropped about 3 accidental C-bombs while trying not to say it.
It's all right. I think once we're 4 hours in,
spectacular. It won't make a difference at this point. That's right. That's right. Anyway, Lister. It was Lister all along. It was me, Austin. So there you go. Lister was the knight all along. He took the live rounds out and he says, so far, and then takes the modulation. The knight's voice goes, so far, when he takes the thing off. He goes,
Yep.
so good.
Yep. Which
So it was Lister.
Again, the selflessness of Lister and his
Total selflessness. And again, self-sacrifice, because again, he's losing Rimmer.
Right. But he's
Which
also
you don't know
gaining.
if he needs, he doesn't know if he still needs Rimmer or not.
He may be losing a Rimmer, but the universe is gaining an ace.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, that's
look at
so
that.
cute.
I've got, the faggot king here, Richard, to tell me about that.
But he wants the best. But he wants the best for his brother.
No,
you know?
that was nice. It was just a little
Yeah.
bit saccharine.
Oh, I know.
Well, please send me that, Cliff. I do need it.
But
Okay,
but just think about that though. If you actually had the capacity to either keep someone at their lowest, bit of capability, or actually help push them over the edge to get the thing, So
Yeah, no, you're right, man. I know you're absolutely right. Lister is making an enormous, towering sacrifice here that Rimmer doesn't even realize.
Right.
Because he's too caught up in himself. And at least once, for a good reason.
Right.
Because he feels the call to action for the first time in his life. So it's a big episode.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on. Anyway, Rimmer bursts back into the bunk in the worst pause ever. There's no good one. He says, I did it. That's the most heroic thing I've done since I set fire to Stinky Bateman's turnips in third from prep. He goes, well done, Arnie. You've done us proud. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for
Obi-Wan moment. And here,
Yoda.
there it is.
Yeah.
Regeneration animation.
Yeah.
From Doctor Who.
Yeah. They borrowed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Light B crackles and hisses. His image glows a ghastly white. Fades from sight. All that remains is the dead Light B. The light goes off. Cat walks in, goes, what's happening, bro? What happened to Goalpost Head? Rimmer, now unable to maintain the facade, says, no, you don't understand. It's not me. It's him. Crichton says, sir, you're in shock. The trauma has made you speak like Mr. Rimmer. Cat goes, what happened? Lister comes in, immediately clocks the situation.
Yep.
Says, one of the knights has escaped from the AR machine. And then he looks at Rimmer and he says, it's killed Rimmer. Isn't that right, Ace?
Right. Ace. Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, there's an
exchange of because like this scene is this right here is another one of those little moments where it's just like
you know not to be gay, but that look,
yeah,
like,
the guy who tortured acting by both of them.
The guy who tortured Lister, put him on report, was brought back only to complain and drive him insane to keep him sane.
Mm-hmm.
Now he clocks what Lister has been doing this whole time. Powerful shit.
Yeah.
Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Now finally Rimmer realizes that Lister has known all along. So there we go. So there we are. They're walking down the corridor. Lister says, we should give Rimmer a decent send-off, It's the least he deserves. Crichton says, I just can't believe it. Neither can I. I was only insulting him just this morning. Crichton says, poor Mr. Rimmer. I haven't felt this wretched since Sparehead 3 told me the others held a poll and voted me the big-eared ugly one. They get their shit in. It's good.
Yep.
They fly to this particular nebula. As Lister, and this is the scene I've been talking about. Lister walks up the stairs to find Rimmer all alone.
Fantastic.
And I always think to myself that this episode, as great as it is, doesn't do enough to send off Rimmer. Like you want more of OG Rimmer, but you don't need it. And I'm completely wrong. And every time I've thought it, now that we're breaking it down and going through it fucking slowly, it's perfect.
Yeah.
They
If we had more OG Rimmer, this episode couldn't happen.
It would be
whole
almost too
point would be
forced. And this
What I
actually,
mean
in
is,
the
it
way
would
that
have been
it's
nice if there was a little bit more Weasley, Snively, Snivy Rimmer in this episode before Ace,
Right.
but it would be an hour-long episode if you did
But
it's already a 40-minute long
What
episode.
what you mean is you wish there was another series between 6 and 7, and we just got some basic fucking Red Dwarf.
right.
Well, we
but-
do. We get it later in series 10.
Yeah.
But I think there's there's the expression always leave them wanting more. And so we see,
and you can always watch what we've already seen.
I
and
do
as we've already
apologize,
established, there's nothing else to do with Rimmer.
yeah, and there's been this 4-year gap, and you come in that first episode's just
Chris Barry really didn't want to do it. They had to coerce him to come back for 2 episodes.
But you got that 4-year gap, and then you get this first episode where Lister's kind of the one who's caught up, kind of regressing and everything like that. And then you get into, and you actually, Rimmer's just there, just the most kind of just even keel that he's been.
Look at Lister in episode 1 or series 1, and Rimmer in series 1, and then you look at them now.
Yeah,
and literally the way they talk to each other, just literally the acting, the delivery, the script, and everything. Lister says, "Hey, friendly."
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, decided what you're going to do." And now they're brothers forever. He says, "I thought I'd stick around here for a bit. Get the hang of the character, as it were." Lister smiles at Rimmer's impersonation, gazing all the while at a metal palm-sized device he holds in his hands. Rimmer notices it. Says, "What's that?" Says, "Ace asked me to fit it. Said it would take his coffin to its final resting place, alongside all the other Ace Rimmers. He's left some more beacons behind for the Aces that follow you." Because now this Red Dwarf is connected to the chain, like
you're right.
You never know when another fucking Ace Rimmer might rock up. Yeah. Says, "I'm getting cold feet, Listy." And that might be the first time I think he's ever called him Listy without it being cynical or sarcastic. Because
Rimsy and Listy all the time, guffaw.
Chuckle, guffaw, giggle, when he was trying to convince Lister that they were friends.
Right.
Like, when?
And that's why I think that it's important that as just said, it's good that we didn't actually have too much of a regression of a complete asshole.
Yeah,
kind
you're
of
right. You're
thing,
right.
Because
What I meant earlier when I said that, was to finish the thought, was I always end up feeling like I'm fucking wrong for that opinion. It's one of those looping opinion things where when I'm not watching the episode, I'm thinking a certain way about it. And then when I watch it, I think you're wrong. And then it goes on, time goes on. And by the time I watch it again, sorry, I just walloped my microphone. By the time I watch it again, I'm like, oh yeah, they should have done more. And then I watch it again, I'm like, no, perfect. And then looping like that, Everyone's got an opinion like that. Anyway, so back to it. I don't want to ruin this scene. So he says, "Hey, so what are you going to do? Thought I'd stick around here for a bit, get the hang of the character, as it were. What's that? Ask me to fit it. It takes you to the final resting place of all the Ace Rimmers." He says, "I'm getting cold feet, Listy. I'm not sure I can go through with it. Leave, I mean. Be Ace." He said, "You heard what he said? It's your destiny."
Yeah.
He says, "My destiny to be a smug, self-satisfied git." He says, "Okay, so he was a bit full of himself. But you can be a different kind of Ace. It's up to you." He says, "Look, if he said if you got cold feet, we should follow the coffin. He said it might make you change your mind."
Yeah.
So we dissolved to a room. We're not sure which room within Starbug. All are there. Lister's got a gaffer
Slip-on
tape.
tie.
No, it's not. It's duct tape.
Oh, you're right. It's just tape in the shape of a tie.
He's got a gaffer tape, and he's still struggling with the car, even though it's taped onto a polo shirt. It's fucking insane, but whatever. Anyway, Crichton's at the podium. The rest of them are sitting there, and we got another big gag coming up in a minute if we just pull the camera back a little further. But we're here. Crichton says, "We're gathered here today to say our final farewells to Mr. Rimmer." And it's important to remember at this point that they think Rimmer's dead.
Right.
They don't know he's
this
sitting next to them.
is the only one who knows the truth apart from Rimmer.
Yeah, Crichton and Kat think Rimmer died.
Mm-hmm.
So, on occasion, he was a small-minded, bureaucratic, incompetent, cowardly little person, but he also had his good qualities. Kat says to Ace, those were his good qualities. Where is it? Oh, no, wait. No, I've skipped it already. Doesn't matter. Crichton says, to say something about the finer side of his nature, I'd like to turn now to Mr. Lister. And Lister wasn't expecting it. And he has to get up and do a speech, which he does, because we've come to a more mature, well-rounded Red Dwarf crew now. The boys from the Dwarf are now men.
That's right. That's right. And, with the exchange they just had out in the corridor, or I guess in the stairwell, rather, this is now he's getting a call to action to some degree, because he has to.
Lister's been called to action all the way through this, too.
Yeah. But, just.
Lister's speech, by the way, is fucking pitch perfect.
Yeah.
It's filled with callbacks, and it's a suitable send-off.
Yeah.
So he says, Alexander the Great's chief eunuch has finally joined his master. The man who kept his underpants on coat hangers and sewed name labels onto his ship-issue condoms has gone. Life will never be the same. We have lost the finest, the most dedicated vending machine repairman the Space Corps, no, the universe has ever known. No one ever pressed for a Coke and got oxtail soup and orange juice by mistake on his shift. Well, actually, that's not true. We all did, but that's what the smeg. This is his eulogy. He says he didn't have very many friends, but those that he did have were with him at the end. Even Rachel, who I suppose in many ways is his widow. And we cut to, finally, we see the blow-up doll.
Right.
We've heard of Rachel a couple of times throughout the show. When he got a body again, he goes, Crichton, unpack Rachel and get out the puncture repair kit,
Right.
And all that stuff.
And the actual subtleness of the line of he was there with all of his friends at the end. And this is,
he's implying that they are now friends.
Yeah. It's really quite sweet.
But Rachel is there. They actually blew her up and brought her and dressed her in a black dress and black beads on Starbug with no supplies to have her attend his funeral with her mouth white. A sex doll, for fuck's sake. There is a huge laugh at this. And it's even weirder because the three of them look round like they hadn't noticed she was there.
Right. Like she just showed up.
Well, they all look at her like sheepishly. Maybe it's that, like, I like to think that the cat's looking at her like he's had her way with her as well. And Rimmer's just sort of like,
oh God,
I really wish you hadn't, but whatever.
Right, but this is also kind of that last little thing to make sure, like, you gotta, because he is kind of still waffling. He's like, maybe I should stick around and get into character. And it's like, if he stays, he's never gonna become Ace.
They've done a funeral for Rimmer now, so it's becoming more and more committed. Lister says, "See you, Smeghead." Kat says, "Later, bud." Crichton says, "Goodbye, Mr. Smee." Rimmer, trying desperately to sound like Ace, goes, "Bye, iron balls." And then you get this. This is a heavy hitting fucking moment. If you really care about these characters, but you don't have to. It's a comedy, but if you do, this hits hard. Lister says, "Finally, this. When Rimmer originally died aboard Red..."
Oh, Will is frozen up. Obviously,
now.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is. Well, he'll be back.
Sorry.
Backtrack to the line because you froze up completely.
Okay, he says, "Finally, this. When Rimmer originally died aboard Red Dwarf, Holly brought him back as a hologram to keep me sane. Never an easy task. He succeeded spectacularly. And for this accomplishment, we award him this. Crichton, place First Officer Rimmer's decoration into the coffin." "Right away, sir." Crichton lovingly lays the pips and insignia over the ruined light bee and closes the lid of the small unit. Lister places it into the waste disposal unit and solemnly ejects it into space. He does Rimmer's salute.
Yeah, the full salute.
He says, "Gentlemen, First Officer Rimmer." And then all of them do the salute.
Indeed.
And they all shout, "First Officer Rimmer." And Rimmer looks like it's a great direction.
Mm-hmm.
Crichton looks sad. Cat looks not very happy, really. And Rimmer looks like he's been paying attention to every fucking moment of what Lister just said.
Yeah. He's like he's completely just soaking it all in and realizing that this is happening. And it has to. Yeah. I think Will froze up again.
PLDT, suck my fucking nutsack. Can you not just stop being absolute cunts for like one?
Oh, okay. Well, that's funny.
Yeah. that is what we call comedic timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're at least trying.
Can you not stop being? And then that's when the freeze happens.
Will you just shut the fuck? Oh, smack.
Right. Oh, well,
and I guess it's us.
It does seem to be us for the moment, which is going to be interesting.
What is it that you call comedic timing?
When the freeze happened, because the way that you had said what you had said right when the freeze happened. Can you just stop fucking
again?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, so
you froze at exactly the right moment. You need to watch this.
Yeah, you just go back and watch.
It's so fucking funny. You'll probably want to put it out as a short yourself.
Was it right before I was about to drop a C-bomb?
Oh no, it was literally right after. Can you just stop being? And then it freezes.
Amazing. Worse, you stupid bastards. You couldn't have done it right before I said it, you fucking suckers. All right, clip it. Explain to Stardock how to clip it, and I'll watch it later. Someone clip it before we finish. All right. So they go into this wormhole following the coffin, end up in a completely different sector of space. And fuck, it totally ruined my momentum. But whatever. As they arrive, the coffin of Rimmer takes its place as this really somber but quite nice, really. It's the Rimmer Arnold. It's the Ace Rimmer theme from earlier. The dun da da da.
But it's been slowed down.
But this time it plays it slowly and solemnly, and it goes dun da da da. Dun, da, da, da,
the pantheon of Rimmers.
As we zoom out to see the coffin of Ace Rimmer join not one or two, but billions, possibly trillions. God knows how many Goo-Goo-plexes of Ace Rimmer coffins that make up the ring.
A halo of Rimmers.
Planet. A halo, indeed. I don't know what to say about that.
Let's just say there's more than a couple.
A lot of people say, all right, Sardoc, send it to Rhoda or someone. Yeah, more than a couple. It is a halo. And, you know, a lot of people tout this as one of the great all-time Red Dwarf scenes.
Clearly.
And it's not hard to see why. It really is powerful shit. Considering that you're in a comedy mood and you get delivered this, it hits you. Your shields are down, you know?
Right.
And Starbug arrives. Rimmer's in the cockpit with Lister, who's piloting. And he says, all those Rimmers. And Lister says, they all did it. They all became Ace. Passed on the flame. Are you really going to be the one to break the chain? And there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be
Decision
pretty
is made.
inspiring. Yeah.
Rimmer gets into Ace's ship, powers it up, says, "It's been a blast, fellas." Lister says, "Bye, man." Cat says, "Bye, dude." "Au revoir, Mr. Ace, sir." Says, "Stoke me a clipper.
Me a clipper.
I'll be back for Christmas." Says, "Whatever." And then presses a button only to accidentally eject himself from the spaceship and land crashing to the ground hopelessly next to Crichton. As
which is beautiful. Get one last sight gag in.
There we go. Yeah.
Gotta have
One
a
last
proud moment.
humiliation. They're looking at him like, there's something suspicious about this. As Lister's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, man, just fucking get out of here." You know? He goes, "Just had to say one last goodbye."
Showing it has some humility about himself now, and he's not, like he is becoming Ace.
Yeah.
It's great.
He's not perfect, but he's a lot closer.
Yeah.
Shakes the cat's hand, shakes Crichton's hand, shakes the cat's hand, gets to Lister. It's a hug.
There it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's very, yeah, it's good stuff. It's what you
They've
like
been
to
through a
see.
lot together, a shitload together. And now we are actually getting a Rimmer Lister hug.
Yeah.
And it's actually genuine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
completely sincere. This is
Completely sincere.
Yeah. This is a culmination of many years,
And we're gonna see the beauty of this scene made an absolute mockery of in an episode very, very soon. Rhoda knows what I'm talking
it's still a comedy, so
No, in an upcoming episode there will be not that. I'm talking about Oh Listy, Oh Rimsey. There's a moment coming. There's a moment coming. Anyway, I think it's next week. I'm not sure though yet. I actually haven't. Let me check. Next week is Ouroboros and duck soup. Nah, next week is firmly about establishing Kachansky.
Mm-hmm.
The week after that is Blue and Beyond a Joke. And then after that is Epideme and Nanaki. So yeah, it'll be 2 weeks from now. We'll see the reprisal of a scene very similar to this, but not even close to the same. Let's just say Chris Barry and Craig Charles wish they never filmed that. But anyway, he says, "See you, Davey boy." He says, "Yeah, good luck, man." And that's the last line. Rimmer flies that way. The rest of them fly the other.
Yeah.
And the credits roll.
Credits roll. There it is.
Exit Rimmer.
Yep. And they even gave him top billing on the credit roll.
They always did.
Yeah, I know,
but yeah. I think it's alphabetical actually, because Barry comes before Charles.
Right.
Comes before John, comes before Llewellyn.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. But
Llewellyn.
it's still nice to see.
Actually, it's pronounced Llewellyn, if you want to pronounce it properly.
What?
Sounds like Klingon, Welsh. So, guys, that was. I'm honest with you now that I'm sort of thinking about it. That is one of the best episodes of Red Dwarf ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It comes out of nowhere and still manages to have the comedic thread all the way through. But the dynamics of what's actually going on, all those years of building towards a thing that you never even knew you actually wanted to see.
You didn't.
Well,
you didn't want to see
it does all three
see them
things that
hate
it's
each
supposed
other.
to.
You love watching them hate each other.
Mhm.
And then Doug Naylor goes, "Well, you probably worked it out already. They've been in space for so long. They probably love each other, really. What if we explore that?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like what if we make it about that when Chris Barry leaves the series?
Yeah.
Glorious. Fucking glorious.
And
By the way, guys, fill the bar. Let's see if we can get one
Yeah.
of these to max. Let's see. If we get either of them to maximum, I'll play the titty clip. Anyway, there
Wow.
we go. Only $43 to go.
Right.
Nice.
Or
$43.43.
17 memberships.
43, 43. There we go. All right, guys. So yeah, what do you think? What do you think about this pair of episodes? I mean, we talked already about Tikka to Ride, so we can probably we knew the heavy hitter was going to be this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is some consequential shit. This has changed the entire, like I've been saying for weeks, everything changes. Rimmer's gone.
Yeah.
The whole dynamic will have to change.
Right.
Yeah.
It will. There's no Rimmer for the next 6 episodes.
I guess if you're watching it fresh at the time, like Series 7 had just finished when I started watching it, so
yeah, I started just before that, about 3 weeks.
So I had the next episode straight away. But like, if you're like just getting into it, or if you're a long time fan and then that happens and like bye Rimmer, like you're probably shitting yourself. You're probably thinking my show's fucked.
Holy shit, the show's dead. Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing, right? So you literally are about to find out that Series 7 is coming, right? You've been 4 years with no Red Dwarf, and then they go Series 7. Right. And Chris Barry will only be in 2 episodes.
Right.
If that happened now, imagine the fucking videos that would be on YouTube.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the interesting thing is, because I am actually, somebody who's watching this.
Like, what are they fucking doing? They can't lose Chris Barry. This show's dead, man. This show's fucking felted. This show's roast.
Right.
I'd be saying that.
And then along comes Chloe Annette, and
then I'd watch it.
Hilarious again.
I'd watch it, and I'd be like, you know what? Actually, that was pretty good.
Right.
And then Chloe Annette shows up, and I mean, maybe you could say it's a cheap shot. Replace Rimmer with sex appeal, but they did, and it worked.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to find.
Like plot wise, they really needed to explore Kachansky more anyway.
Mm.
Well, I think that this is one of those things where, because they did actually lift a regeneration animation for this, and you actually have the new Ace taking over for the old Ace, much like a doc. So when those shifts happen, they change up the relationships between companions and doctors and things like that as well. So and as somebody who's watching this first round through, because I've seen a few little snippets of Red Dwarf here and there way long time ago, but not enough to ever say that I've actually watched it. And so, as we have been watching it over the course of these last 4 or 5 months, whatever it's been, to see it progress all the way to where we're at now, and see the actual interplay, all of this stuff, and know how quality the writing is, and how just solid of storytelling as they have available. I actually this seems like a very I don't know, they've had, and I don't have to see it as there was a 4-year break, but it literally is going into a completely different gear and trajectory of things, and it's I'm up for it, because this show has had thematic elements, but every season has gone and augmented certain things and retooled it and become something new and something different every single time. So actually, what's next, what comes on from here, and thankfully, and to some degree you get some foreshadowing, because they did the cold opens for these first 2 episodes. I don't know if that's going to continue for the next 6, but when they go and they actually show the opening montage intro sequence, you see her in the clips and everything.
Yeah, you see her, yeah.
So
you know that something's happening, and they try to make her look funny when they can. To be honest, she's not a very funny character, but she is an opportunity to get some sex appeal into the show, and to make a few jokes that are either at women's expense, but lovingly so, or jokes that women will relate to.
Right.
And it works really well. You've taken a show like Red Dwarf, which is extremely character based, and you've taken the strongest character out of it. And, well, to be fair, they replaced him with this, so could be worse.
Indeed.
Yeah. You can feel free to send me that as well if you want to.
Oh man, I've got whole clips of her dancing in a bra.
But
Just haven't done anything with it yet.
honestly, like I started watching in like late '97 when Series 7 had like, so that would make me 12. When Series 7 was quite new, and started going backwards from there. And yeah, it's just Kachansky is a fantastic character, and I can't wait until we meet her.
This Kachansky, yeah, she's much better than the
Like I mean, like
she's not Scottish to start.
I mean, yes, she's nice looking, but like regardless of that,
she's a good character.
Yeah,
she's a bit neurotic. She's too good for Lister.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you kind of feel like you had a chance with Claire Grogan. This one, you're like, no chance in hell, bruv. You got fucking no game. Nothing. No chance in hell. But, there it is, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess he's going to have to rise to the challenge, though, too, right? Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean,
by the way, AI is a wonderful thing.
Indeed. Indeed it is.
AI is a wonderful thing. I've got her turning around and kissing the mirror.
Nice.
On all fours. Anyway, oh yeah, no, there's some good clips. I got some great shit out of this. It was good, but yeah, we'll welcome Kachansky for all the right reasons, not just the wrong ones. You know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I can't show this. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I can't.
That's what the after show or the pre-shows are for.
Oh wow, god damn! I must have been in a certain mood when I made these. Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Jesus Christ! Oh my god, no, you can't show that on TV.
Well, technically we're not on TV, but yeah,
I might be able to do this one.
Well, we're on my TV.
I might be able to.
Technically,
do
this is a TV as well, but you know,
Let's have a look. Let's see if I can do it.
Evidently, it was too overpowering. Hey, it's you and I. Here we are again, waiting for Will.
Yeah.
Again with comedic timing.
I really can't wait for next week, to be perfectly honest. I really can't.
Apparently, YouTube decided to try and preempt me there. Well, it's not going to work twice, motherfucker. Here you go.
Oh.
AI is a wonderful thing.
Indeed.
Well, that's not exactly off-putting, is it?
No. Anyway, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you, Rhoda, for another 5 for the Griff Force. 5 for the princesses. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Let's go, Griff Force! Doing it for the princesses!
And there we go. Let's get that bar back up on the screen. And we're at 38.
Indeed.
Out of 50. It's been like a fucking week since we played Jackbox. So there we go. All right, guys. Unless there's a last minute 43 wants to come in and fill up the red bar, we are done for today. No more boobies. Furious Dan for $5. Okay, so now we don't need that much anymore. Says, I have an anime video for Will of the Fans. It's going beautiful and hilarious with Shuji Gatwa. Yeah, they were having a conversation on Noise Pollution's channel the other day about me bitch slapping Gatwa or something, or throwing a slipper at chunkla chucking Gatwa. And it turned into doing a Kamehameha or something. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, thank you very much, Furious Dan. Yeah. Inspiration struck, and I don't know if I can still find it. Let me see if I can find this fucking thing.
Well, you know, Will, now that I know that you're up and about during the hours that Noise's show goes on, Toasty would be.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm
You're
not. I'm only up and about on Fridays, apparently, when the show is in the mid-morning for me.
Yeah,
So what I can do.
That's like 2 a.m. for me, but I don't work on Fridays, so that's cool.
Yeah,
cool. I made this clip for them, which is basically a piece of my student film. Well, it's not my student film. It's not the film that got me the triple distinction was episode 5. This is episode 4. But I took a piece of it and then used AI to turn it into what I wanted it to be. So here you go. So that's the bar now. Can we do my Sydney clip? What's your Sydney clip?
Oh, I sent it to you on X and all that. I can upload it. That's fine.
I don't know when that was. I'm sorry. I must. Oh, that. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second.
It's the first actual proper thing that I've made for our show, the show that I do with Lilith.
It's Rhoda's Virgin AI hymen breaking. So
his first time was with Whitney or with Sydney. So it's
his first time was with Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not for her, but good for him, I guess.
See how she feels about it.
No. No. That's brilliant, man. Especially if you're British, because that is that's the intro, the drums to the most prominent British soap opera, EastEnders, which like it's a meme in England that someone says something dramatic and then you hear But yeah, to end it with no in a British accent too. I never realized.
By the way, that ties into the Tomb Raider shit, because that was actually the soundbite of Lara Croft saying no in Tomb Raider,
of course,
1 and 2.
But British Sweeney is objectively hotter than American Sweeney. Who knew? So there you go.
You're welcome.
Anyway, I guess that's it for the show then. No more donos coming in? Nah. All right. Well, I held out.
Yep. It's been a marathon run today. We've been here for 5 hours.
Pretty good. We've had a good grift today. So yeah, and it's been a long fucking show. So let's fucking wrap it up and say our goodbyes. Rhoda, what's going on with you?
Yeah. Like as I've clearly demonstrated, we're trying to ramp things back up on my channel now that I haven't got such shit hours at work. So that's going to be fun. And like everywhere that I go, like my channel, your channel, Noises channel, we seem to have like most of the best like people in chat all of the time. So really,
you know me,
really,
man. I don't surround myself.
Love all of y'all. So I
don't when it's up to me, I don't surround myself with dickheads.
Yeah. Well, it is up to you because you've got a bar to delete me. So apparently, I'm not a dickhead.
I'm not a dickhead. More of a bag of
If that's
dicks.
what you want to receive from this, then welcome to it.
I wait. I'm welcome to your what?
I'm saying if you want to receive the message that you're not a dickhead from what I just said, then you're welcome to.
Indeed.
Tough.
So sometimes I speak in these weird esoteric ways. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I normally listen in those ways, but I'm trying to do like several things at once because I don't know what's going on in a couple of other places. But
it's dick and balls.
I really want to say like to you and to the audience that I'm really sorry that I was so late today.
You really got you don't need to apologize.
You gotta
apologize. We were fine. We forgive you. The audience is fine. Hell, I even made a couple of bucks out of it. So drop it.
Cool.
Okay. If there was an issue, there's no issue.
Get out of your get out of your head, Rimmer.
I've been late for this show before. Fuck's sake.
That's right. Rhoda, we had to steer the ship for a fucking hour plus while Will was trying to make sure that he could take care of his family. And
I know, right? You guys literally had to solo this fucker for me once before I could come in from an internet cafe. You know?
Oh yeah. I mean, but we do that. We do that kind of thing. You know,
I
we look after each other.
appreciate the earnestness with which you take it so seriously, but you don't need to beat yourself up, buddy. It's just the internet. We forgive you.
Yeah, I mean, just a random cock up. So,
don't worry about it. Shit
I've set myself up for another one there, haven't I?
It's life, isn't it? It's life. Life happens, man.
But yeah, shit should be back to normal on my channel now. Like we've started doing the experimentation on what we're doing with the talk shows. John was actually there last night, and the Tomb Raider streams are back up and running. The Mario streams will be back up and running soon. So
get a talk show going. Get a talk show going. Break it into segments. Clip them. Upload them. And post them. And you're fucking gonna get some subs.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Rhoda, when you are in the middle of a live stream and you send someone a link,
I'll leave you two alone.
Perhaps, maybe, just maybe, put somewhere in along with the link. Oh, by the way, we're live. You know?
Okay. This was funny because we
heard all about it at the start. Of the
and until Divine and Dragon showed up, we didn't actually realize we were live because I was trying to work out how to use the software.
Right.
I mean, there was nothing bad, but
no. I'm just saying. By the time I showed up, though, you were fully aware that you were
well, yeah, by then. But I kind of figured that.
Does anybody want to fill the bar right now to break the tension, please?
Just assume that I'm live because I've probably gone live by accident. Like, you know.
No, it's funny, really. It's fucking hilarious that you accidentally stitched him up. Like, you're like, hey, can you come and help me with my studio? And at no point did you mention you were live at the time. So he comes in, he's like, hey, what's going on, everybody? Holy shit, we're live, you know.
Well, to be fair, we were like,
you're going, hey,
we're live as well.
Help me clean the stage. Can you help me clean the stage? Yeah, sure, I'll help you clean the stage. Okay, pull up the curtain. You know,
see him an audience.
These expectant faces, like, huh?
Right. Okay, I guess we're doing this now.
It's priceless, mate. It's priceless.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, our brand is fucking chaos, so it works.
It's my brand.
I'm really sorry if it distressed John. We just didn't fucking think. Like, I was trying to work out how to do something, and I was like,
oh, you must always.
Who would know how to do this? John, can you come and help us? And I did forget.
Yeah, no, you forgot to say we're currently live.
But if we'd have actually gone live on purpose, then it would have been in my mind that we were live. But we went live by accident, and then thought, sod it, we'll just go with it.
Okay.
Well, we got 2 subs out of it, so you know
that's pretty good. But you really, if you want to grow,
again, he gets hit with the thing. So as soon as Will gets back, we'll listen to his words of encouragement and good blessings on content creation growth. But in the meantime, are you still? Is there anything else you want to say before we move on to me, or am I?
I think I've said everything that I need to say. Like, now we've got the show going, and we've got a proper title for the show, which is the Scheitgeist. Yeah, we're keeping that. God, we're still frozen.
Yeah,
that's not good.
It is what it is.
We're gonna have the Tomb Raider streams and Mario streams coming back regularly, and the sporadic Final Fantasy VII streams will be coming back. Before that actually happens, I want to put out a proper like backtrack video to do Wall Market properly. People who know what that means know what that means.
Indeed. Oh, and we got James up here again.
Legend.
Yeah, for another $2, which we will have Will bring up on the screen as soon as he gets back. Is there any? Is that the full culmination of your outro for today?
Probably. I mean, there's always shit that I'm working on in the background, but you know, I don't really need to tell you when I poop or when I edit a video.
Well, clearly no, but it would be nice to let me know when you are in the middle of broadcasting live.
Yeah, but I mean, like we'd been on for so long at that point that it was.
Don't worry about it, Rhoda. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just something.
It was a big ups, but it worked really well.
Well,
and we found out who our friends are, so that's great.
I guess if nothing else, I showed up at the end to let you guys know that you had to shut everything down because you only had 5 minutes from hitting your 6-hour limit. But with that said, though, thank you everybody for speaking of long streams, hanging out with us for the last 5 hours. Will, you were about to say something constructive to Rhoda right before you froze up again about content creation, I believe.
If you want to grow a channel, videos, even if you only post like one a day, it's got to be videos.
Okay.
Streaming's good, but streaming doesn't grow channels. It just entertains the people you already have.
Right.
That's basically it. In the meantime, I'm trying to see if this clip that I...
Oh, yeah. And you did also receive a super chat from James.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
$2 says, at some point, someone needs to show me how.
To do what? To do what exactly? Because, like, if you're talking about run stuff in EV Mux and whatnot, or FMU or whatever the fuck it's called, just get a hold of me.
Right. Yeah. Set up a stream. Yeah, I'll help you with that. No problem.
Yeah.
OBS.
Or you can check
Stream
out
Lab,
Tomby's got a whole bunch of instructionals over on
James
his
Hobbs
channel.
been fucking great to me over the months and years.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm happy to give back. You know?
Indeed. Anyway, so I suppose I should give my outro so we can actually.
Well, before you do that, I just wanted to share something that I made while I was kicked out of the stream.
Oh, there we go.
That's it.
Nice.
Didn't have time to refine it, you know.
That's all right. But yeah, of course, it is Sunday. So after we get done here, I will be streaming again this evening, starting 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be over on Toasty's channel on Rumble. It's another panel stream, so we'll have various people joining in with us. I think we're going to continue on a Steven Crowder video that we started on Thursday, and it's got a if you didn't see the Thursday episode, there's a woke white woman there, and it's going into the whole thing about illegal immigration. So I can't wait to see what comes our way this evening as we continue on with that. Of course, you can always find me with Toasty at the 8 p.m. Eastern start time, Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays throughout the week, along with being here on WTF Live, same time, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and the random Jackbox stream whenever they get unlocked, which, you know, we are a mere 12 gifty subs away, so that could happen again as early as tomorrow or the next time that we're streaming. So hopefully there's that. Also this week coming up on the weekend, of course, at 11 a.m. Eastern, I do the Weekend Culture on Honey Badger Arcade's channel, and then an hour after that ends at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll be going live again for the I guess the restart for episode 2 of the new version of the Jester's Act, which you can find on YouTube and Rumble. And we do that every 2 weeks at that time. But yeah, as I was saying, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out with us for an extended stream today. But I think this was really, in terms of all the coverage that we've done on this series so far, this is definitely one of the best days that we've had. And
this was a payoff.
I've enjoyed every moment.
Episode.
Yeah, I've enjoyed every moment of it, even if it ran a little bit longer than they sometimes do. But then again, these Sunday
a little
shows
bit
always
longer
go
than some episodes of Saturday Night Hypnosis. Nothing.
right.
Ran longer than some episodes of fucking EFAP.
Indeed, and it was great to actually be able to get you convinced to show up, Rhoda. Much like Rimmer, he was having cold feet, but
yeah, you poor bastard, you're like suffering under the damn guilt, like reluctant to show up at all. I was like, dude, forget it. Just come on.
Yeah. The whole reason we've been doing this is to build so that you can make it to this episode.
You to come and be part of this. Come on,
right.
Thank
but
you.
yeah, always a pleasure streaming with the two of you guys throughout the week, whatever day of the week it happens to be. So with that said, you all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, safe travels ahead. Be awesome as always.
Thank
Smoke
you.
me a kipper.
And over on Rumble for $2, Pre-Dawn Corpse said RTU ate his daughter's eyes. He's in a 1 million sub channel. He's gay. He's fat. Suffer, dickers.
That's right.
Oh, mate, you know what? I'll give you that.
That was a level 10 burn for sure.
It was a level 10 bird. There you go. That's how we justified it. Yeah. Okay. I guess we're out. I guess we're not doing the remaining. What is it? $33 or whatever. That's fine. So I'll do my outro then. I'm trying to code a very aggressively heavy metal coded man on stage holding a microphone in front of a mosh pit screaming "fuck StreamYard," and trying to get it to make sure that it shouts "fuck StreamYard," but apparently Grok hasn't quite worked out how to do that yet. But it's okay because we still have forever to play in.
Indeed.
As for me, I'm done. There was a video that came out. An hour, 2 hours. Fuck, it's 3:20 a.m. 2.5 hours ago, and there'll be another one out in about 40 minutes. So hope you enjoy them. I'll be back tomorrow with Hyperdrive Time, restarting the week, getting into the new news and the old news that I didn't get time for this week. So hope you'll be there for that. Thank you to John. Thank you to Rhoda. And thank you to everybody who has been here for the duration. It's been a fucking long boy. Furious Dan, St. Hugo, T-Gap Steve, no, the great and powerful Steve, I should say. Noel Cairns, Slay Every Game, Sardok, St. Hugo, T-Gap again, Rhoda, James Op, Swedish Christian, and various shufflings of those people again. Thank you very much for your donations. I do appreciate it. It really helps. It massively helps. And I'm working on a new project with the wife at the moment, which she's got some big ideas. Nothing remotely to do with me or this channel or anything, but I'm, making my skills available to her for what she thinks will be very lucrative here in the Philippines. So.
I might know a thing or two about it, maybe.
No.
I can't. Not that I'll ever say out loud, but
no, it's fine. Anyway, I haven't actually. I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't really told anyone yet.
Yeah,
I'm working on a side project of my own that you know about, and then I'm working on another side project with the wife.
Gotcha.
This is the wife's project. I'm just a gun for hire.
Okay.
Well, not for hire, for favors, I suppose. And there you go. So it's got to be done. Get your grift where you can.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
guys,
I know. I was waiting for somebody to say something about that. Noel, he says, new project with the wife, number 3.
Oh no, not that. No. Not until I make enough money to buy a new car.
Right.
Which I'm nowhere close to. Not even remotely close. So no, it'll be a few years before there'll be another one. Hopefully the next one will be a masculine one. That'll be nice. But otherwise, that's it, guys. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a long stream. We're going to wrap it up now. Take care. Spike your hair if you can. I can't. So you should in my stead. Fuck Disney. Fuck Nintendo. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord link below. Boys
Smoke me a clipper.
Stoke us a clipper.
That's right.
We'll be
See you
back
at
for Christmas.